Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Bum bum ba-na-na-na-na. Bum bum ba-na-na-na-na. Bum bum ba-na-na-na-na-na. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum bim bim bum bum ba-dum. I don't know what. The big blue theme just was in my brain. I got worms in my brain. I got worms in my brain and they're all playing F-Zero. Get out of my head! Do the worms in your brain have questions they wish to ask? It's girl kissing time? Okay, you point to one girl that you're gonna kiss this stream. And if you can do that, I will absolutely, personally applaud you when it happens. I do not believe any of you have the pull to kiss a girl this stream. Even if you're in a committed relationship with someone you live with and who, active and, unplanned kissing is just a part of your relationship, I don't believe any of you got the game. You are watching a TTRPG VTuber. Why did I immediately think of mind flayers when you said mind worms? I don't know. In today's stream, we do a psychoanalysis on era rights. Okay. Let's keep it a buck, shall we? I have a thing about big mechs. So let me start a timer to see how long I can go before I accidentally say some crazy euphemism. So, I have a thing where I have this desire to have really big mechs. And it's not really a matter of I don't like little mechs. It's just that bigger mechs excite me more. And it's just this default attraction that I have. And I understand that sometimes my eyes are bigger than my piloting skills, and therefore I want to pilot a mech that I can't handle. However, it's still it's going to be a fun time, right? 15 seconds. Are we already done? Are we serious? Legalize size 4 for Lancers? No. Bad. We do not need size 4 for Lancers. What we need is we need better size 3 support. We need more size 3 frames. Yeah, I said it. No, I'm joking. I think that the Barbarossa's entire thing needs to remain being the hugest mech. I like the idea that... How many size 2s are there? 6? There's 6 size 2 frames. And so therefore, you have 6 other options that with Fomorian frame, you can get up to size 3. Someone can clip it and actually get the actual time. Ugh. You know, I was specifically riding the line, but I wasn't trying to go over the line. I was trying to tightrope across it. I was trying to do a handstand and handstand walk across the zip line. I was attempting to be flashy and flared while I cross this threshold with the rest of you. I am currently wearing my jacket, as you can see, because I have my tank top on and I wanted a jacket on over top it, and now I'm hot. So I need to readjust. You can't handstand the sus? Okay, if you can't handstand the sus, why are you here? I have made it very clear at this point, I will seriously and sillily say nonsense for no other reason than a satisfaction of the brainworms. Would you say you were trying to straddle that line? No, don't laugh at that. No. I will say, Licorice, you consistently, I think, have the highest ratio of joke to laugh track playing. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing. Do I have any background music? I don't have any background music. Good job. I do genuinely believe that Licorice, you have claimed the crown of laugh tracker. What the heck did I actually just join into first stream? Welcome to Arrow Rights. I love big mechs that I cannot lie. So, if you don't know, I'm Arrow Rights. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I talk TTRPGs. I talk Lancer. I talk Kane. I talk Malagast. I talk Vampire the Masquerade. I talk a little bit of D&D. A bunch of different TTRPGs. I also talk TCGs. Today, we are going to discuss briefly, because as you know, with the titles of these streams, it never really goes, why do I have my headphones on? I just realized. So I have headphones. I got a set of headphones for the holidays, and I haven't worn them because this entire time, every time I put them on, I would get feedback of whatever I was like speaking into my mic. And then I realized that was because on my Go XLR, my like sound mixing system, that would had a monitor, so like whenever I speak, it would play it back to me, and then I just had to turn that off there, and suddenly the headphones work fine. However, they're also like noise canceling, or like they're noise dampening, and so I can't hear myself speak, which is why I think it had the monitor on, is so that I could hear myself as if I'm speaking normally, but I'm not listening to any music. I'm not like watching it. I don't need headphones right now. I can just like raw dog this. Crazy. Vampire the Masquerade talk dirty to me, says the LARP storyteller. I mean, if you want me to talk dirty to you, I can tell you all about the changes in 6th and why they're all silly. What the frick is up with my model? Can my size 3 mech kiss my size 1 wife? I mean, yes. There's nothing stopping that. There's nothing wrong with a size difference. Interesting flare. It's definitely a long shot for size 4. Listen, my thought process. Size 3 is already way too unmanageable, and like, I am of the opinion, and this is like what I've done with my homebrew, I try to avoid size 2, right? I try to avoid size 2 because size 2 by itself feels to me already like it's kind of towing the line. I feel like the average Lancer mech should be size 1, if not size like maybe 1.5, because like you have the Barbarossa size 3, you have a couple size 2s that are bringing up the curve, but you also have a bunch of size 1.5s. I think most mechs should be like size 1. The second highest amount should be like size 1.5, followed closely by like size 2, and then I think the Barbarossa is literally the only canon by the book size 3. So that's my thought process. Don't get me started on D&D 5.5. No one brought it up, so you're fine. Heard a lot of bad stuff about V6. Is it accurate? Okay. I mean, if you want, I can look over the playtest live right now. I have not really kept up with it. I saw most of a single video, which I've mentioned this before. Burger Krieg, which I can just, instead of drawing him poorly, I can just open up. I think his profile picture. Yeah, Burger Krieg. This guy. He makes a bunch of videos on World of Darkness lore, as well as like he used to do like Shadowrun, and a bunch of different TTRPG systems. And so I got into Vampire the Masquerade watching his stuff. He, as a lore channel and a lore buff of Vampire, did a video like 3 days ago where it's like 2 hours of his reaction breaking down the mechanics, and he skips over a bunch of it. He really just includes in that video like the bits that are interesting to him. If you want, I could go through and do the exact same, and just kind of give you my thoughts on the different mechanical changes if folks are interested. Something else that I have in mind is, I don't know if I'm going to do it today. I might do it next week. Games for Freaks 4. I was hit up by someone who was just like, hey, Arrow, do you want Games for Freaks 4? And I was just like, depends. Will this cost my soul? And they're like, nah, it's just that you're cool. And I'm like, okay. And then I was like, well, would it be okay for me to review this like on stream and show it off? Because like, I don't want to breach the paywall. And then the person that was offering it to me was like, yeah, that's fine. And then the reason that I listened to them is because this was Tom Blue. Like, he reached out to me and was just like, hey, Arrow, do you want Games for Freaks 4? So I'm like, okay. So I'm going to review Games for Freaks 4 early. Yes, John Kane Lancer Bloom gave me the book. Assuming you watch Hunt of the Parenting, I don't. Okay, I don't want to be a reaction channel. I don't want to like do low effort content. I think it would be very funny to do a watch along of Hunter the Parenting. That's big. Hey, moving up in the world. Thank you. Yes, Tom Bloom is the GOAT. Thomas Bloom himself. Really, playing Shadowrun is miserable. Would I approve of a size 4 or 5 mech that requires multiple pilots? Is mechanically and diegetically impractical, something that was the equivalent to the IRL Yamato? Okay, so I've talked about this before. Someone asks, hey, Arrow, how would you run a multi-pilot mech? And before I get into this, 2 things. 1, we have a Q&A channel. If you see the pinned message, do the worms in your brain have questions they wish to ask? If your worms have questions you want to ask my worms, drop it there. If it is not relevant to the current conversation topic, if it is something that's like not really like important, if it is something that like I'm talking about something else and you don't want it to get lost, throw it in the Q&A channel. I will answer it at the end of stream. I generally devote like the last hour of stream to just the Q&A, maybe sometimes half an hour depending on how many questions we have. The other thing is we do something called the high wave. We have everyone say hello. If you give me your attention, I want to give you my attention. So I want to say hello to you, acknowledge you, call it your name. If you feel comfortable sharing, whether you are a VOD watcher and you're leaving a comment, or whether you are a lurker and you don't normally chat, or you're an active participant. So hit me with that high wave and just say hello. Also, tell me what your favorite like impractical weapon or vehicle or like thing from the media is. So I'm talking like the Strider from AC6. I'm talking the Dragon Slayer from Berserk. Like what's your like the Buster Sword from Final Fantasy? What's your favorite like weapon or device that is completely impractical? Death Star, right? Hey, Maximum and Andre and Real Robot and Monty and John and Harpy and Mizzle and Gato and Echo and Joe and B and Yixtris and Caleb and Apostate and Man and Sperez and Dark, other Dark, Pig and B and Licorice and Melancholic, Blue Gamer, Azu, Theron, Baguetto, Personified, and I think that is everyone that said hi. Hey, Eltrian. Gunblades. Okay. Multi-person mech. We're going to take this. Okay, I want all of you to recognize this. I'm going to take the multi-person mech. We're going to push it somewhere else. Okay. We're going to come back to it. Gunblades. I don't care. They're cool. That's my answer. Gunblades are cool. Now. What are we saying is Gunblade? I feel like the traditional Gunblade is like this. It's like the barrel is a blade. This is dumb. Why? 1, because this isn't made to be ergonomic. This isn't made to be like well used in slashing someone. And also, it is fragile. This is just a bayonet. Thank you. This is just a bayonet that is built into the barrel that you can't take off. However, if we have a situation, I've seen this like Gunblade. I've seen real life like attempts to make a real life Gunblade that are actually practical. So for instance, this is Final Fantasy Squall's Gunblade. This is dumb. Why? Because this would make it incredibly difficult to aim. This is incredibly front heavy. This has no barrel. Like the barrel is just the cylinder. And that means it's going to be entirely inaccurate. Now, the only thing I could see this being used for, which admittedly would be pretty like badass. I stab you with my sword. You survive. So then I shoot you point blank. Wace's rapier? Wace rapier. Let me guess. Is this whole thing the barrel? With a rapier in particular, I do not trust that. I do not try. It's a magic gun. Okay. I am discounting magic guns. Want to know why? And it's not for the reason you think. It's not for the reason you think. It has nothing to do with like realism, practicality, none of that. It is entirely to do when you magic, how do gun work? Pew pew. When you ballistic, how do gun work? Bang bang. Me, like bang bang. Me, dissatisfied with pew pew. No pew pew, only bang bang. Final Fantasy XIV's Gunbreaker wants to speak with me. This is just Squall's gun, but again. Which, like, makes sense given that it is, like, the same franchise. The cartridge in the revolver store magic powder. It's like Squall's Gunblade where it doesn't shoot, enhances the sword. Okay, so let's go back to Squall's Gunblade. This one I can see working in the specific instance that the entire purpose of the gun is it is like 90% like sword. It just so happens it has the Nelson's exploding charges where you stab someone and then you pull the trigger and you point blank shoot them. Like, yes, that is not practical. However, that is a use case that is not non-zero. Me like Bang Bang Girl thought you weren't about that. All right, so I'm going to start back up. I'm going to start back up the euphemism timer and just see where it goes. Wait, did I close it? No. A gunblade that's a reverse bayonet. I mean, so a reverse bayonet would be like the explosive payload from the Nelson. The Nelson has this mod that can strap to its weapon and explode it, which I would say is equivalent to stabbing you with a sword and then firing an attached gun. Calling you a Daka Baka. You have said many things to me, Neko. Oftentimes, I have tolerated it, despite knowing full well that I should not. A Daka Baka may well be a bridge too far, despite the fact, or maybe because of the fact, I cannot reasonably discount it. I am stupid and I love it, like ballistics, like just like bang, 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 bang. Like Daka and Baka do fit. Hello, Imperial Knights. The gun lance took a while for it to make its way to practicality. Okay, so I assume you mean Monster Hunter gun lance. Gun lance. Like, isn't the entire point of the gun lance that it's like basically a howitzer that is like sharpened? It's mainly used while slashing, not... Okay, but you can't use a gunblade while slash... If I slash you with it, I'm going to miss. Because if I slash you... Okay, so you're standing right here, right? Ah! Right? Ah! If I'm slashing like this, if I pull the trigger, my bullet's going to go like that. Because it's currently following a trajectory that as I'm cutting away from you with the slash, I'm just going to miss you. If I stab you, if I use a rapier like Weiss from Ruby, then at the very least, I'm stabbing forward and then I'm firing. Wait, no. This lance is being used for slashing? People are using this lance for slashing? Do you know what a lance is? It is a stick. It is not sharpened. Its entire purpose is to give you more leverage, where as you are mounted on horseback, you can have a disjointed hitbox and deny grapplers via your superior zoning. That is what a lance is for. Final Fantasy VIII Gunblade doesn't shoot a bullet, it just What would jiggling do? I can't reach you with my big blade. Pfft, can't miss this. Do I not see the... I do see the bayonet. That's what you stab with, no? On the topic of gunblades, how would you rate the brute weapons from Halo or the locust weapons from Gears of War? Brute weapon, Halo. What? Like, oh, this? Okay, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. And this is why I brought this up. The idea of like Squall's gunblade. Right? Like this is impractical. This is, alongside the other Final Fantasy ones, the barrel is the blade. That does not make sense if you damage the blade, which is going to happen. You damage the barrel, the gun is inoperable. Not to mention, you can only stab with it before you shoot. This makes a lot more sense. Why? Because you can functionally utilize the gun no matter what. And then in addition to that, you have a blade on the bottom you can use. Oh, wait, we just reinvented bayonets. Yeah. We reinvented bayonets, but for slashing instead of stabbing. Okay, chainsaw gun from Gears of War. Okay. That's actually a very good question. Gears of War chainsaw blade. I would say absolutely this is gunblade. If you are of the opinion that a chainsaw is a blade as opposed to a series of blades with a chain, because like the way a chainsaw works is that it is a motor and track that has an attachable chain on top of it. The chain has the blades. That's how a chainsaw works, right? That's why it's a chainsaw. You saw with a chain. If you count a chainsaw as a blade, which I would say in good faith, you probably would. If this is a built-in chainsaw into a firearm, yeah, this is a gunblade. And what have we discovered? Wow, when it's in the bayonet position of underslung underneath the barrel, not tied to the barrel directly, it allows you to utilize it in a way that does not damage the integrity of the firearm. It's just a bayonet again. Exactly, Monty. Oh, Cervantes from Soul Calibur uses a cutlass in one hand. Cervantes. Soul Calibur. Okay. I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna look at this and you're gonna say, wow, this is the most impractical one yet. And I agree. However, ignore the sword. This is just a chunky handled, stubby barreled firearm. Like ignore the sword. Ignore the sword. If we ignore the sword, all this is just a pistol that happens to be very small barrel, which generally increases like ergonomics and like actual like maneuverability in close quarters, while sacrificing significantly range and accuracy. All this does, assuming that this is like solid, which I don't believe. I do not trust this connection right there. That is my biggest concern for the fail point. This is just a sword that the crossguard has a close quarters pistol in. And I imagine this is closer to like a pepper box, right? This strikes me, or even like a blunderbuss. Like this has a wide enough. Oh, actually, well, no, it's my concern. You take the pellet, you put it in there, is what I'm assuming. It falls out. You're swinging this thing around. You're going, you're swinging around, you're blocking, you're doing like form 1, form 3 kind of deal, and then the bullet just falls out. And so you pull the trigger, and it just doesn't work. The actual like design, I think, is fine. I think if you took a 9mm, like a semi-automatic 9mm, reduced the barrel, and then added a sword on top of it, assuming the connection, again, the connection point is my biggest concern. I feel like if I hit this hard enough, this is just gonna cling and like knock off, right? If this is solid, I'm down. I think this could work. sword blade like goes down to the handles. The tube is mounted by a boxy. See, that could work. Okay. Now imagine if instead of this, it's like there's a full-on like casing surrounding it, right? Like that. And this is attached to like this is built into the frame of this weapon. Yes, that would make the actual crossguard chunkier. That's not a bad thing. It would make the actual like head, the barrel of the gun chunkier. That's not a bad thing. One of the other issues here is you can't really aim down sights, but that's not a concern when you have a barrel this short. A barrel this short is I am fighting someone and like we're in a bind. And I imagine the way this is used is that like I'm right here. You're right here. And we're like this, right? Like you got a big sword like that. And I have my sword like that. And then I can just like, you know, I can just like, as we're like in a bind kind of deal. I feel like that's the use case of the sword. So assuming one, this is solid. Two, the bullet doesn't fall out. I think this is solid. Really pose your stick figures with their butt out. They were leaning forward. It's an action pose. This has been created hundreds of years ago, Arrow. Like, actually, it was first shot before engaging melee. It never caught on and was too hard to make for soldiers. Yeah, I mean, if you have a fantasy weapon, it was probably already made in real life, like, a couple times across history. Because if you like swords and you like guns, you're going to make a gun sword. And you're going to find out very quickly it's not practical. However, like, imagine this with like a modern day semi-automatic. Solid revolver sword? How? There are several gun blades in history that are robust flintlocks with an axe blade in bayonet position. Yeah, and so it's more of a gun axe. Also, again, what that is that is a bayonet. That is like we've established the ideal gun blade. The best gun blade is just bayonets. Like, the best gun blades you're going to run into are just bayonets. And the nice thing about a bayonet is that you can take it off. You can take off a bayonet. So if you're like in close quarters, you can put on the bayonet. But if you're not in close quarters, you can have your bayonet off and not worry about stabbing yourself. Custodian Guardian Spears. Okay, I'm ignoring stuff like Guardian Spears because Guardian Spears are basically just magic. Custodian Guardian Spear. Oh no, is this... Wait, is this just a bolter? I always thought it was like energy weapons. I thought they had like a plasma. Oh, okay. So this is a bolter on a stick that, again, has a bayonet. So it is, they have a spear, they have a glaive that built into it is a bolter. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was a bolter. Okay, so on the one hand, I'm fighting a custodian. And assuming I can keep up with its like speed and damage because like 40k and whatever, I attack it and like we clash, we're in a bind. I hit your magazine, your bolter's screwed, right? Like I've broken your bolter. That said, it's like 40k bolters. I'm pretty sure you could run one over with a tank and it would not so much as get a scratch. So like I'm of the two minds where like in universe for this, I say this is a perfectly fine decision. If we take away like the 40k-ness of it and we just make it like a semi-automatic rifle on a stick with a blade at the end, I think that would be a terrible thing. Yeah, it's like it's a gun taped onto a glaive, which for custodians is totally going to work out fine. All 40k weapons are purely vibes based, yes. They use the mag as a big hammer. That's really funny. That is very... Oh, wait, they literally do. Wait. They have the spike. They have reinforced... They literally... Impractical, yes. Hilarious, also yes. 40k is heck. It's literally a lucerne. It is a lucerne with a gun thrown in. Hey, skeleton. It's just a hammerhead. That's so funny. I don't play Custodes. I think Custodes are actually really cool. My actual unironic issue with Custodes is all these women they've added in. No. My big problem with Custodes is initially we had Space Marines, which were super soldiers. And then we got Grey Knights, which were super soldiers. And now we have Custodes, who are super soldiers, right? Space Marines are boring now. Grey Knights are cringe. And they've power crept themselves. And this is in part due to the fact that Grey Knights have terrible lore. My first thought was Mega. As a Grey Knights fan, I feel like Custards take the same spot. I feel like they take the identical spot. It's just Custodes are better. And they have less psychers. Which, like, when I first started playing, I first got into 40k, like, outside of when I was a kid, right? Outside of when I was very young. When I first, like, started getting back into it as an adult, it was in 9th. And I was on Tabletop Sim, and I first was looking into a Grey Knights army, because I thought they were cool. And, like, I like the idea of, like, striking in, purifiers, all this stuff. I didn't really care about the psychic stuff, and the psychic stuff didn't really interest me. So actually, I feel like I would really enjoy Custodes if my first instinct was, oh, like, super elite, like, really cool soldiers, the Grey Knights. I feel like I'd probably really like Custodes. The issue is Space Marines are... Okay. I'm going to say opinion. I don't know how accurate this is. You tell me if this feels accurate. In the game, the mechanics, like the vibes of the mechanics are based around the idea you're fighting guard. So like T3, save 5 up, 1 wound, right? And like a leadership like 7, maybe 8. But I feel like all of the mechanics of the game are built around fighting Space Marines, or rather, I feel like the baseline mechanics of the game and the vibes of the game are built as if you're always fighting guard. However, I feel as though the actual standard that should be built around is Space Marines. Does that make sense? I feel like when I play Tyranids, everything I can do is really good at fighting guard. Everything I can do is really good at fighting other Tyranids. Everything I can do is really good at fighting T3, 5 up save, 1 wound models that have a leadership somewhere in like the 7 to 8 range. But I feel like the actual standard of what I have played against, and maybe this is anecdotal, is Space Marines. And even like orcs with like T5, save up 5, like, and the invul save, like, they still are close enough to guard that I don't feel that bad fighting them. When I fight Marines, if I don't have any AP, I'm not killing any. When I'm fighting Marines, if I don't have anything that is like wounds or strength like 9 or higher, I'm not wounding you. 3 primary infantry types: Guardsman equivalent, Marine equivalent, and Terminator equivalent. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not late, you're late. Everyone, point and laugh at Shade. I want all of you right now to point and laugh at Shade. Point and laugh. Point and laugh at Shade. There. We have successfully shamed you. We have successfully shamed you, Shade, for being here late. It takes the same spot while everyone who isn't a Grey Knights player now knows a Custodes who would win in a fight between Custodes and Grey Knight. I mean, okay, so that being said, all of that. Yes. Laugh at them. And now we calm. Custodes. I like Custodes. I think they're cool. However, I also know that, like, mechanically they kind of suck, because their core rule in 10th was like fighting styles. That was like martial arts, and that was lame. And they also had like an entire detachment devoted to characters, and they had like 4 characters. Grey Knights fan, but in canon, Custer's no diff a 1v1, even though... okay, so the thing about Custodes, they're cool. I like them. They're awesome. I think the fact a Custode is intended to be able to like 1v3 Space Marines and win is awesome. Particularly given each individual Custode costs like 5 times the price of a single Space Marine. The issue is, why would I ever play Grey Knights if I want to play Custodes? Right? Like maybe if I want to like play the Psychic phase, like I'll be like, well, I want to play Custodes, but I really like Psychers. Let me get like, no, just grab like a Caluxus Assassin. Just grab like Imperial Agents that like an Inquisitor that has the Psychic keyword. Like grab a, like they already neutered the Psychic phase in 10th. And so Psychers aren't cool anymore. They're just different effects. So literally all we are now is that if you have the anti-Psyker keyword, you're even better against Grey Knights than you would be against Custodes. And that's really the main difference between them. Yes, obviously Grey Knights have their Deep Strike, and yes, they have a lot of fire, and yes, they have their Psychic phase, but just they're just diet Custodes at this point. Grey Knights are roughly equivalent to Space Marines unless it involves demons. No, so from what I'm aware, Grey Knights are like actually, their stat lines are better. Am I wrong? Or is the standard like Grey Knight Purifier squad, are they still T4 save 3 2 wounds? Am I wrong there? They took Grey Knights out back. No, they need to take Grey Knights out back. At this point, I've actually said, I've said this and it's controversial. I don't think anyone agrees with me. However, I think what they should do, like straight up unironically, do you remember when they removed Deathwatch? They removed Deathwatch from 10th and like just kind of slotted them into Imperial Agents. I think they combined Deathwatch with Grey Knights. And you also give them the other Imperial Agents. And you make them a specialist army. And what I might even say to do, and this would be really stupid, this would be crazy. There's an equivalent Deathwatch unit for Grey Knights. One of them is only good against demons. One of them is only good against Xenos. And then much like with Tyranids, like their standard detachment, you could like change your rule based on what your enemy's army list is. If you say, okay, I want either Purifier squads or like Grey Knight Purifier squads, or I want a Deathwatch strike team. You get one of the two. They cost the same amount of points. You hold them in reserve. And then once I fight my opponent, oh, Neko, he's playing orcs, I'm going to take the Deathwatch strike team. Now, obviously, that would mean like neutering the strike team to make it way more simple and way more streamlined. Yes, they would have to be roughly equivalent in power, but I think that would be cool. Particularly if they're part of an Imperial Agents where any Imperial force can have one squad of Grey Knights. Any Imperial force can have one squad of Deathwatch. They kind of balance lore-wise as one is Xenos specialist and one is Demon specialist. Exactly. And personally, I would also throw them in with Sisters of Battle. Because then you would have the 3 specialist armies of the Ordo Xenos, Ordo Malleus, and Ordo Hereticus. And I would just have it like be the army was called like the Ordo Imperator army or whatever it is. Like, and the whole idea is that it's Inquisitor oriented and you bring in Deathwatch, Grey Knights, Sisters. However, Sisters are pretty definitively their own thing. And I think trying to smush that into a larger army would not just upset a lot of people, I think it would also hurt the game. Whereas with Grey Knights and with Deathwatch, like no one was playing Deathwatch anyway. And Grey Knights already occupy this really weird niche where they're Custodes, but slightly worse, and can Deep Strike. Sisters Battle hates Space Marines, so everyone hates Space Marines. Inquisitors hate Space Marines. Honestly, you could probably get away by calling it like Inquisitorial Mission or something. Exactly, like the Ordo Conquestus, right? The Inquisitorial Mission, like something like that, where it's Inquisitors, it is Deathwatch, it is Grey Knights, and then this is where you throw all the Imperial Agents. and then you give them an actual army rule, not just other guys can sub them. However, I would also say still give them any unit from the inquisitorial agents, the imperial agents, can be taken from another army. Yeah, Space Marines hate Space Marines. Yeah, probably not Orders of the Inquisition, probably Ordos of the Inquisition. Hey, I'm thinking of trying out Warhammer 40k and got a few friends to play it. Where should I start? We're likely going to use Tabletop Sim. Use Tabletop Sim. And then I'm not just saying this because like I have to. I'm also saying this because I do recommend it. After you try out an army a couple times in Tabletop Sim, I would unironically look into getting the models. There are many ways that you can get them. You can get them like online via a online provider like Games Workshop or via Amazon. I would recommend like your local game store. I do know some people, and I don't know if I can recommend this, like 3D print their models, but like I would recommend starting with TTS, being like, hey, I want to try out Space Marines. Space Marines weren't that fine. Let me try out Grey Knights. Grey Knights aren't that fine. Let me try out Custodes. Oh, I really like Custodes. Let me play a couple more games of Custodes. Okay, I really enjoyed Custodes. And then invest in like 500 points of Custodes. Invest in like, which, fair warning, will be like hundreds of dollars. Like the price per point in 40k has gotten worse over the past couple years. Like post-COVID, and also just as Warhammer got more popular. The price per point is more expensive now. I think that a squad of like 5 Legionnaires from CSM is gonna run you like $60, and Legionnaires are like 90 points. So that means every dollar, or every point, is like 60 cents. Which, like, when you have a 2,000 point army, imagine how much money you have to spend. 500 is the minimum points that is like legal in play. Yeah, someone says they're recommending with a kill team if a faction has one. A kill team is like 5 models. And also, it will give you rules to play that kill team in a skirmish war game as opposed to a full war game. Yeah, Tabletop Sim has good support with the LCT board, Force Org, and Yellow Scribe. There's a ton of stuff out there for like getting started with 40k. However, I also would recommend going into physical models at some point, even if it's just I want to buy my favorite character and paint them. Although it's hundreds of dollars, it's still up to months of building painting on how much free time you have. Yeah, like, so for instance, I have my NIDs, which I bought off a buddy at the top of 2024. I bought them 2024. I bought the Leviathan box set from him. Or rather, I bought the NIDs from the Leviathan box set because he wanted to play the Space Marines, and I would like play the NIDs when I was at his place. And then he's like, hey, like I want to sell these to someone. I'm not going to play them. And I'm like, I'll buy them. And then for $100, I got 1,000 points of NIDs, which is like awesome. And then 10th hit or 10th changes happened. And I went from like 1,000 points to 900 points to 800 points. So, I didn't paint them until like 2 months ago. I started painting them because I was so nervous. I was so like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get started. And then I painted it on stream, where if you want, I have stream archives on the YouTube channel where you can watch the painting streams. And I still have like half my army left. I've done 2 painting streams, and initially I had a very good June. we had a very strong growth spurt in June. And so I was like, yeah, for 40k, I did a 40k painting stream. For 50k, I did a 40k painting stream. We're not at 60k yet, so I didn't do another one. You got a great unclean one for like $75? I didn't paint them until stream. Yes, sir, we know about your nails. Funny enough, actually, yes. I told Neko about this. I had never painted my nails until the 40k stream, and I painted it like the night prior. And I don't know what it is, but I have like, it's actually kind of insane to me. I have had like hundreds of comments now of people just being like, oh my gosh, I love your nails. 2 thin coats. I did 3 thin coats, and then I did a top coat, right? I have had like hundreds of comments just being like, oh my gosh, I love your nails. Your nails are so nice. I'm like, I did them plain black with nail polish that I bought like 4 years ago and I never opened because I was busy with other stuff and then I forgot about it. Painting nails are peak. I do love painting my nails at this point. I like, listen, I just do plain black. I don't do anything crazy. It's just pleasant. And I will say, looking down at my hands, I go like, wow, those are my fingers. Those are my nails. Crazy. However, I'm currently unpainted nails because I need my fingers to recover. I need my nails to recover. Yeah, there was some weakness on my nails because I painted them. I left it on for like 3 weeks and then I removed it. And then I waited like a week and then I painted them. And then I removed it after like 3 weeks. And then I painted them after like a week. And then I removed them. And like my nail was like notably like weakening. Like the ends were like thin. And so I'm like, okay, I need to like give them like a month to recover. Because what you're supposed to do, you paint them, give it like 2 weeks, remove it, give it like a month to breathe, paint it again. Depending on how intensive the painting is. 3 thin coats is not that bad, right? You just hadn't had the money for it. Honestly, if you're on a budget, and obviously not like paycheck to paycheck budget, but like you have maybe a double-digit number of dollars in disposable income per month, right? Which is tight. It's very tight. A thing of nail polish, you can get like a cheap thing for like, I don't want to say like $5, but probably like under $10 USD. And then a top coat is, strictly speaking, not necessary, but I would highly recommend it. Similar price. So let's say times 2. So let's say it's like $8 for both. That's like $16. And I have gotten 3 uses out of my nail polish. And I think I have, my guess would be probably 2 more in it. So it's like $16 for 5 usages. And because I'm not like out using my hands a whole bunch, I mostly work indoors. I could go like 3, sometimes even 4 weeks with my nails. So let's say 3 weeks each. 3 times 5 is 15. That's 15 weeks for $16. Why'd you remove it? I let them fall and grow off naturally. Because at a certain point, like if my finger's like this, my nail's like this, right? At a certain point, it starts to look like and it's just like, this is just not pleasant to look at. Like, do you see how like there's multiple spots and like it's starting to grow out from the bottom? It's also chipping at the end, and then there's also little bits in the middle that are like taking damage. So at that point, I'm just like, okay, like how long am I willing to let this last? And honestly, I let it go until it's like this, right? Like it's fighting for its life. I did not. I waited like 3 weeks, maybe 4. Although the thing is that like my index finger and my middle finger, because that's what I like use to grip stuff. That's what I use to like type mostly. Those are the ones that went fastest. So I could have theoretically left my ring and my pinky fingers painted. The issue is, I don't know how many, this is probably most of you. I don't know how many of you are sapphic. It is a signal for lesbians that if you have your index finger as well as your middle finger, like you have nails on all of the others, yes, the lesbian nails, if you have just your middle finger and your index finger are like undecorated and you keep them cut short, that is for specific activities that I'm not going to talk about right now. And so that's signposting to people that that's what you do. And I feel like that would be mixed signals that I'm not trying to give. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. What do I think is the nail routine that acoustic guitar musicians use? I mean, probably a pick. And probably a very... I mean, listen, it's one of the two, right? It is either they are very strict about it, or they just don't care, right? and this is entirely a temperament thing, but if you're the sort of person that like uses your nails in particular for like picking at a guitar, if you're really strict about it, you could probably, like, I don't know the exact like on off, you could probably manage where you for shows always have your nails painted and you let them breathe when you're not on show. And so when you're practicing, you're like unpainted and you're letting it breathe during that point. And then if you have like a back-to-back tour of like a full month nonstop, you just kind of like deal with it, or you don't care and you just kind of paint them whenever you want. It's one of the two, right? Classical guitarists are nuts about their nails, I imagine. That explains a lot of the weird experiences I have. Specific activities, you can't just say you want to be able to use a touchpad or screen. Listen, you can do that with nails. What I will say though, I fear, like genuinely, I fear the people who they have nails that are like longer than 3 centimeters. You know the people who like their fingers like that, and then their nail is like this. That is genuinely like unsettling to me. Not just because I'm scared that they will like poke out my eye with it. They can claw me like a banshee. Also, I fear for them because if they like press down on something and the leverage is off where they like have pressure there, their nails are just gonna ping, clink off. So what's on the docket today? I like big mechs and I cannot lie. Yes, the talons. Okay. Does anyone remember back when the world was less interesting and they would just have news stories about anyone? Woman who never cut her nails. I'm gonna show something. I'm gonna show something. I would genuinely recommend looking away if you are squeamish. Please don't. I'm gonna do it. See, it's from the Guinness Book of World Records, so it should be fine. If it was in the Guinness Book of World Records, it should be fine. I'll choose a less horrifying image. This is a woman that has never cut her nails. Imagine living your life like this. Okay, how does she get the ring on there? That's my question. How does she do anything? People help her. And I think this is someone different than who I was thinking of. Because when I was thinking of it, I was thinking of a woman who, back in the day when they make news stories about anything, which they still do. It's just now it's like clickbait articles instead of like on the news. It's a woman who, she was like, her nails were like this. And she couldn't do anything. Like physically, she could not open doors. She could not like eat food by herself. She just didn't clip her nails. And they grew out to like, not just talons, but like a web of nails that like caught on each other. I don't know how they don't snap. I don't know. Hanson Mark. Oh my gosh. The texture of nails makes them look like melted wax candle. Yeah, they did. Phalangefeld DLC, the infinite nail force. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I photoshopped my idea of a functional revolver sword. I know we moved on, but you put in Discord. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm seeing people referring to goons in the meme channel. And as you know, in case you don't know, first off, gun sword. My concern remains. Unless you like physically built the frame So the frame is like this, right? It connects to the handle. And then you slot the barrel, the cylinder in between them. Like, unless you do that. But the issue is that then you're connecting this to this with just these two, like, thin points, right? Like my biggest concern here is this connection point right there. Because if I have a heavier weapon and I smack it into you, there's a non-zero chance that this fa-ting goes flying off. A flare gun sword. Interesting. Interesting. Needs full tank because that's going to snap. That's what I'm saying. So I feel like add in more like that and like cover one side of the barrel in like a solid casing. Does that make sense? And then on the other side, on the 360, that's where the barrel rolls out. Or maybe, could you have it that you don't even roll out the barrel? You literally just like have both sides covered and then you just insert bullets in the back? Would that work? Is this well? So I assume the cylinder can pop out like a revolver because that is how you like load a revolver, or make it double barreled and give them 2 cylinders. And Hera, what would you say are the features needed for a gun sword to be functional? So we were talking about this earlier, which is why we had someone make it and then post it. The thing with a gun sword is, we have established that barrel, blade, wildly impractical. Don't even try it. It's not going to work. Just a bayonet that's like built into the weapon, this actually is pretty pog. This will work out generally well. So if it's like underslung under the barrel or even on top of the barrel or whatever, the main thing that we're trying to work out, how can we make a handle gun work? Because I think a handle gun has legs. I think it has the ability to function if we use modern day construction techniques to make a primarily sword that has a gun attached, right? There's single round loading revolvers with just a little window for it. I mean, I feel like with a sword gun, all you need is a single round, maybe 2 shots. Okay. I'm going to say something. Wait, what the frick? I was about to say, what if we take the Doom Super Shotgun and we put a sword on it? Who is going to tell me there's already a sword on it? What if double barrel shotgun, but gunblade, and then someone already did it? What the frick? Again, bayonet, so this actually works. But like, what the frick? That's a meat hook? Oh my gosh. Gun lance, we already talked about the gun lance Togedemaru. It's a grappling hook? Oh my gosh. Why not just use normal swords and fire them from a bow when at range? Because we're not talking about bows. We're not talking about realistic tactics. We're talking about, can we make a gun blade work? This is what you should never do in a debate, which is we chose our final position, which is gun blades are cool. And we're trying to find evidence and we're cherry picking in order to make that statement true. We are doing the inverse of what we should be doing. That's a grappling hook? Why does the shotgun have a grappling hook? Of all weapons, you think that like the shotgun would be the least likely to have a grappling hook outside of maybe a sidearm. Got a chain to real demons. Oh, it's for demons. It's like a scorpion get over here. It's not understood. I played Doom 2016. I enjoyed it. I have yet to play Doom Eternal. I have Doom Eternal. I think that'll be fun to play. But also, in regards to the goon conversation. That's not what I wanted. Can I copy this image? Goon-chan. In case you didn't know, Here on YouTube, you are a cult. To what, I will not say, because it is the unspeakable word that I will not repeat upon your virgin ears. However, over on Twitch, you are goons. You are a mafia. You are violent insurrectionists that need to put others in their place and will defend our territory with ballistics and lead and firearms with gumption necessary. I could voice this. I could voice this. Gunchan is cute? Yeah. Played chapter 2 of Fallen Aces. It was good. You may want to look at Juji Kabane's gun sword. Juji Kabane. Sword gun. Oh no. Oh. Gunchan looks mischievous and a little silly. Yeah. Like me. Just like me for real. Can't wait to say, it's the freaking bat. Keep walking, pal. If the boss says so, that's good enough for me. You can count on me, boss. Never should have come here. Did you hear something? Must have been my imagination. Hey, pal, what's the big idea? You want the boss? You gotta get through me first. We gotta get out of here. Yes, it is me. I even have a lead pipe to beat you with. You're gonna make her a perfect draw card. I already have an archetype of Thing-chan cards. Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm walking here. Just wait till the boss hears about this. You never take me alive, corpus. Tony Lazzuto. See, I will probably voice this actually. Like, this is probably going to be my next voiceover because unlike the 40k GF videos, I don't get embarrassed by the idea of basically flirting with the listener. This is just silly. This is just funky. This is just silly goofy. Okay, I could take that stream clip and become a short. I could. Or I could like put my whole into it, you know? Because we're fully off topic. You have become infected with Valve's new game Deadlock. So my sibling got in the playtest and then invited me a while ago, and I've never played Deadlock. I have yet to play Deadlock. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I would say I don't have time, but recently I've been making time to like play a little bit of Rivals, a little bit of Helldivers, a little bit of Stellaris. So like I've been trying to like put in some like time for video games, and I fear what will happen if I add in Deadlock there. Deadlock's so peak. I've heard nothing but great things. The voiceover videos? Oh no, sorry. Okay, how many of you don't know about the forbidden knowledge of when I did 40k girlfriend videos? So what these are memes that someone made where it is reimagining 40k characters as like a GF, right? And so the first one I did is because someone in the community was making jokes about it. Like the Gene Stealer GF. And so it's this meme of what a Gene Stealer girlfriend would be like, right? And so I voiced this. And then I also did one of the Imperial Guard. And then I voiced one of Bjorn the Fell-Handed, and I got embarrassed because it was basically just me flirting with the listener. And people expressed interest in me continuing to do them. And then I was like, this is a little bit just like, this is a little bit close to like the line for me. So I stopped, right? It's basically Overwatch plus League, but with Valve quality. I mean, okay, I've played Overwatch. Fun fact, I've played League of Legends. However, the last time I played League of Legends, I think was like 12 years ago. So, like, I have not played League in quite some time. ASMR parasocial. Yeah, I want to avoid that. I already have enough people who, okay. This is stuck with me. And like, I still don't know how I feel about it. I did a voiceover for a Signalis comic. And it wasn't like a joke. It wasn't a meme. It was like an actual like comic that I voiced. And it starts with It starts with a spoiler character. And she's waking up from a dream. And so I start it by going... And like that's how I open the short. And someone said, I recognized Arrow from the moan at the beginning. And my response was like, huh? Because I was just like, sorry? Because I don't do anything sussy. I don't do anything 18 plus. I don't do anything that like, because there are certain channels that are like 18 plus voiceovers where I imagine if you listen to them for that, you would recognize that. And then you'd be like, oh, I recognize this person, haha. But for me, I don't do that. I don't do that kind of, I just make noises normally. But I make so many noises exactly. I have very recognizable arrow noises. You have a very recognizable moan though every time you stretch. Okay. Those are the sounds you made while playing Signal. They are? Oh. You gotta know that all your low noises just sound like moans. Okay. I'm like actually gonna get in trouble because I was talking with someone. I was talking with someone and like I'm in danger. I'll have you know. Arrow got recognized from the moans noises. Oh my gosh. You went exactly like that when you're playing Signalis, like to the motherfucking T. Oh, I was trying to read what you said, and I think that's I think that's wow. Wow. Rare arrow curse moment. Yeah. Okay. Every time I've been on stream and I've cursed, it's been accidental. You like reverse psychology me. Yeah. They do sound sensual even though it's not my intention. So I've heard, Chimera. Like wow, I'm just like, I tried to like read what you were saying and you auto-censored it. And I think that my brain is so used to like swapping what it is. I just said the curse word. It's been a while since I heard you curse. I know. Because even in like, so, okay. For context, I don't curse. This is not a YouTube thing. This is a personal preference thing. And so like, as you might, even if you're not a consistent viewer, you might notice based on the chat reaction, that's a big deal. And I think on stream and on live and like audience facing, I have cursed maybe a double-digit number of times in my entire like 3 years of content creation. And of those times, I would say probably 70% of them are because I was reading something that was a curse and I read it verbatim. And like 30% of them were because it was an accident. And for whatever reason, my brain just said a curse word. You're getting emotional about the noises? Maybe. Very Romo. I know. So like add it to the arrow curses counter. Like if we get a clip going, that should be a really easy one to keep track of. Wow, I don't know why my brain went there. I was going to say, I was in a call with someone recently, and I'm in danger because I was talking with someone. Did I share this story? It's related to the idea of just like making random noises. I was talking with someone, and we were commiserating because we both will just like make noises. And she and I will just be living our life, and then people like tell us to stop moaning. And that's one thing, right? Like I get that all the time. People online, offline, in my daily life, they just tell me like, Arrow, stop moaning. I'm like, I'm not moaning. I was just stretching. That. Why am I in danger from this? She's an 18 plus voice actor, and her like whole job is like making those sort of noises. And so like she like does that a lot. And like, that's why she makes those noises, is because like her on time when she is like working is making those sorts of noises. And so when she's off stream, when she's not doing that, she'll like kind of like default into that. And then people will tease her for it. And so I'm out here not doing that stuff. And it still happens. And I think I'm in danger. Truth bomb, Arrow here trying not to curse, not because they're against it, because they're a witch and they don't want random listeners to unintentionally become newts. Okay, if I had the power to turn you into newts, I would absolutely use that because I think that would make great content. And I would make you pay me money, or if I'm feeling generous, I would have be channel points that you can turn back from a newt. No, literally, casual moaning versus competitive moaning. And this person... Okay, so I reached out to this person. We've been chatting already, but I reached out to the person. I said, hey, I have someone that I'm in talks to about VO work, and they're asking me for my rates. Could I get that, like, what I'm doing is safe for work and what you do is not safe for work, but could I get your rates so that I can have a frame of reference? And she said, oh yeah, sure. And she sent me her doc. Like she sent me a whole doc. I found that not only like what her rates are, which is what I needed, like that was information so I could make a better informed decision on what I was going to tell this person. She had separate pricing for her like words that she said in reading a script, and also for a minute of moaning. And I did the math because I was curious, and I told her this. She moans at 100 words per minute based on her pricing structure. And I found that very funny. I know someone who was an 18 plus VA with the doc. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're a VA, you probably have a doc with all of your rates and like what you can do. You probably have a VA voice reel. I don't. Why would we want to turn back from newts? Because maybe your skin is too moist and you want to dry for a bit? I don't have to pay my taxes on newt. What do you mean about turn back? 100 words per moan? Listen, no, so it wasn't 100 words per moan. It was 100 words per minute was the same price as the moan. And I found that very funny because that implies to me that her moaning is 100 words per minute. When this baby hits 88 moans per minute, we're gonna get some serious stuff. Are about to write their first Google. Yeah, my first Google Docie is just gonna be my rates. And it's gonna be like... it's just gonna be like X per word, or for a diatribe about TTRPGs. That's free of charge. And so like you hire me and you're just like, hey, Arrow, I'd love if you could like provide, I don't know, 3 seconds of like gasping, surprised anime reaction noises as like a cameo for this trailer. And I'm like, you got it. And I send them like a 3-minute voice clip where I do a couple of gasping noises. And then I'm like, well, so actually, that's how I would want people to react in Perfect Draw. See, it's this like game, it's this TTRPG. It's based off of like Yu-Gi-Oh! The anime, not the actual card game. So it's based off the idea of this anime style shonen fighting. And then I just go off on like 3 minutes. Hiring Arrow to Rambo's free as long as you don't ask him to be on topic. Yes. Oh, right, we're talking about mechs. Was that 100 million for an intentional arrow noise? Listen, if someone... I don't know if I want to say that. I was going to say, if someone gives, like... If I get, like, 10 gift members right now, I will make an intentional arrow noise. However, I fear what precedent that will set. XXX per intentional cursing. Okay, how funny would it be? How funny would it be if I have a policy where if we, like... We have a subscriber goal. I can do a thing. Goal. If I get 10 super chats. Okay. I'm going to set a 1-hour timer. I don't know what this does. I'm just going to click it. 5 super chats that are teal or higher. And in the next hour, I will curse intentionally. Maybe we don't. I mean, we did make you call Hive Mind mommy for a whole stream. Yes. Yes. And have I learned my lesson? No. Okay. So if in the next hour I get 5 super chats, which are teal or higher, which is like the $5 USD or higher. Yeah, it's a talisman. You have to slash it by paying money. It's literally pay to win. I'm a toad, apparently. I'm even in yellow. Well, oh no, you get free super chats. Oh no. Yeah, I'll just like curse intentionally. However, oh no, that's not a super chat. That's being a member. So thank you for the member beat, but that's different. Repeating the mistakes of the past is fine so long as we get paid. Listen, repeating the mistakes of the past is a good decision. And I will never reap what I have sown. The worms in my brain ask me what mech would make the best sized food? Best sized mech sized foods? So are you saying like if we chop up a Lancaster and roast it over a fire and serve it to its fellows, like would that be the tastiest? Or which one would be the best chef? Because obviously, the Lanny wins both. They are both chef and steak. It is the cow as well as the cook, right? Someone haven't read the ancient text Fallout New Vegas DLC. I've never played Fallout New Vegas because I'm non-binary. I'm not a trans woman. Therefore, I do not have the prerequisite skill points in order to level up into playing Fallout New Vegas. Best chef? I feel like that's Lanny. I mean, like, maybe it's the fact that it's a support mech. I feel like all of the support mechs would be fantastic chefs. I feel like a Swallowtail would be... Okay, Lanny is what you want when you want, like, good southern barbecue. Swallowtail is what you want when you want someone that, like, has professional experience, but they still watch a cooking show when they're learning a new recipe. Arrow gotcha. Every super chat has an unreasonably low chance of arrow noises. I mean, I could add that every time we get a super chat of like teal or higher. I can make it more expensive if need be, but like every time there's a super chat, I roll a die. If I get a 20, I make an arrow noise. Yeah, okay. I have to ask though, what is an arrow noise? Like is an arrow noise specifically just when I make a noise that sounds like a moan? Because at that point, I think that's going into the realm of stuff that may actually breach TOS, right? But if it's just like any noise, that could work. For real, I really like the idea of the girl frame Evangelion mech his monster explains so well as why you have bipedal mech rather than a tank. I mean, bipedal mech, as well as the idea of like the Pacific Rim style, like you have to purposely and consciously recognize the mech as part of your body. Like it doesn't have to be mech is monster. It could just be like you're psychically uploaded to it. You're neurally transmitted into it. In SSC, a lot of them you have like a chip that you plug into. So there are a lot of frames in various mecha fiction that makes sense why it would be bipedal. Given that all of us, presumably, are bipedal. On average. That means that most mechs should be bipedal if you have to have this idea of like, oh, its leg is my leg, its arm is my arm. However, if we're going basically just off of like normal functionality, yeah, bipedalism sucks. They're like real robots, like actually in real life robots. Tech companies keep trying to make them look humanoid. And they keep failing and falling, and it keeps not working because the most efficient means, particularly in the modern day, of vehicle design is like tracks, right? Joke's on you, I'm quadrupedal. Are you a puppy? Like, that's a very real question that I have to ask in this community. Genghis is very good at barbecue. No, Genghis is very good at nuking something and then calling it barbecue. I think moans, groan, gasps, and giggles. Okay, good to know. 1 gift sub equals, whoa, that's crazy. Okay. I think it would be very funny if we had a stream where I start off super high energy and then the goal is for you to make it as boring as possible. And so I'm like listening to what you like suggest. And so we start out by like every 15 minutes, we remove something from the stream. So like I remove MS Paint and I just continue talking like this. And then eventually I end up going and I go to the end screen. But I'm still talking to you and I'm still communicating. And then eventually I'm just like, and then we're back here, and that's what we do. I think that might be interesting. IPO is only useful for rapid size flexibility throughout. Yeah, I mean, like the one of the main theories that I've heard is that common ancestor, prior to Homo sapiens, was like in the savannas. One of the common things I hear thrown around a whole bunch that I don't know if it's been like disproven, with tall grass, right? If you are little monkey man, with your little spider appendages. You I don't even know what I'm doing. I think I made a penguin. You presumably want to be taller than the grass so you can see over it. Is that a narwhal? I think that I made a Nomalocaris with a brain tumor. Or no, with just a fin? Fear the scuttling ape. You'll keep forgetting about the cat girls? Okay, fine. We have the puppies and we have the cat girls. Do I have any other entities within my community that demand attention and recognition? I'm only doing this once. So if you are some other form of creature, now is the time to make your voice heard. Make Gorm? What the freak is Gorm? Robot girls rise up, opossum girls, fox girl, manatees, girl boy slug thing, sapient pencil, pig in armor, Anoiroi, Lanny does have a blow, yeah. I mean, a blowtorch does not sound like it'd be very good at barbecue. Mouse, raccoon, whatever you think Gorm is. Ah! So I was told to draw Gorm. And I think I already know what Gorm is. I think... I think this might be Gorm. No. I have... Say hello to Gorm. This is Gorm. It looks like a split penar with tumors. The blowtorch is for the creme brulee. Oh, you. Whatever you're drawing is approaching palm up or palm... It's not palm up, palm down. This is Gorm. Say hi to Gorm. Do not tease Gorm for Gorm's form. Gorm was not in charge of Gorm's form. Gorm was a mistake, but that does not mean Gorm cannot live a fruitful life. These are fins. And these are also little baby fins. And here we have... Sorry. My apologies. We have womandibles, because Gorm is a feminist. Gorm believes that Gorm was not a part of history because Gorm was only ever a part of herstory. Can I get an amen, sister? And then we have this. Unclear what's happening like over here. Don't really know. Can I commit war crimes with Gorm? Gorm believes in Chatter's rights, and more particularly Chatter's wrongs. Woman, you mean you... woman, my apologies. I'm a misogynist. I'm coming out today to come out as a misogynist. And I'm apologizing, and I'm prostrating myself before Gorm, and Gorm is not a forgiving god. I think I might be... Never test me again. Okay, sorry, Gorm. My apologies. I regret my past choices and decisions for material wealth and fear it may lead to a parasitic and exploitative relation between my image and the community it caters for. But $20 is $25. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I need to get a picture of Gorm. Okay. Listen. We have community artists. We have Gorm. All I'm gonna say. We can have Gorm feminist icon be a part of the community if we get fan art. Did I enjoy my Duat trip? No. Gorm sent me there. And this really like tiny looking metal frame that was trans femme and called itself a god started like cursing at me in Spanish. Or maybe it was Egyptian. I don't really know. And all I heard was something Osiris, something Duat. And then I said Gorm sent me here. And then the mech somehow went pale because I think the mech had flesh. And then I came back. Has a friend say $20 to $20. Listen. Gorm, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, has a tattoo of the hammer and sickle. However, is a die-hard capitalist. And like, I would ask Gorm what the deal with that is. However, I don't want to be sent back to the Duat. So I don't think it's my place to ask her what's going on here. You used to know a guy like that? What like they had like Soviet infantry but were diehard capitalists? Is Gorm from All Tomorrows? Listen, I like making funky little creatures. I made a whole TTRPG letting you make funky little creatures. Such an oxymoronic god. Don't say that. Gorm, forgive them in their ignorance. That's so much worse. Aeroplay Spore. Okay, I do love Spore, and I've never beaten Spore. I did not realize for the longest time that the space age could end. Wait, what if we do like... So as all cartoon characters have, we have to indicate that Gorm is a girl. Do we give... Right. Oh, and obviously, my apologies. Right. So we have to indicate this is a woman. The one line worked better? Well, like this? Spore's great, but the space age part is terrible. Yeah, I never finished the space age part. Listen, play Spore. get all the way up to like to the space age, stop playing, load up Stellaris. What is this becoming? This is becoming a mistake.
This is me.
Gorm is also an Egyptian pharaoh. No, so Gorm is not actually an Egyptian pharaoh, but Gorm claims to be an Egyptian pharaoh and thinks that that gives Gorm the right to speak as an authority on Egyptian history, because Gorm, not being a part of history, only a part of herstory, feels that the actual like written down history is colored by biased sources, and therefore there's no reason why Gorm should not be allowed to come up with her own sources. And it's a little problematic, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little problematic. But I'm not gonna make a fight about it. Now Gorm is going to wander off stream. Say bye to Gorm! Bye Gorm! Bye! Hello, Sterling. Can Gorm be my headmate? What does that mean? Like in your head? Like the worms in your brain is Gorm? No, I've angered Gorm. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say anything, Gorm. I didn't say anything. Let's move on. Let's move off Gorm. I don't think we want to bother her too much. Hi Gorm, no, you summoned Gorm. Stop summoning Gorm. Gorm needs to go. Gorm needs to be free. Gorm is a free-range creature that requires enrichment. You are keeping Gorm here. Gorm, much like a demon being summoned, cannot resist the call. Back to the duat with you. Yeah. Make Gorm a mascot. Listen, if I get art of Gorm, I will incorporate Gorm in some capacity into the stream. I've done it before. I've done it with the soda. Gorm plush. I think that Gorm, realistically, I think we keep Gorm in the simple states. No capitalist poser AU. No angry eyes. However, canonically, she is a feminist, and she is an unforgiving god. I think this is our main Gorm. Let people make their own Gorm design. I do that all the time. Listen, you can have your AU where Gorm is a girl kisser all you want. She does look like a spore creation. Such shaped creature. Is Gorm picking up their gun? No. Feminism is also from the duat. Oh my gosh. I'm very confident I can. Okay, this is very easy to make. You have your body. You have your torso. You have fins on the bottom. You have mandible mouth. You have two little baby fins, and then you have eyes. Gorm practices feminist lockpicking. Okay, please enlighten me. What the heck is feminist lockpicking? Is that lockpicking and like breaking and entering, but you're saying it's for feminist reasons, so it's okay? Is that what that is? With the Gorm plushie? Listen, we need to sort out other stuff before we start worrying about a Gorm plushie. Give Gorm a gun 2016. Dude, what the heck? It's 2012. I didn't know lockpicking could be gendered. I didn't know either. I will join in the destruction in the patriarchy. However, I am of the Technoblade opinion on matriarchy. Oh my gosh. All right, back to the Underdark with you drow. Back down below into the Mega Dungeon. So, Mega Dungeon. I recently made another Mega Dungeon short. I remembered it exists. Wow, crazy. Has anyone been keeping up with the Mega Dungeon for some time? Versus, how many of you don't know what the deal with the Mega Dungeon is? I don't know what it says about me, but feminist lockpicking sounds sapphic. It does sound kind of sapphic. I wasn't gonna say it. The talking head? Yes, the talking head. So, the talking head. Pilte. I saw one comment that referenced both things I explicitly had in mind when making this room. There are 2 other rooms that are connected to this that I would, as the GM, say are reasonable enough to jog Pilte's memory and get you more information. The battle between Gorm and Grond would be legendary, but ultimately I think the 100-foot plus wolf head battering ram has this. Grond. Sorry. Oh wow, that's crazy. Was that good? Is that what I need to do for the super chats? Oh wow, that's crazy. That's insane. Wow, Grond really is a 100-foot tall wolf skull. Battering ram. Whoa. That's insane. Whoa, that's crazy. Wow. Grond. That's wild. Did I do reaction content right? Okay. I've talked about this before. So we're going to talk about the Mega Dungeons soon, but reaction content. I'm of 2 minds. On the one hand, I think a lot of it's low effort. And I think a lot of reaction content out there is not deserving of the success it gets. Not very controversial take. On the other hand, not really recently, it's kind of been my guilty pleasure. For many years, it was my guilty pleasure. I still sometimes will do it. Generally, when I consume a new piece of media, I want to, and I like it, I want to have other people like be excited by it. And so I'll watch like reactions to the show that I really liked or to the movie I really liked. And generally speaking, it's a matter of sorting through the trash to reactions that actually not only have worthwhile reactions, but also like demonstrate the intelligence that I know that they are sure to have. Because in a lot of low effort ones, they really just kind of go like, wow, that's crazy. What? Whoa. And then like they end the reaction, they're like, hey, make sure to join the Patreon so you can see my reactions next. And like what this is doing, right? I want to watch Naruto, but I don't want to watch Naruto alone. So I'm going to watch Naruto and I'm going to watch it through someone's reaction channel. And when all they do is go, whoa, that's crazy. That allows me to feel like I'm watching with someone without actually disrupting the show. I'm one of those weirdos. I'm one of those crazies. When I watch a reaction, I want the people to like interrupt it and pause and like chat about it. I want to like hear their thoughts on it. I want to hear people be like, wait. So in Chainsaw Man, Makima, she did this thing, but how can she do that if she also does this? And like they're walking through their thought process. They're making guesses. They're giving their thoughts. They're like, this guy's gonna betray the party. And then when the person betrays the party, they're like, I knew it. I called it. Roll back the clip. And then they pull back the clip, like actually putting in effort. The curse counter? I didn't curse there. What? A lot of what I think is good reaction content is when someone in that field uses it as a jumping off point. And that's what I'm saying, is that I'm not even talking about that. I say that is separate than what I'm talking about. Because, for instance, Legal Eagle, a lawyer, reacting to a show and giving his thoughts as a lawyer about how Law and Order does this right and wrong. I would go so far as to say that is not reaction content. That is analysis. That is critique. That is like genuine transformative content. Whereas what I'm talking about like a channel that watches something and they, without any frame of reference, without any expertise, provide additional experience and commentary that changes how you interface with the thing, and almost always is most benefited by you having seen the thing prior. Legal Eagle and Arrow collab win. Maybe if I have like 1 million more subscribers. I think I'm a little bit below his pay grade. I feel like the kind of lazy reaction channels are just meant for folks to pirate watch something. And that's what I'm getting at, is like, if I watch all of Death Note and every single episode, all I contribute is, wow, that's crazy. If you want to watch Death Note, but you don't want to like pay for a streaming service, you'll just watch my reaction channel. And then those are the sort of reaction channels that more often than not get hit by YouTube. And then people say like, oh, YouTube hates free will. YouTube hates freedom of speech. And then what also happens is that there are the other... Sorry, the sneeze. I don't know if I caught it in time. Legal Eagle Collab, where you're just talking about the legality of Lancer's corpo states. That'd be pretty funny. Be honest, I'd suggest certain reaction channels to you, but I don't know if that'd be like promoting another channel. I mean, like, if we're talking about it right now, if you have good reaction channels in mind that do actually like transform the content they're talking about, they give their thoughts, feel free to drop it. Arrow sneeze recorded. Oh my gosh, thank you. Yeah, so fun fact, in the VTuber community, it is typical when someone sneezes to say Taskaru or TSKR as a shortening, because in the VTuber community, everyone's a weeb. And Taskaru is what you say when someone does something like embarrassing and you're like, oh no, that's sweet, that's cute, that's whatever. So it kind of got co-opted into like the VTubing of when someone like sneezes or coughs or like does something that's like embarrassing. Everyone's like, oh, Taskaru. But apparently, am I wrong in this? Is bless you an American thing? So in the US, I figured this was like an English thing, but is this like an American thing where in the US, if someone sneezes, everyone around them, regardless of if you're a stranger or not, will say bless you? You have it in the UK too? Okay. Because I know like Gesundheit is like German, but I don't know if that's like the same social expectation of like everyone around you, even if they're doing something else, will like automatically on reflex be like, bless you. Especially in the South, yeah. TB Scan. Oh, Scan is the one that does outfits. Outfit reviews as like a character designer, right? Or Shuntait? Oh. Wait, people you don't know say bless you too? Yeah. So at least like everywhere I've been, if a stranger sneezes by me, it is typical for me to say bless you. But like if someone sneezes on the train, I'll be like, bless you. And then they'll be like, thank you. And generally it's not like as encompassing as I'm making it out to be. It's not like a cult like herd behavior, but it is certainly like, even when I was in the Northeast, where the Northeast in the US, very private. I'm a very private person. That is like amplified by the fact I grew up in the Northeast. If I'm living my life and you're living your life, it is seen as respectful in the Northeast and really nowhere else in the US, but like in the Northeast in particular. You live your life, I live my life. If you're trying to get somewhere, I will get out of your way. Like it is polite for me to not bother you, and it is polite for you to not bother me. And so even in there, bless you is very common. Like even in the area of the US where you don't bother people, bless you is common. In Germany, we say Gesundheit, which means I wish you good health. And yes, everyone does that always, in some places to an annoying degree. Every challenger of every gender has failed before. Yes. Skin or Sky? I assumed it was Sky, but I guess pronunciation would be Skin. He does the Marvel Rivals outfit reveals. He also does like One Piece and Final Fantasy and a couple other like I've seen his shorts, right? Pokemon is another big one that he does. He made a coming out video, I think this year, where he titled it just Arrow. And I, seeing that on my feed, just went, yes. I thought I was like being called out. And then it was him basically coming out as aromantic. And it was a funny thing where I think I shared it in the Discord. We do use bless you here on the West Coast too. In a lot of languages, people just say health. Sky reacts to arrows. I don't have much of a design. I feel like his complaint of me would be I'm too minimalist. Because, like, think about this. Let me... Yeah. Right? So, like, this is my full design. I decided to wear my jacket today, so you actually get to see my full design. This is my design. This is what I wear. This is my standard outfit. And I feel like he would say, like, I feel as though he would say that there isn't a lot of stuff going on. It's very minimalist. And I feel as though he would say it needs more accoutrement. My full design is adorable. Thank you. I appreciate it. I personally feel like the color differentiation is pretty good because I have a lot of black and gray, but I have, for instance, my thigh highs and my tank top are black, my shorts and my arm warmers and my boots, they're all gray. Obviously my thighs and my chest and my head, those are all like blinding white, so that gives a lot of contrast. I personally feel there's a lot of differentiation between the different segments of my body. That being said, I don't really have a lot to look at. I have a very sparse minimalist design on purpose. For a free model, that's quite good. Yeah, thank you. And then I have... Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I can also do... I can show off my... Because now I have my jacket off. I can... Yeah! Sorry. I had to... And then this is my other design. This is my other outfit, where this is what I wear on most streams. This is what I wear mostly. This is like my casual wear. This is what I just wear normally. Why are you so tall? I'm 5'11". I'm 180 centimeters. Yeah, the jacket is super cute. Thank you. There's a response phrase equivalent to be healthy in my corner of the world too. People aren't usually always doing it, but it's not often said to complete strangers, but it's common enough. It's good style, even as a tone blind, I can see the difference. And that's the goal. The goal was to have this striation, the strata of like basically monochrome with a pop of gold on the neck and on the chest. Minimalist is good sometimes. I say this as one of the times also like the thighs and hips make for all the critiques. Gosh. 180 centimeters pretty tall? Yeah. I'm a tall person. And yes, like I know people that are taller than me. I know people that are like 6 foot, or like 6'6". But I'm 180 centimeters. That's way above average for a lot of people. Just a heads up, Twitch updated their terms of service so that they have content creators being able to use trained by AI slop. Yeah, I think I double checked that already. I'll double check again. How's the weather up there? Honestly, it's a lot warmer. Heat rises. You wouldn't expect it. You wouldn't expect that. As you're just kind of like living your life, heat warms, heat rises. But like when I'm in a room, it's warmer up here. And that's nice on one hand, because I have no heat production. I am a cold-blooded creature that will absolutely freeze if not having a external source of warmth. That being said, I also can overheat because much like a sheet of like metal, I am cool to the touch until I get warmed, and then I start scalding you. Reptile IRL, yes, I am reptilian in nature. Hey, bouncing. Sorry, whenever like I'm up front, whenever I'm like up close, whenever I'm like, hey, smug. I'm trapped within my MS Paint screen. I can't break free. I'm stuck behind here. Here I'm back. What's happening? I don't know. I think I got distracted. Smug equals peak. What class of reptilian? We have lizards, geckos, iguanas, snack. Snake? I mean, I do kind of wiggle. Snakes are the coolest. They are. Arrow said they like big mechs and now they're big. I'm mech sized. Don't worry, I have a sledgehammer. Is that to like break me free? Snake? Snake? Snake! Snake where? So average arrow stream, yes. I do appreciate that the average life cycle of an arrow kisser, which is what you are, name of the community, self-chosen, I will have you now. The arrow kissers. You come into stream. You're like, hey, first stream. What is happening here? And then you see me go through like 7 tangents in as many minutes. And then I'll be like, hey, want to see something cool? And so I'll just like be really close and also upside down. And that'll just like be what the stream is for a minute. And I'm chatting with you and I'm having a conversation and we're doing this. And then for whatever reason, you come back. And then you find that, oh, wow, the discussion is actually like really chill and really fun. And like, I should stick around and I should like draw art and I should write fan fiction and I should contribute to the community and I should be an active member of the Discord and I should participate because that makes Arrow feel really nice. And participation in the community makes it so that other people get to experience cool stuff that you make so that everyone benefits. And then new people come in and then you look at them and you're just like Matthew McConaughey, like smoking GIF. And you're just like, first time? You are not writing Arrow fanfiction. I've had Arrow fanfiction. Okay. Genuine. /gen, as the kids say. I have had fanfiction written of me twice. Once was for the channel. This was a joke that a viewer did, where it was fanfic of me and Rory. And I'm gonna be so for real, I did not read it. Because it was like like the person described it as like, this is a fever dream that I had. And then they wrote fanfiction of the two of us, and I don't know what happens in it. And I'm scared. However, fun fact, I have also had fanfic written of me prior to the channel. So this is just like me and my day-to-day before I started the channel. And it was explicit /fic between my best friend and I that a girl that had a crush on both of us wrote and then sent to us. Please don't get kidnapped or hit by drunks. Yeah. Never look myself up on AO3. I have not looked myself up on any of the sussy sites. I love coming in and out of streams, gunblades, TTRPGs, fanfics, exactly, violence. Yeah, so that is cringe. However, does it make it better or worse that this was like many years ago, I'll say, where like she was, I'll say, not fully cooked yet. she was not matured into a fully realized adult person yet. And so I can't really hold it against her. However, it's a funny story that I will continue to tell probably until the day I die. Because I think that's really funny. Who got pregnant on that friend X friend fic? Okay, so it wasn't that. I've said this before. I'm not going to read it. One, because real names. But also because, like, obviously privacy. Like, no way. I can never look at an Olive Garden the same. And this is before I transitioned. So this is back when I was male identifying and male presenting. So it's myself and my male best friend, who, mind you, Google Docky, unrequested fanfics of real people, you know, it's very cringe. No, it's very cringe. But again, like, this was someone who, like, she's like a teenager who's writing fanfic of like 2 boys she liked, right? I'm not gonna like judge her as a person for that, because I'm sure you as a teenager did worse. Oh, so it was yaoi, not your... Yes, it was yaoi. Yes. Oh yeah, it's not a moral evil. I'm sure they're okay, but they need to learn that it's cringe. I'm sure they know it's cringe. So I can't look at an Olive Garden the same. Yeah. That's a pass. Teenagers do weird things. Exactly. Like, and of all of the weird things to do as a teenager, that is weird. That is not the weirdest. That's also like problematic. It's not the most problematic. Do you know what I mean? Why Olive Garden? I have to go on a marriage on one tomorrow. Okay. What tags would this have? I don't know tags, so I'm just gonna like say descriptors. So like public. There's like 2 scenes of it. I don't know if that's a tag. I don't know what I can say. Yeah. It gets worse? Yeah, it gets worse. What did they do with those breadsticks? No. It was nothing with the breadsticks. It was nothing with the breadsticks. Yeah. That's all I'll leave. You might be happy and or mildly disappointed. Your sussy fan content appears to be 0. Okay, like I've talked about this before. I personally say, hey, I'd prefer you didn't. But at the end of the day, art is art. And I don't really mind. With the understanding that, 1, that's not why you're here. Right? 2, you keep it out of the community because like we have minors in the community. I don't want people exposed to that. And 3, you follow a couple like pretty like wide guidelines that I set. And that's like basic stuff. Like don't depict minors and that kind of thing. Don't depict animals and that kind of thing. Don't depict hate speech in any capacity. And then also like I have a actual physical reaction to like gross like toilet stuff. So like that's like, do not depict that. I will ban you. But aside from that, I really don't care. Right? I'm pretty chill about that at this point. So I'm not like happy or distraught at the idea of having no sussy content. However, it is something that like, if someone draws sussy stuff of me, I mean, they can at me on Twitter. I'm not going to repost it. I might like it. I might give it a little heart. Just tag it like tags are tagged. Nice. Oh, that was more than... Okay, so it was like 3 pages or something. I actually don't... It's been years since I've read this. It was like 3 pages long, and it was one scene at an Olive Garden. Like at an Olive Garden, like under the table at an Olive Garden. And then like going home kind of deal. And it was like a 2-pronged scene or whatever. And it's so silly. It's so funny. It's like, I don't know. I feel like this is the sort of thing that I say and I'm laughing about it. And there's at least one person who's like, I'm so sorry that's happened to you. And I'm just like, huh? What? And they're like, that is so uncomfortable. And I'm just like, no, I found it really funny. Has a scene, but no pregnancy. Weakest fanfic. Is that a thing in fanfic? Is it like, and then baby? Is that how fanfic works? Because like, I'm gonna be so for real with you. I am not one to prowl AO3 or Wattpad or other fanfic sites looking for my mpreg fanfiction. I don't do that. Pregnancy power scaling? Well, okay. So if it's an Omegaverse, yes, if it's Omegaverse, that means that if it's an alpha plus an omega, the omega gets pregnant. If it's a beta and an omega, the omega still gets pregnant. And if it's a alpha and a beta, then no one gets pregnant? Question mark? I don't know. My knowledge of alpha omega is entirely like from chat. I tune up for 5 seconds. What the frick are you talking about? I mean, they can use protection. Like, okay. When she calls me over for a late night call and she says to bring protection, so I show up with a shield, a sword, in full plate mail. Touch hands equals get pregnant. Okay, what I will say, I had the thought the other day. a magic system, or not a magic system, sorry, a culture, like make a story. And then for cultural reasons, in the culture of the story, like in this fantasy culture or whatever, hand holding is like unironically actually reserved for marriage. And like not in like a haha mimi way, like no, like there's cultural significance behind holding hands. And so I want the ability to make a culture where I can write like the steamiest, like bordering on the line, like scene, but it's literally just describing holding hands. And I think that would be really funny to have, like particularly if other forms of intimacy is like okay. So like two people can smash, and that's considered a-okay. But like hand holding hands, like you can kiss whoever you want. You can smash anyone that's a comparable age group so long as they're interested. Holding hand, and then I think that would be really funny. Don't tell Era about the cultures that actually have that way of thinking right now. Really? I didn't know that. Because like I'm aware of like like some cultures, like I think it's the Inuit, because kissing someone would have risk of freezing your lips together. There is a comparable level of intimacy in like rubbing your noses together. So I'm aware that there are cultures that have alternate forms of intimacy expression, which is what made me think, or not what made me think of that. That is like what the basis would be. I've been continuing my journey of listening to YouTube videos of people reviewing books from Book Talk. And right now I'm listening to Kari Can Read talk about Metal Slinger. And Metal Slinger apparently is trash world building. And one of the things is that you're not allowed to touch someone unless you're matched with a capital M. And so it's the idea of like you can't touch someone until marriage. However, the main two, or it's like a love triangle, I think. Basically, it did like the ACOTAR thing where it starts with like one romance option and then he turns out to be like evil. So then it goes to a different romance option. So the first romance guy, he's been smooching our not like other girls protagonist for years now. Right? Imagine any form of physical contact is considered sacred, so anyone has to stand. No, that's literally what Metal Slinger is. That's what I'm describing. Make him wear gloves. To have bare hands is a sign of loose morals. I think is it Stormlight Archives has that? Like Brandon Sanderson had a setting where there was a group of people where women would wear gloves at all times, and to look inside, is it Mistborn? To look inside a woman's glove is considered like as inappropriate as like seeing her naked, right? Stormlight Archive. Okay, so it's only on one hand, but it's like this again, it's like a cultural thing. It's like tied to the culture of the people, and it's like this thing where this entirely esoteric and weird thing to us is like very sacred and important to them, and I think that's really interesting to explore. I think the idea of alternative forms of intimacy, not just necessarily like physical intimacy, but also just like emotional intimacy, is really interesting. Like, for instance, for the exact opposite example, hand holding in real life, at least in the Western sphere, was extremely common, even among men, like straight men, up until the gay panic of the 20th century. And so you would have men that would sleep in the same beds, hold hands as they're walking, hug one another. I don't know about kiss, but maybe in the same way that like two women like giving each other like, oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've seen you, mwah, mwah, like a little kiss on the cheek or whatever, that is considered purely platonic. I think men may have been able to do that. But like at least in the US and like in the UK, that was like a thing men would be able to do without any fear of like gayness. And then in the 20th century, gay panic, that all changed. That became super like reserved. Don't show anything. Yeah, you kiss your homies goodnight. What's Mistborn even about? I thought it was eating full metal for alchemy story. Okay, so I only read the first Mistborn. I actually have the trilogy, the original trilogy. And I want to read the second one. Right now, I'm reading Murderbot. I'm reading the second of the Murderbot diaries. And I haven't read it in like a couple weeks. But I just continued reading it last night and I forgot. I keep forgetting how good it is. Because I keep going to bed at like 2 a.m. So I would just want to go to bed. But last night I went to bed like an hour early. And so I stayed up a bit reading some Murderbot. Murderbot is so good. I love Murderbot. That's like literally the tagline of the entire series. I love Murderbot. Mistborn is about a young woman who is a Mistborn. Spoilers. Mistborn have the ability to consume metals and you get powers from them. However, they have to burn off all of the metal by the end of the day or else they'll like die of lead poisoning, right? So a lot of people in the setting can consume metals and use powers, but a lot of them have one specific power they can do. So for instance, if I consume iron, I can pull metal. If I consume pewter, I get super strength. So for instance, a lot of people in Mistborn are considered brutes, and like that's the term they use for them, is because they can only consume pewter to get super strong. A lot of people are like, I think it's like iron arms, because they can consume iron to pull any metal towards them. A Mistborn can consume any of the metals and do that. And then also, funny enough, there is a different other metal-based magic system that is like super spoilers. So I'm not going to talk about it. But at the end of the first book, I figured out the twist before I read the first book. I figured out the twist like 2/3 of the way through. Or not 2/3. When the old man is revealed. Like when... What's her name? Is it Vin? I think it's Vin. When Vin finds the old man, I instantly found out the twist. Like, because I was just like, oh, with like the understanding of the book and the... What if you eat uranium? You probably get superpowers. I think you should try it. Vin is the MC? Yeah. That looks like Arrow? What? Mistborn Vin. Okay. This does not look like... We both have dark hair. That's it. That's the only commonality. Actually, this might be fan art. This is official art. Dark straight hair. Okay, and I see the resemblance. Is it because we would both kill you? Is that what this is? The hair's on the wrong side? Yes. Okay, so let me actually... How's this? How's Vin here? Yeah, Vin looks kind of a bit like you from written description. Pale, dark hair, slight. Vin is short. Vin is also like 60 pounds soaking wet. Right? Vin is explicitly like very roguish, scrappy, at least in the first book. She is like, even when she grows out her hair because she's like infiltrating nobility, she is still like a small, scrappy, scrawny tomboy. So it's kind of like a depressed version of you. I got news for you, buddy. I am doing okay. I saw the title, Huge Impractical Mechs. See, you get it. Oh, hey, Salel. What's going? I actually know this person. Another VTuber, Fox VTuber over on Twitch. A more depressed version of you? That's what I'm saying. I feel as though I am already the depressed version of me. Okay, are you Soleil? Is that what this is? Don't add the extra L. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't give up souls. Okay, Corporate would like you to describe the difference between these two photos. If I want actually to show you my double, let me show you actually the unironic like double that I can't argue with. This is actually just my doppelganger. I can't compete with this. She's cuter than I am. She's more popular than I am. And she's got the same design niche as I got. I got nothing on this. She actually has my first hairstyle. My first hairstyle literally had the hair between the eyes on my first model, on my 1.0. And like what I've done, I've literally, like, let me show you. Like if I go like down to 60. Like, I don't see any difference here. The only difference I see is that she has ears that are horse ears, and I don't. We need 2 more super chants to give me a curse live. Also, what do I think of the Barbarossa Siege Cannon in the spine of a super heavy Tempest sword? Okay. No. However, not for the reason you think. The reason I say no, I think the Barbarossa's Apocalypse Rail should be a lance. Because I think you should set it up. You should set up the Apocalypse Rail. And it should be... And you have to like set it up like this. And it's got a little... It's got a little thing on the end. And this can like... And like a howitzer. Like opening up its little like... You know, like do you see the vibe? And so like it opens up, the spear tip comes off, and then it, boom, you know? I think that's what it should be. You're both adorable in my opinion. Don't be mean to yourself. Oh my gosh. You silly creature. Wait, do we only have like 3 minutes left? I think we only have 3 minutes left on the goal. Thank you, Anya. Thank you, Pete. Mistborn would probably have a very effective against mechs. Okay. The question that I always have to ask, does it count for future medals? Very Moonstone Cannon. Fire! Honestly, if the Apocalypse was line ending in a blast and went through all objects, it would feel way better to use. See, my issue with the Apocalypse Rail is that you choose a point and you have to like spend 3 turns not doing anything. However, it makes me feel better when I realize that you can still shoot, you just can't move. So as long as you're in a good position, you're fine. Just got back, arrow curse time. Sorry, estrogen. It's gotta be a teal supa. It's gotta be $5 USD or more. If I recall correctly, Brandon Branderson has a plan for Mistborn starting fantasy and ending space opera. So the thing with the Cosmere, which is like Brandon Sanderson's thing, the Cosmere began with, I think, Elantris, which was an unpublished book for the longest time. Then he finally got it published like a couple years ago or whatever, like maybe a decade ago. He had like a debut with Mistborn. And then he brought up the Stormlight Archive. And apparently he's got this thing where like there's a couple characters that are like between all of the settings, and there's like Mistborn Era 2. So there's all this different stuff that he's got going on. And the Cosmere as a whole is a little bit MCU, is a little bit Marvel in the idea that it's all these different plot lines and settings, but like they're all different planets, I think. I don't know. I like out of Brandon Sanderson, I have only, fun fact. I have only read Mistborn, and I've read one other Brandon Sanderson novel. What do you think it is? Thank you for the teal, Strange. All right. First off, what is my other Brandon Sanderson novel that I've read? This was years ago. This was like actually like 18 years ago. Shrugs and Addicted to Black Company. I've heard great things about Black Company. Mistborn can pull and push any metals, but computer strength won't really let you bend the mech armor. You'll be very mobile in a fight, just a lot more mobile than most mechs. I mean, no. Speed 5 on a mech? A speed 5 mech, which is the base for almost every SSC frame. I don't care how fast you are. A speed 5 mech is going to be faster than you. It can move, it can boost in the same turn. That's 10 spaces without any movement bonuses. Without any other systems. Without any nonsense. Without any agility increases. And remember, these are 10 mech-sized spaces. So while you're sprinting along, even if you, throughout your movement, you manage to get like 8 spaces, it will still be faster than you. So my other book that I read from Brandon Sanderson, Alcatraz and the Evil Librarians. And I did not realize this was Brandon Sanderson until many years later. Back like 18 years ago, back when I was a wee arrow, back when I was Arrow Learns, in class, in school, going through the American education system, horrifying, I know. I read Alcatraz and the Evil Librarians for like a book reading thing. Me, as I said, arrow curse time. Okay, what curse do we want? I guess anything that's like not a slur. You get one. You get one curse. I want all of you to communally vote on a curse right now. Arrow literacies. So you can technically match speed 5 and speed 6 mechs well enough. Well, okay. Well, if you're pulling on it, you are going to get pulled to the mech, right? You are going to be pulled to the mech because it weighs more than you. That is established in Mistborn, is that whatever is larger, that is the anchor. So if I am like pushing off of a tungsten cube in the ground, I will push it into the ground and then I will go flying upwards. And that is how Mistborn managed to go from town to town. Manual breathing. All right. I curse you. You are now manually breathing. If you're wearing shoes, your feet no longer feel comfortable in them. If you have a tongue, your tongue sits uncomfortably in your mouth. Okay, that's it. Keep it PG with just one solid F-bomb. The issue is I already said one solid F-bomb earlier on accident. Like what prompted this is I accidentally did an F-bomb. Like completely unintentionally. Yeah, then you can push away and that pewter would be really important. Yeah, I suppose. Reading my message, which I censored. Both warm sides of your pillow. Okay, but let's not be cruel and unusual here. Let's not go out of our way here. Can I say one liquid F-bomb or one gaseous one? So would that just be like, how's that? How do we feel? I made you drop a pea. Well, pick it up and like put it in your toast if you're British. Like mash it, boil it, stick it in a stew. Like I don't like peas. I think peas are gross. You feel your fingers are touching each other. Not if they're spread out. Do you not like spread out your fingers? Both worm sides of the pillow. Oh, so both of your pillows have worms? Your worms are infecting your pillow. They're writhing and wriggling in your pillow. When you're up late at night, it's because you feel the worms wriggling against the back of your neck, the back of your skull, trying to worm their way in, trying to join their brethren and their sisterin and their otherin, trying to climb within your ears. If you feel anything brush against your ears, no, it's not a strand of hair. It's a worm trying to get in. Okay, so I'm British and peas do not go on toast. That's beans. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. That when you put a crime against humanity on bread. My apologies that I described a different crime against humanity that you were not committing, but I would be shocked if your ancestors hadn't. I just read squad NPCs twice as fast as Barbaros. Okay. Well, I already said the F word, so I guess, I feel embarrassed now. Call us all that. That was the word I was gonna say, but then I got embarrassed. Okay, everyone, quiet on deck. Shit! Sorry. It got censored. My apologies. How's that? Say the other word for a male chicken. A rooster? How is that one? We eat mushy peas with fish, so I don't blame you. Okay. British cuisine as oh, my model broke. Oh no. My model doesn't like I think I broke my pact with my model. Anyone gonna tell them? No, we don't. That feels so unnatural. You cursing feels wrong. I know. I don't curse. That's why you have to pay me to do it. The power's weakened over time as bloodlines thinned. Blip just followed by a solid. Thank you. Paralyzed arrow arch. What? Oh, okay. Speaking of me not cursing, I have a story that I probably shouldn't tell, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. So don't tell no one, okay? I was talking with someone. I was talking with a friend, and this is someone who I don't know super well, but like I would consider them like, yeah, they're a new friend. I was talking with them, and I'm doing my normal thing. I'm saying like, oh, what the hecky, what the frick, and I am just like having my normal conversations, and then they're just like, you are so cute, and then I'm like, no, stop it, and so they call me cute, whatever. I've gotten multiple people say that because when I don't curse, people like recognize me and say so. They then proceeded to tell me that I am so innocent that it makes them want to corrupt me, and that they want to see me become a worse person, and that they feel like it would be an accomplishment the worse I get. And I'm just like, okay. Arrow's innocent, now that's a joke. Oh, okay, so I think I give off vibes of I'm more innocent than I am. Did they see my review of Girlfriend? They did see that. That's some top type stuff. That's the I maintain, and I will tease them about this. I maintain that they're a bottom, and they have said that they are a wear top. And we had a conversation about what that meant, and I'm like, you know what? That's kind of funny. Sure, I'll give it to you. I don't know if they're like, okay. This is a friend who I have not engaged in any activities with, so I don't know. I'm just teasing them by calling them a bottom. Like they become dominant in the full moon. If you're not gonna play past the controller. Well, okay, so what this is that I'm saying this, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of odd. I'm passing the control to you, so you want me to set you up with my friend so that they can like bully you in DMs? Is that what this is? Oh, really? The arrow ace didn't F someone crazy. So the idea being is that it's like they start out not a top, but then can be pushed into being a top in circumstances, is how they described it. I mean, if you're offering always a wear top and not a Y top. Someone said how top, and I don't think I'm the channel to explain that. I don't think you come to me for advice on how to top, nor for how to bottom, nor for how to engage in any hanky-panky activities. That is not really my wheelhouse. Cool? Dang, I haven't seen a reversal of the they can make me worse meme. No, so it was literally like this person is just like, wow, you're really cute. You're really innocent. I want to make you worse. I would feel accomplished if I got you to be less innocent. And then I'm like, cool. Yay. I don't know. I like to think I'm chill. So I have people that will say some like heinous stuff to me, and I'm just like, that's nice. That's cool of you. We're friends. I come here for cool, relaxing times. Listen, is this cool and or relaxing? Tell me honestly. I'm kind of like all up in your face, and I'm purposely blocking most of MS Paint, and yet I accidentally left enough that I can continue writing, so you best know I ain't stopping. You're very relaxed? Nice. About to be the handler and girlfriend as an arrow ace, unsure of how it's going to go. Yeah, so I've had multiple people Like, obviously, there's the joke. There's the joke about if we hit 100K by the end of the year, which I don't think we're going to do. I'm not planning on. That was a throwaway joke in a video. I will run Girlframe. And I identify as Arrow, and I also identify as Ace, right? I'm on the Arrow spectrum. I'm on the Ace spectrum. I'm not fully on either. And I don't know where I am on either. For the long time, I said I was Demi. I don't know if I'm Demi. But I'm like somewhere on those spectrums, I'm pretty sure. So if I was to run Girlframe, I would not be doing it for me. All of the silliness would be on the side of the players. That being said, I, as someone that is not invested in it, that is not trying to like be gratified, I'm like, okay, what's the best story I can tell? What's the best ability I could utilize in order to what's the best way I could go forward and make this interesting? And I had the thought that what is the best way to represent conditioning than to just take inspiration from what already exists in the real world? And if you think I'm going the clicker direction, no, get your mind out of the gutter. I'm going the would you kindly direction, but I think it would be really interesting to have a situation where I tell all of the players above board before the game begins, anytime your handler says, be a doll, and that is you being ordered to do it. And so I think that would be a really interesting way of reinforcing conditioning, where it's the idea of like a would you kindly situation, where instead of getting a video game prompt, it is you are getting an order. And in Girlframe, like mechanically, if you're ordered by someone, you have to do it or roll to resist. I was Demi until Fortitude shows up. No. I could get to know Fortitude. That does not preclude Demi. I know Girlframe is all about toxic relationships, but I really like the official GMPC stuff with an economy of their own. I really like the creature mechs. Listen, if you know anything about Girlframe, chances are you saw my video on it. So therefore, my thoughts on Girlframe should be crystal clear. It's not really my system. I'm not trying to like play this to like get gratified or like anything like that, like a lot of people seem to play it for. However, I do think that the actual mechanics of the game are super interesting. And I think a non-sussy version, not necessarily safe for work, but like a non-like explicit version, I would like actually unironically play just on my own, right? But like as it stands, it is oriented towards a target demographic I'm not a part of, that I'm not trying to be a part of. So I'm fine with that. If your handler isn't bullying you, are they really a handler? Okay, so something else I thought. And you tell me if this would work. My thought, I would play the Mistress, which is an archetype, is a playbook in Girlframe. In Girlframe, if you don't know, it is a mechsploitation TTRPG where the GM plays your handler as a character in addition to like being the normal GM, and everyone else plays a pilot. And it is all about toxic relationships, it is all about power dynamics, and it also has mechanics for explicit depictions of hanky-panky. I made a joke about about playing a game for 100K by the end of the year. I don't think that's going to happen. It's just a joke. But if I was to run this, I think I would play the Mistress playbook. And I think what would be really interesting is to explicitly say, this character has never touched any of you. But like physically, like there's always been like at distance you've communicated. And so I think it'd be really interesting to have a bunch of like these touch-starved pilots that something as simple as a brush on the cheek like drives them wild. And so suddenly it's very easy to have the idea of like the ethos of the game, which is just like, oh, like manipulation via doing that, but with like kind of like PG-13 actions instead of anything more. Me playing Girlfriend, but what if we were all nice to each other? Are you sure you wouldn't be overworked and overwhelmed handler? Listen, like in real life, absolutely. If I was to actually be in that position, I would absolutely be the frantic. I would be freaking out. It would be so crazy. However, if I was to like run this game, I would probably be the one that's like, oh, I'm going to be like superficially nice to you. Yeah, I understand why it doesn't necessarily align with your taste. I would flirt with the concept. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of the fanfic someone made for Deep Snow Delivery. What is that? My mind was going another direction. I thought the satisfying their touch starve was going to be Shoryuken uppercutting. Okay. That would be hilarious. Okay. Girl frame. But it's shonen. Girlfriend. Okay. So how many of you don't know about the Perfect Draw game I want to run? I've been talking about Perfect Draw. And Perfect Draw as a system is one that is based off the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. And you play through a shonen anime with card games. I want to run it for people where we play it as if it's a 4Kids dub. Like from the 2000s, like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, like old school, like big three, like Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, like all that stuff. Really like sanitized in the meta level. That being said, imagine Girl Frame, but we do that. 4Kids Girl Frame. Where everything's just like, oh, if you don't like beat up that nasty monster, you're gonna get punished. You're gonna have to sweep the floor. Oh no. And like, it's all like super PG. It's all like super like sanitized. However, it's all like still horrifying mechs and whatever. Like nothing mechanically changes. It's just the dub is trying to make it as like say so as possible. And so it's just like, hey, why don't you come over to my room for a bit? And like in the actual like media that is being like dubbed over, like it's hanky panky, right? But in the dub, it's just like, do you want to go play some video games? Huh, well, I haven't done that before. Don't worry, I'll show you how to play. And then like it shows like the door as it's panning away, and in the original audio it was like sussy noises, but in like the dubbed over audio it's just like, haha, wow, I got the high score. And like they're just making really really dumb comments. Yeah, braiding each other's hair. Oh my gosh. What if we tried to make Evangelion E for everyone? Listen, these angels, they're rated E for everyone. Oh no, the demon gave you a box of chocolates. Your core is exposed. No one's ever braided my hair. I've had my hair braided before. Not in the, I was gonna say not in the euphemism sense. Is braiding your hair a euphemism that I should be aware of? Because when I say people, I've had my hair braided before, like I've literally just had my hair braided. Is there a euphemism? I don't know. I feel like saying like, hey, do you want to come braid each other's hair? Is like as like the 4Kids version could be interpreted as sussy. Don't you love the Sailor? I never watched Sailor Moon. I was never into magical girls. Okay. Anyway, I've had my hair braided. I still can't braid my own hair. I have the length of hair for it. My hair is long enough. I can braid it. It's just, I don't have the skill. I don't have the practice. Which in fairness, when I started putting my hair in a bun, I similarly was like really struggling to like put my hair in a bun. Now, like I wear my hair in a messy bun all the time. Like my hair, when I'm off stream, as you can see right now, I have high ponytail, but like off stream, messy bun all day, every day. Are Power Rangers magical girls? Yes. However, that is only with the understanding that all of Super Sentai are also magical girls. Now, I think it would be worthwhile to make the distinction. Magical girls are Super Sentai, and Super Sentai is the umbrella term. Because my understanding, Super Sentai started in the 80s? Sentai? So our super, like, I know Sailor Moon was 90s, right? Sailor Moon was 90s. Sailor Moon was not the first magical girl. Sailor Moon was the biggest magical girl, right? So all magical girls are Super Sentai, but not all Super Sentai are magical girls? I don't know. I don't know what the timeline is, because ultimately, Super Sentai equals magical girl. I would not even go so far as to say they're gendered, because Super Sentai often has a group of men with a single woman. Sometimes in like Power Rangers, they add in another woman, so it's like a 3 and a 2 situation. But generally, it's a group of 5 that are all color coordinated, that have identical powers, that have very similar personality traits, but they have 1 or 2 defining characteristics. And it is a series of episodic adventures in which there is a big bad evil that they have to work towards overcoming by fighting a monster of the week, right? Well, so Sentai, I'm trying to think, like, when did it start? When did Super Sentai start? Hey, Rhea. Because I know it was like in its like 13th season, the Zyurangers in the 90s, because that is what inspired the Power Rangers. And the only Super Sentai show I have watched is Zyuranger. The inspiration behind Power Rangers. Sentai has been around for 50 years. So I know Power Rangers has been in the 90s. Super Sentai was 70s? Oh my gosh. Arrow, could I back up a little, please? Yeah, I got you. That better? That work? Sorry, I have to do the smug face. I can't take myself seriously like that. Ah, I'm breaking. Okay, fine. I'll back up. Bah! Okay. Sorry, I just teleport real quick. Okay. I'm back to my spot. I'm in my lane. I am moisturized. I am unbothered. Get closer, I can still see MS Paint. That was as close as I can get. The camera's only so far away. You take yourself seriously? No. No. Listen. I take W's. And things I don't take are L's. And you seriously. That's my oh snap moment. They've given streamers teleportation powers now. Listen, I can already teleport upon explosion. You think I actually die when this happens? No, I teleport. How do you think I can continue talking, idiot? How do you think I return with a puff of smoke and a gust of wind? Boom! This is all teleportation magic. It's not part of my lore. I don't get that from having like goons or mafia members. I simply teleport. 61. Blow up that orphanage. Just one. Arrow the sentient fireball. That would be kind of funny. I will say, if I was to like calm a new model, I wonder what I would do. Because like I have a couple options. One, I have just make this but in a live 2D, right? I have the ability to just like have this model as a 3D Vioroid, put it in live 2D. Minor changes, minor critiques, minor alterations, nothing too big. I could go hardcore fantasy, because I talk a lot of fantasy. I could go hardcore sci-fi, because I talk a lot of sci-fi. I could go hardcore in the TTRPG angle of like the classic dungeon master, like hooded figure kind of deal. TTRPG. I could also just go a complete departure and I could just make it look like more IRL, right? I could try to make it look like me IRL as close as possible, which might be interesting. The live 2D beckons. I'm pretty sure speeding through the city areas crushes like 3 orphanages per minute. That implies that there's a lot of orphanages. I don't think that the city made that many. Ooh, would we get a ranger arrow or a different class? Okay, see, that's the thing. Rangers, cringe. Rangers, not very good. I don't like Rangers. That being said, I have this fantastic piece of art by Hellblazer over on Blue Sky. And I got this after I made a video complaining about Rangers. And it is actually like peak art. And also, Araya, who asked this question, also made me as a Pokemon Ranger. And I love Pokemon Ranger. I grew up, like I played Pokemon Ranger on the DS when I had it. So I have the ability, like I have multiple different vectors I could be a ranger. Except for Talion. Okay. Shadow of Mordor. And Shadow of War. Genuinely fantastic games. Shadow of War really bogged down by microtransactions. Really got screwed by the studio trying to shove in monetization. They removed a bunch of that. And they also shortened the endgame and genuinely made it a way better game. I'm gonna be so free with you. The plot's so dumb. like yes, they went their own direction. I appreciate that. And honestly, I like the fact that they tried their best to not be disruptive to the lore, right? Because the way Shadow of War ends, spoilers, Talion succumbs to the temptation of the ring and becomes, I believe, like the new Witch King. Doesn't even just become a Nazgul, becomes the Witch King, which is kind of crazy. However, I like the idea that it's like they go out of their way to be like, yeah, Talion, he's not that guy, pal. He's not that guy. No one can resist the temptation of the ring. It's just a regular Nazgul. Okay. I like that. I like genuinely actually really like that because that reinforces the themes of the Lord of the Rings, that no man is above temptation. Even Frodo, even the smallest, the meekest, and the most innocent will still be corrupted. He still gets to do cool things. He still get like the implication, or maybe it's said explicitly, I don't remember. Talion is like waging war in Mordor in like the post game of Shadow of War for like decades. And he utilizes the power of the ring without Celebrimbor for decades until finally succumbing to the ring, right? So like that's obviously super impressive. And I appreciate that they showed restraint in like actually having him succumb to being a ring wraith, which is just powerful enough that it's like a villain in a D&D game or in like 40K, a major antagonist becoming like a demon prince. That's super like, oh no, that's really important. Wow, only like major badasses get that. But it's also like there's hundreds of demon princes. Random demon prince number 5,723 isn't going to make much of a difference. The ring wraiths are really important. They're not that important, let's be real. Particularly in the Lord of the Rings, they are, as a collective, one entity. Yeah, you wouldn't be corrupted, you're built different. Listen, all of my friends keep telling me, no, stop it, you're stronger than this, you're still in there. And I think my friends are just jealous of me and my really cool amulet. And when it whispers to me when I sleep, it tells me that they want to take my amulet from me. And I think that's toxic friendship. I think that I should go out on my own and I should like go be alone with my amulet so no one can take it from me, right? Yeah, good mid-tier boss. And so I really appreciate that they did that. That said, I think the idea of forging a new ring, Celebrimbor doing his thing, Shelob, why did they make Shelob hot? Stop making spider ladies hot. Just give me a giant spider lady, and if people are gonna thirst over her, they're gonna thirst over her no matter what. Like, give me the same VA. I don't even care. Give her a humanoid voice. But why did you make Shelob hot? They made her a woman. Like, okay. Let me point this out. This is Shelob. Spawn of Ungoliath? Ungolod? This is Shelob in Shadow of War. This. These are not the same. Hey, Frodo, I wanted to let you know, I'm actually transitioning. Not from being a woman to being a man, but from being a giant spider lady to a human. That's okay. I'll support you in this. This is what happened here. On that date everything arc, oh my god. Kinda, yeah. She's like the perfect hear me out. This is your perfect hear me out. This is a woman. Yes, she's actually a giant spider and will probably kill you. This is a conventionally attractive woman. That's a whole woman. Yes, exactly. Like, if you mean, like, if you're talking, like Shelob in spider form is a hear me out. This is a hear me out. This is a hear me out. Oh, you mean in spider form? Oh, okay. Remember, Tolkien was not traumatized by the spider that bit him as a child. They made Voldemort's snake from Harry Potter into a woman. What? What? That's I have eyes and can see, not a hear me out. Exactly. Like, okay. This is a hear me out. That said, oddly enough, and I'm gonna sound crazy and you need to bear with me. I get it from a literary perspective. Let me tell you why. Because in actual literary critique of Lord of the Rings, Shelob is apparently a representative of the corrupted femininity. Shelob, and I don't know if this was like actually intentional by Tolkien, but has been like by Tolkien historians has been accredited as being a representative of like the fiendish feminine, the corrupted feminine. And there are like actual like accredited papers that talk about how Sam like plunging his sword into Shelob is a representation of like penetration, right? And how this is like all one big analogy, allegory, euphemism. So like oddly enough, from a literary perspective, I can't judge this one too harshly. My hear me out is a Venator class Star Destroyer. Okay. Okay. This is a situation where I also get it, but for different reasons. Like, okay. I don't know. What. Okay, we all saw the thunder. Yeah, this is back on giant. Okay, fine. We're back on giant vehicles. The Venator is my favorite Star Wars ship. Right? That being said, I don't know if that extends to a hear me out. What the Y-Wing doing? Okay. Let's stop objectifying the Y-Wing, okay? The Y-Wing has lived its entire life having everyone go like, how about that thigh gap? And the Y-Wing is sick of it. The Y-Wing wants to be judged not for its appearance, but for its ability to absolutely annihilate enemy fortifications. And for that, I think the Y-Wing should be commended. The Y-Wing, however, has terrible handling, terrible ship v ship. Even though it has a secondary gunner with a top gun, it is simply not that efficient. Also, it can be outmaneuvered, outsped, and outperformed by basically any other ship in the galaxy, with the exception of transport ships like the Lambda. The Y-Wing is one of those like, oh haha, that, but for its payload. Okay, if you want a Y-Wing to come by and demolish you with its payload, I'm not going to judge you for that. But at the very least, judge the Y-Wing off of its payload and not by off its physical appearance. The A-Wing took down an AT-AT? Well, okay, so the A-Wing. The A-Wing is significantly more maneuverable. Star Wars. The A-Wing is what the Y-Wing wants to be. I said it. I said it. The A-Wing is more maneuverable, it is faster, it is still a bomber, it has actual ship-v-ship capabilities, and an AT-AT, I do love an AT-AT. However, I've said this before, if you've been in chat, if you know my vibe, if you know anything about me related to Star Wars, what is my favorite Star Wars vehicle? What is my favorite Star Wars vehicle, bar none? I'll give you a hint. I love the Clone Wars. You could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure A-Wing is an interceptor / fighter, whereas Y-Wing is definitely... Well, so Y-Wing, like, is a bomber. Like, this is meant to be a bomber, mostly for via capital ships. The A-Wing is an interceptor that has bombing capabilities. ATT. Again, I'm not dodging the allegations of being a size queen. like, look at how large that is. But also, it's just my favorite vehicle. It is just my favorite vehicle in all of Star Wars. Okay, it does have the 6 legs. I was like, is this like AI generated and like they missed the legs or something? No, ATTE is my favorite Star Wars vehicle. I had one of these. Like a toy. Like I had the... Yes, this one. I had this. Where physically, like it came with a couple clone troopers and you could put one in the pilot seat, in the pilot's cockpit. You could put some, these doors would open up and you could put like a couple in there. You could have one on the turret and you could also open up the rear and you could put multiple troopers in there. It was awesome. It was awesome. We're done with spiders. I mean, what is an ATTE if not a spider of the Star Wars universe? That's a lie because spider droids are a thing. The LAAT that holds an ATTE in its undercarriage. Okay. I can't believe I forgot about the LAAT. Okay. The LAAT. Again, I love Star Wars. I love Clone Wars in particular. I think I prefer the Venator. But if we're talking like capital ship versus like small, like fighter ship versus ground vehicle, easy ATT for vehicle, LAAT gunship for like orbiting ship, and then capital ship Venator. Easy. ATT clears both of them. I think I prefer the Venator to the LAAT. But like, come on. Actual spiders arrow, I'm a massive arachnophobe. I'm sorry. People saying vehicle hear me outs, meanwhile mine are assimilation hive minds like the Flood, Zerg, and Warframe's infestation. Listen, I'm not saying these as hear me outs. I'm saying these are just my favorite vehicles from Star Wars. I'm not hearing out any of these. Like if they want me to hear them out, they should buy me dinner first. We should go on a date. We should like actually have a connection beyond just I like your ability to bash through the front lines of the Confederacy of Independent Systems as well as their droid armada. Like I feel we need more of a connection there before we start talking about, oh wow, you have multiple ion missile launchers and both low orbit as well as through deep space sealing systems so that you can transport troopers from capital ships to ground or from ground. And is that multiple different rotating turrets that are omnidirectional? Oh my, my willpower is fading. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want? So they're not your hear me outs yet. Listen. I'm on record. I am no monster lover. However, I am not anti-monster lover. Same thing with vehicles. But like if a sentient being that is sapient and has the ability to like self-actualize hit me up and I was just like, hey baby, what you doing? I'd be like, gross. But if they like actually had genuine chemistry with me, I don't care if they look like this. I'd find a way. Like that's my mindset. Hot take, the CIS was more moral than the Republic. No. However, the Confederate Army was more moral in concept than the Republic's army in concept. Its ideals. The idea of the Confederacy. We are a bunch of outer rim planets. We're being ignored by the Republic. Therefore, we are going to confederate, retreat from the Republic, do our own thing. We recognize that we need to defend our lands, so we're going to purchase battle droids. Because that is the most moral way of fighting warfare. Droids are considered like subhuman. They're considered like second class within the framework of Star Wars, despite the fact they have autonomy and they literally have like controller chips installed on them. That being said, that is more moral than cloning living, breathing people for the sole purpose of sending them off to die in a war. Particularly once Clone Wars took over and gave the clones personality. Prior to that point, clones were effectively organic droids, right? Now they are real, actual living people with agency that have been bred for war from childhood, right? They are child soldiers. That said, all of the war crimes going on in Star Wars are either perpetrated by the CIS or Anakin. And yes, there are obviously memes about it's like, oh, every single war crime the Republic committed. But like, in terms of just like volume of war crimes and crimes against humanity, the CIS kind of dog walks the Republic. You know, Plo Koon didn't really war crime that much. Like, there was one time where Obi-Wan faked surrender, which you're not allowed to do. Anakin also did that a couple times. Dooku could have ended up being a genuine revolutionary leader. Okay, but the thing is, like, Dooku, the reason he was Count Dooku is because he was landed. He was a noble. He was saying, oh, it's all of us just coming up together. He was manipulating all of them. He could have led a peaceful revolution, and he had the legitimacy to do so, and he didn't. He chose, because he's an evil Sith working for Sidious, to manipulate everyone. Oh no, they did use a lot of flamethrowers on the Geonosians. Yeah, but they're enemy combatants. You think the Republic cares? No. I assume flamethrowers are not kosher in Star Wars warfare. I don't know why they used them. I think it was because the animators thought it would be cool. That said, they also had like zombies and like mind control worms. Like just the Geonosians. Oh my gosh, landing a point range was such a good. Like unironically, the whole like season 2 Geonosis arc has got to be in my top 5 favorite arcs of the entire show, right? Honestly, I think the best way to view the CIS is looking at it like what other organizations it was based off of. The Clone Wars is most analogous to the Civil War. No, I disagree. I don't think that that's accurate, because that would imply that in real life there was some amount of collusion between leadership, which there wasn't, at least not at scale, like to the form of Sidious. And also, the CIS is rebelling for legitimate reasons of the Republic did not have the bandwidth or the care to actually police their systems out in the Outer Rim. That is separate than in real life, the actual Confederacy of the real life Civil War was fighting for. Because I'm not going to get into that, because that's stuff that like I probably shouldn't talk about on YouTube, but like, you know what it is, I know what it is, and that was the most objectively evil thing that you could probably do to someone, right? I know nothing about Star Wars. WTF is happening in the setting. Okay, so there's a thing called the Galactic Republic. It is led by this dude called the Chancellor, who secretly is a Sith. If you know nothing about Star Wars, Jedi are the good guys, Sith are the bad guys. Simplification, but generally speaking, they're both wizards that have lightsabers. Sith are bad guys. The Sith the Chancellor is a Sith. So what he does is he purposely chooses decisions to formulate unrest in the far reaches of the galaxy called the Outer Rim, And then his apprentice, another Sith, basically reaches out to a bunch of these people and says, hey, the Republic is abandoning us. We are being attacked by pirates. We are being attacked by like the Hutt cartels. We're being attacked by all of these like mercenaries and nefarious people. We need to band together in a confederacy of independent systems, the CIS, and rebel against the Republic. And so they do that. And the reason the Sith want this is because as the Chancellor of the Republic, throughout the course of the rebellion, he has more power, more consolidation, less freedom, less equality, and he can like push for more and more extreme measures. By ruling both sides of the war, he can push both sides to their extreme. He can exhaust the Republic until eventually Chancellor Palpatine declares himself the emperor of like the entire galaxy. Because the Republic is failing, he needs security for his people. And people like applaud and it's like, wow, amazing. Like, you're going to be the one to save the galaxy. That kind of deal. Right? Right. The border frontier conflict makes it closer to the American Revolution. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, actually, it's a little bit American Revolution coded because CIS are out on the fringes, away from like the motherland, the home territory, the Coruscant, the Galactic Republic. They are dealing with issues that they can't deal with by themselves, but they're still expected to like pay tithes, taxes, resources back to the Republic. And so they're being exploited without actually being given the support that they need. And so they say, we can do it ourselves. And so then they rebel, right? It's just that instead of like the American Revolution, it is what if King George also had like his apprentice, his son or whoever, in charge of like George Washington was being manipulated or was like following King George. So King George could get more power, which King George didn't really need more power at that point. By the way, I wonder, did Anakin bring balance to the Force by being instrumental in destroying all the overpopulation of the Jedi? That's the intended take. The intended take is that Anakin was prophesized to bring balance to the Force. And what he did is he killed every single Jedi except for 2 and became the second Sith. Right? Because Order 66, the slaying of the younglings, Operation Nightfall, all of that. The only 2 Jedi that I can think of off the top of my head that were like active and like actively doing stuff. Yoda and Obi-Wan. Yes, there was Ahsoka. Yes, there was like all of these various younglings and Padawans and masters and Grogu and all of them that were off doing their own thing. Like the main 2 like masters remaining were Yoda and Obi-Wan, and Anakin became Darth Vader under Palpatine to become the second Sith. Yeah, he killed every single Jedi except for all of the survivors that keep popping up. Which, like, yes, it does make sense that there would be a ton that slipped through the cracks. That being said, like, come on. How many thousands of Jedi were there to make it so that we could reasonably have, like, hundreds of cases of, oh, this random Jedi Master and their Padawan managed to escape Order 66, and then they hid out on a desert moon for like the next 50 years, and then the Padawan grew up to be a master, and now is training our protagonist, and like they're off doing their own side thing. Like we have Ahsoka, we have Cal Kestis, his not his master, but he as him. Ezra's master Kanan escaped. We had Ram Kota, if we want to bring him in. We had all of the various like Jedi that were off, like if we want to include Force Unleashed, which we probably shouldn't. Shaak Ti survived only to die again. Like Yoda was a lousy bum. Listen, I think the prequels genuinely set a lot of bad precedents. One of which was the idea of like the prophecy, because the prophecy did not exist in the original trilogy. The prophecy was brought up in the prequels, and then that is how we know, basically factoid, the intended reading is that he killed all but 2 Jedi and became a second Sith, is because that was made after it was already established that he had killed all the Jedi and became a second Sith, right? That has to be intentional. But they also set the precedent that, like, Yoda was like a silly little gremlin dude. He was a silly little goblin training Luke. I figured that was just him screwing with Luke. Like, him being silly. And, like, when talking with Luke, he drops the whole accent thing. He drops the whole, like, like, talk to Yoda, you will. Like, that kind of deal. Yoda's speech was not the only way Yoda could talk. And then the prequels leaned really hard into that. And then now, for the end of time, Yoda will always speak like that. Someone said XCOM during the Clone Wars. I really like XCOM. I've played XCOM 2. I've never beaten XCOM 2. I want to. There's like multiple mods to like make it clone troopers. Honestly, like straight up, a mod that I really liked and I thought would be really interesting. I saw a conversion mod for XCOM 2 that would make Advent the Tau. And I'm gonna be so for real with you. That made me like the Tau. Because my mentality of the Tau was like, oh, they're the like upstanding like Gundam weebs and blah, 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 blah. But like, to make Advent from XCOM 2, which is like this planetary like invasion force that is like occupying Earth and like trying to indoctrinate the populace. And if you are a bunch of human rebels from the previous PDF force that are still fighting against the Tau, that genuinely makes me think the Tau is really cool. Anything that makes Tau worse, I encourage. That's what I'm saying, is that like, I also, part of what it is, you gotta really work hard to get me on board with laser guns. Like Star Wars, I love the laser guns because they function like guns, but like they're just lasers instead of bullets. In XCOM 1, a laser gun was I point at you and then a red laser shoots out and then deals a bunch of damage to you. In XCOM 2, it's like chunky. It like fires out like superheated slag bullets that like have this trail of heat behind them. And it's like, boom. It's like a bolter almost. And that's really cool. I think that's really neat. And that makes me like the Tau more if I imagine the Tau with those kind of guns instead. Join our club, the giant guns in orbit. Ignore what they'll do if you don't join our club. Why don't you just join? Why is Tau spelled like that with an apostrophe if there's no stop between T and ow? It's like Dunny being canonically pronounced Dunny. Interesting. Guns need to be kinetic and punchy, but most laser guns lose the punch. That's what I'm saying. They need punchy, bang, bang. Have you seen the Bolter in Rogue Trader? I haven't. Rogue Trader Bolter. Oh my goodness, great. Oh, this is a heavy bolter. Heavy bolter. Excuse me? Is this the 8-pointed star? Is this a grimy looking little word bearer? First that was World Eater. I think that's a word bearer. I know nothing about Rogue Trader, mind you. Oh, what is this? What is this? Heavy bolter. 6 to 9 damage. Oh, the funny number. 20% armor pen. Rate of fire 8. Range 12. Okay. I know Rogue Trader is a CRPG. Heretical follower. What the frick? Can't be... What am I looking at here? Like, you can have a Chaos Space Marine in your party? So, you have the Astropath. I know you can get a Drukari in your party, and like, I think you get a Space Wolf? Don't worry about that. There's 3 alignments. Oh. Single shot, 2 AP, burst fire. Big demon skull with flames behind it is world bearer symbol. Ah, that's good to know. I was right about world bearers. The bolter series of weapons are very doom, doom, doom. I love a woman that can clear a room with a bolter. Listen, I can clear a room with a bolter. It will just shatter my entire torso when I fire it. But I can do it. I just need to fire it once. That room will clear very quickly. Dogmatic, heretic, and iconoclast? I could play Rogue Trader. I would probably very much love it. The issue is, isn't it like a 80-hour game? So heretical, dogmatic Imperium, or iconoclast. Good guy? Good guy. I don't believe that. Count Dooku's name was Darth Tyrannus. He was what Sidious needed him to be, Darth Vader. He's what he becomes and he hates it. Sidious really just wants a blunt like a bat. Listen, Sidious is a schemer. And a darn good one at that. Like for all the politics in Star Wars get a bad rap for, genuinely, Sidious is a very well-written scheming villain. Right? Oh, Maul, they mean? Yeah. I mean, you had Maul, you had Tyrannus, you had Vader. Like, all of them are ultimately blunt instruments. Tyrannus is the least blunt instrument. Tyrannus was the most, like, politically savvy. Strap to your back and use it as an extremely violent jetpack. I think I would go death, and my vertebrae would shatter. More, it's like 100. Oh my gosh. Easily 100 plus hours. I also heard Rogue Trader was like made by the folks that made the Pathfinder games. And therefore, you don't want to play the game until they come out with like all of the DLC, because it's one of those things like the game will be completely different 1 year after release. And hasn't it been out for like a year and a half now? 2 years? Owlcat, yeah. Would I be willing to fire a plasma gun? Yes. And would I make it hazardous? Also yes. If I die, I die. In playing 40k with Neko, I've been playing CSM. I've been playing Chaos Space Marines. And I keep trying to egg him on, because he'll be playing Space Marines, and he'll be like, am I gonna like unga bunga this? Am I gonna be stupid with my plasma? And I'm like, yes. And then he's like, oh, shut up and do it yourself. And I'm like, okay. And then on my turn, I'll go hazardous, hazardous, hazardous. And like to the extent he's like, dude, you need to stop using hazardous. And I'm like, if I paid for the gun, I'm gonna use the gun. And it's just a matter of like, I don't care what I'm firing into. The only thing is that if I'm firing my plasma gun into like termagants for whatever reason, I'm not gonna hazardous. But if I'm firing my plasma gun into like a Marine, yes, I'm gonna hazardous. Of course, I want to kill that Marine. Blunt in naming because he didn't let them hide from what they are. He wanted to be called Count. No, you're a tyrant. You're not well read or respected. You're a Maul. You're Darth Vader, the Dark Father. Listen, can we just respect the fact that one of the main selling points going into Revenge of the Sith is we're gonna learn about Vader, like why he's called Vader. And then in the actual movie, it's just, you will be called Darth Vader. And like, that's all the explanation we're given. And like, maybe Sidious was like, I know you laid pipe and Padme is pregnant and like you're a father, and I using my Sith clairvoyance, I can see the future where Luke is going to rise up, blah, 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 blah. Like, yes, it could be that. However, that is not elaborated on whatsoever. You too have seen that short. I don't remember where I learned that, but I remember someone somewhere on a YouTube video just being like, yeah, one of the big things going to the Revenge of the Sith was just like, we were going to learn the origin of the name Vader, and we just didn't. It changes pretty heavily with every major patch. Yeah. I only played it a year and a half after release and had a great experience. Wow. I paid for the plasma gun. I'm using the whole plasma gun. Exactly. You get it. Tau fusion guns are sick. It's like firing a longbow, a torch of plasma. They can be fired by swinging like a sword. We're back on sword guns. We're back on sword guns. Actually, that's a very good point to bring up. We talked about gun blades. How do we feel about sword guns. Specifically, I have an energy sword that if I cut this way, a beam of energy goes out this way. How do we feel about this? I think it would be hilarious to have a sword I swing and that explodes and fires a projectile at you. I think that is wildly impractical and makes zero sense. So I'm willing to accept this is a use case where energy weapons win out over ballistics. The rare instance of a ballistic L. Dark Souls Moonlight. I mean, this is the AC6 Moonlight Greatsword. A Repuken? What? Why do I mean a Repuken? Repuken. Repuken versus handgun? Is this a fighting game reference? I'm too normie to understand. I don't play fighting games. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight. Sword by just fire the whole blade and need to keep a quiver of them on my back. Silver chariot! Energy wave projectile, yes. That is what we're doing. What about a gun that shoots swords? Okay, I'll do you one better. How about... Where is it? How about this? Oh my gosh, that's so little. Oh my gosh. How about a bullet that fires guns? Eh? Eh? Enter the Gungeon? Enter the Gungeon. Enter the Gungeon is really fun. I tried to play co-op on it multiple times with people, but all there is like Steam Streamplay, which had one of us needed a controller and I don't have an Xbox controller. So my friend in trying to play it needed a controller and her controller was like absolutely busted. So we couldn't actually play it. A sword that shoots guns that shoot. Okay. Okay. Idea. We start with a cannon. Right? Cannon fires. Boom! Firing from this is a gun. This gun, its barrel, is a blade. From the blade, firing out, is a knife. Ah! However, embedded in the handle of the knife is a pistol. Ah! Goes over here, and this bullet is moving real far in. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It's really subtle, so you might not be able to tell. Zing. Has a knife on the end. This is my plan. This is my strategy. What are your thoughts on this? Well, okay, so it's not that bad. All you have to do is point this cannon at them and fire. That's all you have to worry about. Everything else is all like Rube Goldberging. The gun knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Just stick a sword on a missile. What do you think this is, you Rube? Cannon fires a mech. Mech throws a spear. Spear opens and it's a dude. The dude shoots a spike gun. Out of the spike grows a murder hornet. Okay. So does everyone get shot in this diagram? No, so what this is, you're very not getting this. This is very simple. I have this cannon. I point the cannon at you. Boom! It explodes. Gun with a blade on the end, not a bayonet. The barrel is a blade. So if it hits into you, it stabs into you, but also it fires. It's a knife. embedded in the handle of the knife on the crossguard, pistol, fires out. High caliber bullet that nevertheless has a knife strapped to it, like a bayonet. And this shink sinks into you. And then the C4 attached to it explodes. Listen. I'm not one to overcomplicate things. However, I think we struck gold here. Rube Goldberg, of course, but still gold. In this masterful design, do you shoot yourself for a bit? Okay, so the biggest issue with this design, thank you, Sharks, for welcoming me on the Shark Tank. The biggest issue with this design is that once I fire the cannon, who it hits is just kind of God's decision. I have no control over a secondary release mechanism of when this gun fires, or when this gun fires, or where this lands, or even when the C4 goes off. So it's all just kind of like, I just fire it, and it's less of a screw you in particular, and it's more of a middle finger to whomever it may concern. Yeah, it costs $20,000 to fire this gun once. It throws out a lot of spinning metal bullets. Listen, if shrapnel works for a fragmentation grenade, it works for me. All I'm gonna say. No, it will be behind enemy lines by the time the C4 goes off. See, that's assuming that as this gun is rotating, and it rotates, it doesn't point back at me before it fires. Because no matter where I fire this, so for instance, cannon. I fire the gun is spinning, and then it goes, shing! Guns like that, and then it fires back, and so the knife is, maybe the knife hits the ground, shing! Like that, and it's pointed like that, so it goes boom, and I'm standing right here, and I'm a little German boy, and I'm having my big swirly lollipop with my little cap on. And so I don't see it coming because I'm focused on my lollipop. And it goes, and then it like, right in my heart. And then it, and then suddenly I'm dead. Like that's a realistic use case scenario. And that's a gamble I'm willing to take, right? No, little German arrow, don't lick the lollipop. Oh my gosh. This cannon is firing a gun blade that is firing a blade gun that is firing a knife bullet that is firing a C4. How do I get sidetracked in a sidetrack? Am I sidetracked? I'm gonna be so for real with you. I don't know what I'm supposed to be talking about right now. Reminds me of a cannon packed with silverware. Reverts to the grape shot at the top of the stairs. Why German? Listen, I'm gonna be so for real with you. I'm white. I got a little bit of every European country in me. Fun fact, I am actually somewhat German. I'm like not significantly German. I don't have any cultural ties to Germany. I don't have any family who is German. However, I am technically speaking, like my ancestors were German, at least some of them. Arrow, how what? Was there ever a track to get off of? Listen, are you going to tell me that whole contraption there did not blow your mind? Because if it did, that means that the knife bullet fired in the wrong direction. The C4 did not blow off in your mind, it blew off somewhere else. 0.1% German, it's Polish time. I've actually had people, I've had like Polish people ask me, are you Polish? And I guess I just look Polish to them. But like I've had people assume I was Polish and they like speak, they like are from Poland. And I'm like, no, I mean a little bit of my family's kind of Polish, but like I don't have any ties to Poland. The little boy is German because they're 9. All little German boys have comedically large lollipop with them. It's just the rule. Exactly. And they have suspenders and they have lederhosen and they're very excited to play Fortnite with their Coca-Cola. Yippee! Only Americans talk about their heritage like that. No, the way I talk about my heritage The way I talk about my heritage, I say I'm American. Because, like, I think all of my great-grandparents and more recent were all born in America, born in the US. And so I call myself American. And anytime anyone says that, they go, no, where's your family from? And they like, when particularly in the US, when you ask someone about their family, they expect you to just kind of ignore the American bit. Despite the fact I'm like at least like 4th generation American. I don't consider myself anything but American. I don't consider myself anything but from the US. I've been to other countries, and other countries are lovely, but I don't have a tie culturally to those other countries unless I was to like move to them, right? So like if I was to move to Canada, I would identify as I'm American. And then if I had kids, I would like have my kids would be like half American. I wouldn't say that they're like 1/64th German or whatever. I just say I'm American. The whole I'm Irish American, I'm German American. It's dumb. I'm American. Why are we doing this weird genre stuff? Okay, so I push back on that because there are people I know who, for instance, they're an Italian American. They're American. They're born in America. They live in America. They grew up in America. But their family is Italian. They have tie to Italian like family overseas, and culturally, they are very strongly Italian. Similarly with Irish or Chinese or Korean or German, or like there are many different groups of people, communities, who born and raised in America, nothing but American, but they have like actual family they still talk to who lives in some other country. They know people in that country. They've been to that country. They're like maybe they're 2nd generation, maybe they're 1st generation. Who knows? And that is something where I don't want to take that away from them. I think at that point, describing yourself as Italian American or German American or Korean American, all are very valid, useful things. However, I'm not going to say like I'm like British American because I'm like I'm 1/32nd British or something. Like that's dumb. The issue is anytime I say I'm American, people push back on that and say, well, no, you're not American. Like, where's your family from? And I'm like, America. Like, do you want me to say like Arizona? Like I have family from Arizona. I have family from Michigan. Is that what you're saying? And they're like, no, like what countries are your family from? And I'm just like, America. Like some of us are assorted. The episode of The Sopranos where Pauline went to Italy was peak this exact topic. Really? Okay. I understand I do. It's just weird to me to have so many people that are like, I'm this American. I have no real ties. That's what's dumb to me. Exactly. For instance, if I went around saying, yeah, I'm German American because I'm like 1/32nd German or whatever, which mind you, I'm saying all these countries. I don't actually know. All I know is that I have some German in me. I think I have some Dutch in me. I think I have a bit of British, like English in me. I don't actually know that much. But like, I don't have any ties to these cultures. I don't have any family that lives there or even speaks that language. Like I don't have any connection to it. So I don't care. And for instance, I'm like 1/64th Native American. I don't have any ties to like any group of indigenous people. I don't claim to be that. That's just like someone in my family probably did something very bad, and then like that's what I got to deal with as my ancestors sucked. Like, where are you from? Earth. What are you? Human. Probably. Yeah, it's like my ancestors are Scottish, but I've never considered myself anything other than Irish or British. Yeah. And I think it's something where like, it's a little bit of, I don't care. Right? I don't care. If you are like 1/64th from like if you're like great grandparents' parent was from a country and you're like, yeah, that means I'm German American. Like, I don't care. I don't, that's your life. If you want to go to Germany and act like you're a German expert and make a fool of yourself, that's not my life. Like you're not my family. You're not my partner. You're not my best friend. Like, you can make whatever mistake you want to make. How did we get here? Oh, wow. There's a lot of Q&A questions. I Gosh. I started I started reading some of the questions. I think the brain worms hit. I think the worms are wriggling. Because I suddenly got like a very minor headache reading these questions. I think I have agitated the worms. I'm gonna start rage baiting people. Oh, you're Irish American? I didn't know you identified that way. My 0.1% USA makes me bad at geography, but it's fine. The total worm victory. Yeah, the worms are wriggling. The nails are biting. I'm gonna do some of these Q&A questions. It's only been 3.5 hours. I tend to go at least 5 or 6 hours, but I'm gonna just get started on these Q&A questions. That's why you gotta learn a full sentence in another language. And when they say, oh, you're from X, just say, no. I mean, that's why I know how to say je ne parle pas français. I don't know how to speak French. So I do not speak French. But I know a little bit of French. And so if someone asks me oh, do you speak French? I'll be je ne parle pas français. No. I usually go to 8 p.m. Maybe for you. Hello, Clam. Okay. I had to leave for 30 minutes. Did we talk about why Arrow likes Big Macs now? No. No. We talked about cannons, firing gun blades, firing blade guns, firing knife bullets, firing C4. What about Portuguese? There was a stream of that. Okay, so Portuguese, I don't speak a lick of Portuguese. Oh, actually. Because I have a lot of Brazilians in chat, I did a Portuguese stream just for the memes. I did a stream where I was playing a bunch of games in Portuguese. I had no idea what was happening. I had a good time. I have had multiple people recommend me to make brigadeiros. Apparently, it's just cocoa powder, milk, and sprinkles. And butter. Crazy. So I'm gonna make those soon. And I did have the thing. One of the best okay. My roommate's parents, particularly their dad, loves making truffles. And I'm gonna be so for real with you. I've made these before. I've made brigadeiros before. Just instead of putting a outer coat of sprinkles, it was an outer coat of hard chocolate. And these are so good when I made them. So I'm very excited to make brigadeiros. You just need cocoa powder, condensed milk, and butter. Sprinkles are optional. Okay, I grabbed the sprinkles because every single image of brigadeiros I looked up, which let me show you brigadeiros. These look so good. These look so good. Every single image I've seen of them has had sprinkles on them. So I just assumed that was part of the brigadeiro vibe, right? So I've made these before just without the sprinkles, right? I never tried a truffle. Yeah. And it's gonna be a really stupid or weird sentence in that language that anyone who actually speaks it will just be huh? I activated the francophone part of your brain, WTH. Well, so I don't speak French. So I say I don't speak French. These look really good. These sound really good. I want to make them, so I got the stuff to make them. I have sweetened condensed milk, I have butter, I have cocoa powder, and I have sprinkles. So I'm gonna make these. I do not have the setup to do a cooking stream. However, I made katsu the other day. Katsu's super simple. I kind of want to do a cooking stream at some point. I think it'd be really fun to do a katsu cooking stream because katsu super simple. Maybe I do a katsu curry, and it's just I'm out in my kitchen and I'm yapping and I'm I have a camera set up pointed at my stove and I'll put all that together. I would probably need to watch Simone Giri. I would need to get her vibes. I would need to understand from the master of VTubing cooking. But I think that'd be fun. The issue is I have no idea how to do that. I'm gonna be so for real. I would need to take my computer. Well, I could have my mic. I would need a light. I would need my mic, and I would need my webcam, which my webcam is not the best. I don't do face stuff, so I don't invest in face tracking cameras. However, as you've seen by my model painting, my webcam is not the best. Without the sprinkles, brigadeiros are like a fish without fins. I didn't realize they were that important. All I know how to say in Spanish is, I do not speak Spanish, but I am a stupid American. Do you speak English? Yeah. Something as simple as, do you speak English, is very useful in a language. Although, like, the two languages I've had an interest in learning for years now is French and Japanese. French is what I learned in school. And I have, over my life, actually run into quite a few people that, like, speak French. I met someone that lived in France. Rory is Quebecois. Speaks French, Canadian French. Disco Elysium had French vibes to it. Expedition 33 is French. Like, all these different things that, like, have French undertones to them. A French vibe. And then Japanese, I'm a VTuber. I'm a weeb. What do you want from me? If you need a kitchen to film in, there are kitchens out there to do cooking classes. You may be able to reach out to them and rent the space. I don't got the funds for that, and I'm gonna be so for real with you. I do not make enough money from streams to justify that. Like, even if it's like, oh yeah, you can have it for an hour, and it's like $60, I would not be able to afford that. You tried to do Duolingo? Yeah, I was doing Duolingo for French and Japanese, and I dropped French to focus on Japanese. And then I kind of really put it on the back burner. And I was just doing it to, like, learn katakana. And then that wasn't me learning the language. And then they added AI, and I just completely lost interest. And I just deleted it. Yeah, they added AI, and that sucks. Not just from the idea of AI bad. Because I'm of the take that even though, yes, AI is bad, you should not just say AI bad and move on. You should say, why is it bad? And, like, education, hallucination, suffocation, no breathing, don't give an F if I cut my arm bleeding. Like, you're being taught by something that's wrong. That's just completely stupid. Trying to do a cooking stream with a time limit is not a fun time. Yeah, and like that's why it'd be like, oh, you can rent the kitchen for like 3 hours, and then it'd be like, oh, okay, let me fork over like $140 or something, or like $200, if that. My pronunciation is good. If I heard "Je ne parle pas français," like that, it would be a cue that you are learning. Yeah, I mean, and that's what it is that it's like there's a difference between "Je parle français." Like, je parle français. My pronunciation is really weird. I'm sorry. But like, if I say I speak French in French, you are going to be like, Apparently, in Japanese, it's very common that if you suck at Japanese, the canned response they give you is, wow, your Japanese is so good. And I've had people tell me that. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Because like that's them basically saying like, you suck at this. Like, and apparently the real compliment that you get is, where did you learn? That's what people ask when you actually have good Japanese. Hear me out. If you do a cooking stream, there's a chance we can see your roommate's cat. That is an absolute win. That would be pretty funny. The issue is I would have to plan it. I would have to like plan my stream to be when none of my roommates would be here, because I ain't dealing with that. I've also shown off my roommate's cat's paw. However, my roommate's cat is a flea bag. She got fleas again, as far as we can tell. So she's not been in my room in many moons. And by many moons, I mean like 2 weeks. And when I'm the only one home and she wants attention, she will like scream. She will cry out in pain and suffering and be like, let me in. And I'm like, okay, do you have fleas? And she's like, no. And I'm like, uh-huh. Now I'm sure chat wants to see the streamers behind on the... Wait. Why are we talking about behind? Why are we talking about my behind? Yes, I'm sure many people here would want to see my behind. However, that's not what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, I would have to like wear socks so people wouldn't see my feet. I'd have to like hide my feet. Hey, I like anybody who learns French at any level. I don't like gatekeeping the language. Yeah, I mean, that's appreciated. I want to see cat yoink food. No, not cat. Okay. I have picked up this kitten. I've picked up this kitten, this kitty, this cat. She's like 8. She's like 9. She's not a kitten. She's so chill. She puts up with so much. Like she does not like being upside down. However, I will pick up this cat and just based on the way she like flops in my arms, she will like be swaddled in my arms. So I'll be like, right? And she'll just be like, tails like that, ears like that. And she'll just like be in my arms like that. And apparently her mama says she hates being upside down. But like, I'll just do this and she'll just like chill in my arms for like 5 minutes at a time. Just like looking around, chilling, tail just whoom, back and forth. What if you set up the camera in a way that only captures the top of the stove? Okay, so like the way my kitchen is set up, I could very easily just like stove. There's a little counter space here. There's the fridge. And then there's a wider counter space here that goes over to the sink, right? And the sink's like, right? So I could do it so the camera captures like this, right? I get half of the burners. I get one front one, one back one, and I get a little bit of the counter space. I can pound my chicken. I can beat my meat, and then I can bread it. I can put it in flour. I can put it in egg yolk. I can put it in breadcrumbs, panko, and then I can like shallow fry it, right? And then boom, that's katsu done. Then in the back burner, I could have it be the curry. And then I'll just set up the curry. Then while I'm making the curry, while the curry is being made, I would just make the katsu. And then I would have chicken katsu that is just all set up with curry that is then ready on behind. I'd probably have the rice cooker right there. And then like I could do this. The issue is I don't know how good that would be like for content because I'm not good at cooking. Your cat refuses to be picked up. That's the thing. This cat also refuses to be picked up. But I am bigger than her, and I am stronger than her. Therefore, I can just choose to pick her up, and she can't really stop me. And then once I pick her up, she's just like, actually, this isn't that bad. Nah, I'm chill. I'm straight chilling it. And then she'll just be fine. And so I'm like, awesome, cool. Didn't realize. So then I like have her in my arms, and I can like rockabye baby her because she's just a little cat. So I bully her into being picked up. Yes, much like with short people. My roommate, not my roommate whose cat this is, but the roommate who like I've known for years. They are significantly shorter than me. I'm 180 centimeters. They are, 9 inches shorter than me. So that's like 25 centimeters shorter than me. So they're like 155 centimeters-ish. I will pick up my roommate and they get so mad at me. And it's gotten to the point where I can pick them up and I'll just like, I will just like, yeah. I'll just like that. And their legs will literally like kick back and forth as I'm just holding them in the air. And I'm like, ha, you're short. And they're like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to stab you. And I'm like, okay. And then I set them down. I need to get a meter ruler so I can tell on the fly how tall or long something is. So what I do is that basically I know I'm 5'11". And I know that's roughly equivalent to 180 centimeters. And I just like use myself as a bar. Just don't shelf them. No, I don't put them on shelves. Yeah, like a cat. Like they're wiggling in my arms like a cat. Be careful. That being shorter means they can more easily steal my kneecaps. They have not stolen my kneecaps in my many years of knowing them. They have tried, I will say. And failed. Most people are shorter than me. I'm well guarded on my kneecaps. You scale everything off your brother. He's exactly 6 foot. That's pretty good. I'm gonna start answering some questions just to get through them. And then if we have any diatribes, we'll just dive into them. They can stab you, but your knee pads were invented for a reason. Knee guards, absolutely. You are a manga character whose height changes between panels. Yeah, you're a manga character that Araki portrays. So he, when portraying a character that is meant to be like intimidating, will make them super tall. And then once they're like beaten or defeated, they'll be super short. And their height is entirely fluid based on how they're perceived by the character fighting them, which is very interesting. Sorry, as a 6'11" man, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I have met people that are like 6'6". I have met people that are 6'7", 6'7". I have not met anyone that is close to 7 foot. I don't believe that. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. And then I will answer questions when I get back. There's a worm in Stellaris? Oh, I can tell you about my Stellaris game. I can tell you about my Stellaris game. And how like intimidated and scared I am. How in fear I am of my Stellaris. Okay, so I appreciate how many worms were in chat while I was away. I am concerned, what is worm noises? Is it just like just ASMR noises of like writhing and wriggling? Is like that ASMR noises? Is that worm noises? What was will be what will be what was will be what will be was. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. In Stellaris, I played a group of, I think, fungoids that were inspired by the Necrontyr, as well as by the Cybermen, as well as the Borg. And I chose the fungoids because I chose the portrait that was like a little like creature, like a mammalian creature that had fungus growing all over it. And I chose a bunch of traits that were like fleeting. So leaders died sooner. And I chose traits that represented like weakness and impermanence and the idea of dying. And I gave them a bunch of bonuses that was related to intelligence and adaptability. And I chose as the origin, like the mechanist one, where we had discovered robotics and could build robot assembly plans. Or I don't think we could. I don't think it's that we could make robot assembly plans. I think it's that we got a head start on robot assembly plans. But like we had robots. And the big conceit behind my species, the Zenak, which is the random name I chose, the random name I got. We wanted more than anything else immortality. We wanted to transcend our mortal coil and stop decaying and dying by being fleeting. And we wanted to instead develop further and ascend past our mortality. The flesh is weak, right? So eventually, this is a very RP oriented game. One of our first encounters with alien life was a belligerent group of synths. Robots. Sentient robot life. We can be inspired by them. We can learn from them. We can learn how to become synthetic as they are. And then they fought me. And then I went to war with them. And then I took a bunch of their territory and I lost a couple of my territory because I didn't realize how wars worked. And then we had a very bad taste in our mouth towards one another. And my closest neighbor and my oldest adversary are synthetics who shrimply, were undeserving of the title. Let's move past that. We're materialists. We're egalitarian. We are... materialist. Materialist, egalitarian... materialist, egalitarian... pacifist? I think pacifist, egalitarian, materialist. We, developing further, we're getting ahead in science. We make friends with a theocracy that are hardcore spiritualists. Normally they would hate us, but we got along well. These guys, the homies. These spiritualists, this theocracy, absolute homies. They've been with me this entire game. We have been friends since the beginning. We joined the Galactic Federation at the like around the same time. We have been homies this entire game. Continuing on. Eventually, we end up discovering this anomaly. What the frick? This is a giant repository of brains uploaded into a computer vault. Because this was a species that, much like ours, many eons hence, was struggling with their own biophage. They were struggling with their own circumstances that led them to pursue the same goals we did. And so, we took them on. We stored them and said, we will one day find a way to bring you bodies. And we had that in storage. You can bring them to one of the fallen empires? I don't know. Anyway, so we're going forward. We find archaeological sites talking about the Zenak and how we were handpicked by some higher power and how there's some great plan for us. And we say, yes, our plan is that we will conquer death. We will become immortal. We will advance farther than any other species has advanced. And so we strive for robotics. We delve into gene engineering. And we start manipulating our genetic code. And we remove traits such as fleeting. We invest in traits such as stalwart that allow us to live for a longer period of time. We go out of our way to improve the healthcare. We did not have medical centers for the longest time because our failing bodies would not allow it. We rewrote our genetic code to prioritize the longevity of our people. We had open borders for all refugees. Refugees would come to us. We had a technocracy where only the smartest and brightest would lead all of us. And so we felt that we should share our wonderful genetic modification. And so we started with anyone that was fortunate enough to find their way in our borders. We would assist them, and we would take them, and we would strap them down, and we would alter their genetic profile to ensure that they can live longer. Because they don't want to die. We want to save their life. So it doesn't matter if they want to have their genetic makeup altered. We welcome everyone. We will save everyone. And so that's the vibe I was going for. And we're continuing forward. Eventually, we end up getting more robotics, like defined robotics. We can build more robots. We're building more robots. We invest in the synthetics tree of the traditions. And so we are developing synthetics. We're working towards the point of building ourselves up. We finally, after many eons of struggle, we have gotten to the point where we keep investing in different things to extend the lifespans of our leaders. We have individuals that are living for 100, 150, 200 years at this point. We develop synthetics and the ability to ascend past our mortal coil. Before this point, though, there's two things that are worth noting. One, the first thing, a group of determined exterminators rose across the galaxy. These are synthetics that hate all organic life, and they were belligerent. They do not bandy words with organics. They will kill every organic civilization out there. And yet, when they spoke to us, they insulted us. And they said, you as the Zenak, you don't even have any cables through your veins, and your digits have no sensor feelers attached to them. You are weak, and you are pathetic, and you are organic, and you are squishy. And the Zenak were genuinely taken aback at this. The Zenak strived towards robotics this entire time. And to see synthetics hit that weakness, it was insulting beyond measure. But they were beyond the galaxy, they were far away. They sent many refugees to us that we could then assist in extending their lifespan. The other major thing is that we had to make the decision, how far do we go? Because there are multiple trees that I could have gone with. Cybernetics is with the tagline, the flesh is weak. The flesh is pretty weak. We don't want that. However, we ended up not going cybernetics. We went synthetics. We developed the technology to develop past our mortal frames. We made lines and lines of chassis that we took our species and uploaded our consciousness to. We took that metavolt from earlier. We took that species and we uploaded their brains into models. And we had the same chassis we took our chassis, we modeled it off for the first robots we made. We took these Awoken, as they were called, and gave them the same chassis. We had the same chassis over and over and over, and we iterated. Our chassis, all of them, were custom made. They were luxurious. They were bulky. No expense was spared because we wanted these to last for eternity. And that is why we chose, for all of these, the eternal machine. No longer do our leaders have a shelf life. They are made of materials and systems and subsystems that can last in perpetuity. All of our leaders are immortal. Also, all of us were super adaptive. And then we got more technology. We delved further into reinvigorating our machine forms. And so eventually we were able to finally slim down the bulk of our machines. We were able to add more enhanced memories so that we were able to remember everything for all of our eternal lives. And then finally, we had 3 classes. We had the Neo-Zenak, who took on the form of the original robots that we initially were modeling ourselves after. We had, I think I just called them the new robots. The new robots. They were given an alternate form. They were promoted to full citizenship. Their ancestors were the trailblazers that led to the new Zenak being able to ascend past mortality, and they have been honored, and they have since had scientists, and they have since had commanders, and they have since had great leaders join our ranks. And then we have the true Awoken. And the true Awoken, we took their chassis, their physical form, and sculpted it into something that was better fitting their alien physiology from prior to awakening. And so we gave them this insectile robot, like canoptic scarab looking body. And all other species in our borders, all refugees that came to us, all that were under our command, they should be thankful because we assimilated them. We converted them forcibly, whether they were willing or not to enter into biotransference soul forges and become reforged into the Neo-Zenak. They would live forever and remember everything, whether they wanted to or not. They would be hyper-adaptable. Their frames custom made and luxurious to ensure that their eternity was spent in bliss and paradise. They were welcomed to eternity. And then accidentally I started assimilating the true Woken, so they all got assimilated too. Whoopsie! But now, in our species, we have the new Zenak and we have the new robots. The Neo-Zenak and the new robots. And these are our 2 main culture groups. Everything else has been assimilated. It is the year 2410. 2 fallen empires occupy the galaxy. One of whom are militant isolationists off to the north, right by our theocracy, and also by the exterminators who, upon our ascension, reached out a hand of friendship. They said, incredible, you are no longer organic filth. You are now worthy of conversing with us. And we said, yes, we will befriend you. We will have an embassy with you. We will work with you, though we detest your methods. We will assimilate the universe before you can exterminate it. And so we walk hand in hand as all organic life is to fall before us. However, the second fallen empire were fanatic spiritualists who, earlier in the game, I had found a cache of goods that I could either pillage or I could give as a gift to this fallen empire. I did that. And so all game, they've been friendly with me. They've been giving me gifts. They've been rewarding me for having supplicated to them, given them a gift. And when I turned my back on my flesh, they sent me a message that said, you have lost your soul. You have become abominations to this galaxy. And for that, you will be destroyed. No warfare yet. I'm preparing. I'm setting up like star bases. I'm arming up an armada because I'm like, we're in the end game now. 2400, that is where the end game starts. The militant isolationists up to the north, they awaken and they start expanding and they start declaring war on the XT eliminators that are the exterminators. They are prepared to start fighting the theocracy, my allies. I have territory buttressing up against them, so I prepare up there. And then I hear pulse from deep space. What? And the pulse gets louder. And the pulse gets louder. And eventually, a system in my territory, on the edge of the galaxy, is flagged as this is where the pulses are coming to. Something is arriving from deep space. And I finally get contact with whatever this thing is. And it turns out that the endgame crisis is the swarm, or the scourge, rather. These tyrannid monsters, the ultimate form of organic life, coming to destroy the galaxy and consume all. But what they don't understand is that I have already overcome death. And so it is only natural that I may overcome unchecked life. And so they arrive. Like this. Like, right? And they're arriving here. I start moving my ships up. They arrive. They're like 50,000. I have probably 150,000, and I am in a federation, a max level federation. I'm the defender of the galaxy. I have like plus like 75% damage against endgame crisis. They advance forward. They take both of these worlds. Neither colonized, both just systems. I have my entire fleet, and I just go for it. I advance. This is the Vanguard. I take out the Vanguard. I go for it. I take out. And right as I take out their Vanguard, the Queen arrives. However, their army is split up. They are like 50%, maybe 60% capacity here where all of my ships are, and like one of my ship groups is back here. And the remainder is here. So my ships are fighting. They're fighting the Queen. I'm shooting lasers. They're fighting for their lives to stop the Scourge of the Galaxy. If I lose here, my territory is screwed. And we wipe them out. We go over here. We wipe them out. I get a notification. The Scourge has been cleansed. You get plus 10% happiness across your entire empire. 6 months. 6 months, maybe. That is how long it took, if that, to take out the endgame crisis in my Stellaris game. Because we conquered death. We have now conquered life. However, so we have about 65 years left. At the end of the game, whoever has the most score wins. Fallen Empires, they have massive score boosts. I need to deal with these Fallen Empires. So I start trying to declare war on the Awakened Empire because I feel confident. It has like a million troop power. However, I have like 200,000, and I have bonuses against Fallen Empires as like Inheritor of the Galaxy or whatever. And so I am trying to fight it. My Federation keeps denying it. So fine. I'll declare war on the other one, see if that works. They accept it. I'm now at war with the other slumbering empire. Eee! They start going. The Theocracy. Now's my chance. I rush in. I take out their territories. All over. All that's left. They have their 250,000 strength fleet. Leave their homeworld. Go into my allies' territory. They're not conquering. All they're doing is occupying. All they're doing is shooting, like bombarding a place. I have them down. They have one homeworld left. And this one homeworld, each of these, plus they have like 100K in just like home fleet that just doesn't leave. my troops are exhausted. My fleets are just so tired. But this war, we're about to get exhausted. We're about to get kicked out of the war. So I go for it, and I don't even take out one of them. I get booted. I get forcibly a status quo piece. All they have left is their homeworld. I don't know how to continue. I have like 10 years of peace left with them. We're at like 2470. I need to, in the next 30 years in this game, get to the point where I can take on an awakened empire basically by myself and clean up the fallen empire. The Zenak will be victorious because they conquered death, they conquered life. However, can they conquer the awakened and the fallen empires? I don't know. And this is something where like I genuinely, I like don't know how to do this because I physically can't get to the point where I have the fleet size to compete with that, right? Because I'm fully vanilla. I don't have like a juggernaut. I don't have titans. I don't have any of that stuff. So I don't know. Tracing the Infinite lecturing the Overmind when we left death for lesser beings. So that has been my Stellaris experience. It has been so much fun. This is my first game of Stellaris, which sounds really weird to say after I just finished like my third game of Stellaris. But like my first game of Stellaris, I started playing it off stream. I have kept it off stream this entire time. I've gone really hard into role playing. I've over the course of the game, as I played like on stream, I've learned how to play more and better. So I'm like way better at the game now. I have loved it. I've had so much fun. But I really want to win. I think it'd be so funny to win my very first game of Stellaris. I just have no idea how to deal with a fallen and an awakened empire. And that's my issue. I have no idea how to deal with that. So you 580 hours in it, but use console commands for a lot of things. Yeah, I haven't done console commands. I don't have any DLC. It's all vanilla. And I'm just kind of struggling and I don't know what to do now. However, influence, I've been at maxed out influence for quite some time. Like I've been at like 1K of 1K influence for like actually probably 50 years. How are you? I am doing well. I've been making an effort to be social recently. I have been trying really hard to keep in contact with folks, and I've been talking with some folks behind the scenes. So I've been trying to be social. I will be talking to another one of my friends that I haven't gotten a chance to talk to in a couple weeks later tonight. So I am trying to live my best life. I have a video. I have a Lancer video that I need to like write, record, edit for tomorrow. So I should probably get work on that today. I've been making an effort to play some Helldivers and some Marvel Rivals. And I'm actually able to do that now because with one fewer videos a week, that is less stressful on my schedule. So like I've been trying to take care of myself. What are my thoughts on World of Darkness 6? Okay. My long and short on World of Darkness 6. Wow. V5 was like 8 years ago. That's my long and short. I keep thinking, yeah, just like keep doing V5. Like why are like we have done 3 splats in V5. I don't think we need a World of Darkness 6, particularly because people asked and like they said like, yeah, we're going to do Mage 5 and we're going to do, I think Mage 5 was the only one they confirmed. They have a couple that they want for V5 still. I don't see why they're doing 6. I don't think they need it. That being said, the combination of things like Vitae plus health in one tracker, I don't like. And similarly, I think that they like removed blood potency. They're streamlining a bunch of the disciplines even further. They added a bunch of like background stuff that were like background disciplines because they wanted to remove passives from disciplines. They added a system where you can't be too human. Again, I'm reading all of this from the Burger Krieg video that I've been watching that I haven't even finished yet. So I may like next week do a read through of all of the World of Darkness stuff. I may read through it on stream and just kind of see how we're feeling. That said, like, I'm why, right? A lot of this is just kind of a why. Who was asking for this? Who wanted this? Who said this was an idea that needs to be implemented? Because I've only played V5. I haven't played V20. I played Bloodlines, which is a video game, which is based off of like Chronicles, I think. No, I think it's based off of OG World, Old World of Darkness. So like I have experience with like blood points and stuff. My personal take, I don't see why they're trying to fix something that ain't broke. And I know the reason they're doing it is like because 5.5. I know the reason they're doing it is because a lot of games have it in their head that they need to have a new edition every couple of years, because then that will get new sales, new players, new everything, even though it doesn't. All it does is divide your current player base. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Pathfinder 1 to 2, from what I've heard, is probably the single best example of an edition change ever in a TTRPG. Because what Pathfinder 1 to 2 did, it was like, what, 10 years later? If not 15. And on top of that, they changed a bunch of stuff and like kept the same design ethos, but made everything more streamlined to match the more new player friendly TTRPG culture. And now, unless I'm misunderstanding, Paizo just gonna keep running with Pathfinder 2 and just continue doing Pathfinder 2 until they get to a point where there's another schema shift in the industry that they need to respond to. Like, this is my understanding of Pathfinder 1 to Pathfinder 2, and this is how editions should be, is my take, right? I think that the idea of, oh, it's been 4 to 5 years, or maybe it's been like 7 or 8 years, we need a new edition, is so like, why? What's wrong with the old edition? Like, yeah, people that bought the core rulebook 8 years ago aren't going to buy the new core rulebook. But if I bought the core rulebook for like 5th edition, I'm probably not going to buy the core rulebook for 5.5. I'm just going to like play 5th edition. Going from 1 action, 1 free action and movement to 3 actions, a crazy difference. Yeah. And like Pathfinder 2 did big changes. Pathfinder 2 is like not a completely different game. It is an overhaul, which is why it's a 2nd edition. But it's not like changes for the sake of changes, which I feel like a lot of TTRPG games are going for. You should take a look at Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut Lieb, Best Yu-Gi-Oh! Waifu. What the frick? What am I looking at here? Machine XYZ effect. 3 level 11 monsters. Once per turn, you can also XYZ summon Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut Lieb by using 1 rank 10 Machine XYZ monster you control as material. Transfer its materials to this card. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card. It gains 2,000 attack/defense for the rest of this turn. You can only declare an attack with this card. During each battle phase, this card may make attacks on monsters up to the number of materials it has +1. Is this good? Also, this is a gun platform on like 4 trains. This seems entirely impractical. But like, I ain't gonna say nah. Like I rock it. I rock like a gun platform on trains, on rails. Pathfinder 1 was your entire childhood. I do wish that I had the chance to play more Pathfinder 2, but from what I've played, it's super fun and intuitive. Nice. My ace and perfect draw. Oh my gosh. What is your favorite name for mech/mech categories? You like nightmares? Yeah, so nightmares from Code Geass. I do very much like. Because they're all like humanoid, bipedal, they're all shaped like knights. And then they're also a nightmare. They completely change the form of warfare. I think that's really cool. Frames, I think is cool. Honestly, I really like Jaegers from Pacific Rim, particularly because the Jaegers are hunters of kaiju. And therefore, it's like the idea of like you have monster, you have hunter, right? This is the boss monster of the trains archetype, which is not good anymore. There's the trains archetype. So I assume they're all machines. Super Dreadnought, Rail Cannon, Juggernaut, Lieb. So what's the gimmick of the trains archetype? Once per turn, you may detach one material from this card. It gains 2,000 attack and defense, and also for the rest of the turn, you may only declare an attack with this card. So I detach one of my material. I can detach material, make this a 6,000, 6,000. I can only attack with Lieb. It can make an amount of attacks equal to the numbers of material it has +1. What is the train archetype? What does Jaeger even mean? Jaeger is German for hunter. Level 10 machine with huge stats, usually with weird drawbacks and summon conditions. So like 3 level 11 monsters. Level in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the stars. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Do you just happen to have 3 level 11 monsters on hand to summon this? You could also XYZ summon by using one rank 10 monster. So I guess the idea is that if you just summon it with one rank 10, that's the easy way, but then that minimizes the special ability you can do. Whereas if you summon it normally, you can make way more attacks? I don't know. This is I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh! Well enough. Do I want to look up Super Dreadnought Gustav Max? Do I want to do that? Is that really something you want me to do? Oh. Again, this is like a train on multiple tracks. 2 level 10 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach one material, inflict 2,000 damage. Okay, so the archetype of the trains is XYZ summons that you decouple. Yeah? You put Lieb on top of Gustav? Is this like mutate from Magic? Where like you mutate into each other and they all get the same effects? You don't need to, but that was how you'd get Lieb out. 2 trains, Gustav on trains, Lieb on Gustav. What the frick? What the frick? Yeah, I like Nightmares from Code Geass. I like Jaegers from Pacific Rim. Frame is fine. Frame I don't think is particularly interesting as just a generic term. Why do Lancers have so few lances as weapon options? Because, did you know? A Lancer was actually a real title that you could have. And it was the less heavily armored cavalry that occupied a very similar niche as the heavy cavalry knight. However, I believe Lancers were not landed. Lancers were explicitly like not nobles, whereas like knights, they were like a rank in court. Lancer was just kind of like a job description. And so Lancers, historically, occupied the same role as knights, but have significantly less importance placed upon them and less recognition, which is why literarily in a 5-man band, the Lancer describes the character who is the foil of the leader. Because if the leader is the knight, the Lancer is the Lancer to their knight. The Lancer is a foil, is the less acknowledged, less respected, less forward-facing than the leader. Similarly, in Lancer the Mech TTRPG, you occupy the opportunity of cavalry. You are a Lancer. You are cool. You are awesome. The fact that there's so few lances mostly has to do with the fact that you really only use a lance while mounted. And unless I'm mistaken, outside of like the party bus strat where it's the Lancaster like with Fomorian and mule harness, no one's really mounting another mech. And melee weapons that are longer than like threat 3 tend to be like, I don't think that there's any in core that do that, right? And so they have so few lances because lances just aren't really practical for what they're doing, but they're called lancers, I believe, because of the whole like historical representation of the knights and lancers. Okay, you just joined the Discord. What is the soup arc? The soup arc was basically a joke on the tails of a different joke, the Union arc. The Union arc was like a month after I started the Discord server, and we had like under 50 people in the entire server. I got locked out of my account because I had major computer issues. I like started the server, I opened it up to the public, I was the only moderator, and my account got locked out because my computer like bricked itself. And because I had multi-factor authentication, I needed to use my computer to log in on my phone. And so I couldn't do that. And so I was locked out of my account. And so there was a bit of rebellion. There was a bit of revolution, fomenting unrest. And initially, because I was only like 50 people, I started the server where you had general, and you had general voice chat. That was all you got. And it was only by my community unionizing while I was absent that allowed them to lobby for demands. And then we had a whole arc where I was the establishment they were rebelling against, and I had weekly challenges I would throw at them that they would have to accomplish, and if they accomplished them, they would get points for the union. And if they didn't, or if the establishment got points for the establishment, they would like lose points. And then the union ended up winning at the very end. That is why canonically, if you're on the Discord, you're part of the union. And so they gave me a list of demands. I gave them their list of demands because they won, and then all was well. However, continuing forward, there was a couple jokes about soup that were made, in part because Rory, he was part of the server, and he was like talking a big game about how like he was supporting the establishment while I was absent. And so people turned him into soup. They turned him into Campbell's Chunky. They fit him in a soup can, as it were. Like they executed him. And so because he was executed that way, it became a running joke that you get souped in the server. And so there was another arc that happened a couple months after where there was this denial or acceptance of the soup as savior. And there was this war going on in the community where is the soup a good thing or is it a bad thing? And what we ended up establishing on is that it is divine punishment. That is why there's a soup can channel that I've not used in quite some time that I can throw people in where you're not allowed to talk anywhere else. And you just get trapped in the soup can. That is why over on Twitch, if you do the redeem to become soup, you ban yourself. And that is why all of the roll colors are all named after different types of soup. Because soup has been part of this community. I really want to run another event. I really want to run another community event over on Discord. I just do not have time. It took a fair bit of effort. And I did not do it when we ever had more than like 100, 150 people. I don't know how it would go now that we have like over 1,000. Saturday, I'm playing a Cyberpunk Red game one shot. Shoot me up with your wildest character concept, please and thank you. A rocker who's obsessed with the idea of chroming up, and they have huge humanity because they're a rocker, they connect with people, so they're super non-combat oriented. However, in trying to chrome up, they have since fallen in the pocket of a megacorp and are basically like on the payroll of them, and they're making anti-establishmentarian and like music, and they're basically like a corporate shill. They are, I need funding to chrome up, and I can maintain the chrome because I have so much humanity. because I'm a rocker, and because I'm a rocker, they are leveraging me to, maybe I'm funded by Arasaka. I'm focusing all of my efforts, all of my punk rock, all of my like, yeah, down with the system on everyone but Arasaka. And so you are a character that fundamentally is a rocker. You are like this like punk, street punk, but you're a sellout. You have a vice, chroming, that you are like losing yourself to and being fed like an addiction. The megacorp is basically like telling you, hey, we can get you more chrome. Just make this song about our competitor this time. And then you do that, and then like boom, boom, boom. Is there a broccoli soup? There's not a broccoli soup. What Lancer weapon mod could be flavored to be a bayonet? What weapon could make a gunblade? I mean, what I would do personally, like you can do this at LL0. On your main, on your aux. How do I flavor this? If I barrage, I shoot you with my assault rifle, and then with my second activation, I use my aux mount, where the bayonet that is on the end of my assault rifle, I stab you with it twice. Boom, bayonet. A Lancer bayonet is just an aux mount with dual knives that you skirmish. You understand. You are seeing the vision. Have I finished Ultra Kill Fraud? I have not touched Ultra Kill Fraud. I have not touched Ultra Kill Fraud because I heard terrible things about it on release. I heard it was so glitchy, and apparently I should have played it because a couple of the Mega Dungeon rooms I've been making have lined up pretty well with what Fraud does. So I actually don't know anything about Fraud outside of the fact that it was glitchy. I think it got fixed, ? Hopefully. I still haven't touched it. Tom Bloom told me I could do this. I asked him last week. What's my favorite card game? TCG or playing cards? Gotta be Magic. I really enjoy Magic the Gathering. I am a green player at heart. I've talked about this a couple times. I mostly have played Arena in the past couple years, but I have a green, black, white deck. That's Phyrexian Tribal. Or is it Phyrexian Typal, rather. Kindred? I don't know. The terms change. It's Phyrexian deck that's all about incubate. And so I call it submissive and incubatable. And then I also have a deck, Phyrexian Asban, or Abzan. And then I also have a deck which is Simic, so blue-green. And it is Landfall, where I can also copy creatures. And so I have Bosaiju Reaches Skyward, which is a saga that gives me lands in hand, and then it becomes a 0/0 that gets a +1/+1 for every land I have. And I also have Mossborn Hydra, which, as most Hydras are, starts as a 0/0 with a +1/+1 counter on it, and then every time I play a land, it doubles the amount of +1/+1 counters on it, which I also have copy abilities, which, for instance, I have Croaking Counterpart, which I copy a non-frog to make a frog token that is 1/1. So, for instance, if I Croaking Counterpart Mossborn Hydra, instead of being a 0/0 with a +1/+1 counter that gets doubled, I instead have a 1/1 with a +1/+1 counter that gets doubled. Right? And so that's just like minor stuff where my doubling actually makes it stronger. I can advance, I can crush you. It has trample. Brother, I am incubating. Freaky as heck, yeah. Ever heard of mono green humor? No. Mono green. I wish I could be stupid enough to play mono green. Like genuinely. I love green. When I first got in the game, I was handed a green deck because they're like, hey, you're really young. Here's a very simple deck. Play the lands, play the big creatures, you swing big. Awesome. I like big creatures. Big mechs. I cannot lie. My issue is mono green. You just can't play the game. Like if you play against anyone that is not like in bracket 1, you will not be able to play the game. Because mono green just, yeah, I can deal with artifacts. Yeah, I can deal with enchantments. Maybe I can remove creatures with flying. But like, I can't deal with your removal. I don't have enough protection. Sure, I could get like some hexproof, but not a lot. Yeah, I might have some trample. That's not going to stop me when you can just kill my creature. I can't deal with your counter spells. I can't deal with your tax. I can't deal with you rushing me down in turn 2. Like mono green is just so inflexible. Just play more big creatures. You're right. Should have thought of that. The worms want to know my thoughts on massive worm mechs that tunnel through stuff. Have you played Armored Core 6? I think this is neat. I think it's dumb. I think that this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. However, I think it's neat. I think it's cool. And like, the whole point of the stream. Okay, let's be real. Not the whole point of the stream. The title of the stream. Not the whole point of the stream. It's very far from the whole point of the stream. Why? Cool. Let us address the biggest of the mechs. Strider. I think megastructures are cool. I think they're impractical. I think they're dumb. I think that they don't make much sense. Bracket 1. So in Magic the Gathering, they added the bracket system like a year ago. And the idea of the bracket system is you have specific delineations that change what bracket your deck is in. For instance, there are a couple of very powerful cards that are called game changers that if you include a game changer in your deck, you automatically have your deck be bracket 3 or higher. So if I play bracket 2, I can't play bracket 2 with a game changer. It's automatically bracket 3. And similarly, I can't have a 2-card win condition, like an instant win by playing 2 different cards in bracket 2. I can only do that in bracket 3. Like there are restrictions on what you can do in each bracket. And that's just a shorthand where I tell you, oh, my deck is a bracket 2. My deck is a bracket 3. I want to play a bracket 4 game. And so if I say I want to play a bracket 4 game, we are bringing our competitive decks that like we are trying to win. We are trying to beat everyone else. Whereas if I say, hey, anyone want to play bracket 1? That's a game where like I might bring a deck that is just like my commander, 99 wastes, and then 1 specific funny card, right? And then the whole point of the game is like I'm trying to see if I can win with this like silly stupid deck. That's what the bracket's for. Oh, okay. It sounded like you didn't know what they are. I don't play high brackets, so I don't care about bracket 4 versus 5. Basically, yeah. Like if you play bracket 5, that's super competitive. Bracket 4, like bring your A game, right? But yeah, people play bracket 1. People play bracket 2. People play low bracket. 99 copies of sewer rats. This deck may contain any number of cards named sewer rats. Yeah. Relentless rats. Similar. See, the issue with running fog in green is that if you have big creatures, you're not worried about combat damage. You're worried about removal. You're worried about bounce effects. You're worried about like swords to plowshares. Swords to plowshares. You're worried about targeted removal. Board wipes. You're not worried about combat damage. Yeah, so giant mechs, I think they're neat. I think they're cool. I like them. Why? Like in my setting, I love giant mechs. I don't include giant mechs because I like to keep things more grounded. I like things to be more simple. I like things to be more lower powered, lower stakes. That said, dude, the temptation is there. Like big mechs are awesome. I just don't know. Like, I don't like Dyson spheres. That's just a bridge too far for me. Ring worlds don't make a lot of sense to me. But like a Dyson swarm I can rock. I like the idea of a Dyson swarm because a Dyson swarm is significantly less of an advancement. What are we on about? We're talking about mech sizes and like how big mechs can get and how fun it is to have a giant mech and just like really struggle with that. Oh, okay. I think that 4.5 hours, not bad. Euphemism, big mech. Last time it lasted 30 seconds. This time it lasted 4.5 hours. Next time I can go all night. I think that's it on the timer. Bye, timer. Served us well. I feel like ring worlds make more sense than a solid Dyson sphere. See, the thing is, a solid Dyson sphere is so wildly impractical that I cannot get behind it. A Dyson sphere, meaning we take a star and we build a full shell surrounding it to capture all of the radiated light and energy and heat and capture it entirely. A Dyson swarm is the exact same thing, but instead of a giant encasing around it like a caramelization, the Dyson swarm is like a net you cast over it. Stay for the entire stream. Aw, thank you, Nate. When you were a kid, you were generally scared of the Omnitroid. Could be a small star. Yes, a small star is still many magnitudes larger than Jupiter. Even if you have like multiple years of multiple planets worth contributing to building a Dyson sphere, you would not have the materials from like a dozen planets to be able to make a Dyson sphere. It just doesn't make sense. In a ring world, like, it just doesn't appeal to me. I didn't grow up playing Halo. I don't really care about ring worlds. Very, very small. Yeah, at that point, that's not a star. That's just a molten planet. You silly. It would take like several star systems worth of mass just for the superstructures for a Dyson sphere. If you could hop systems to move that much mass, I feel like a sphere is outdated. Exactly. You don't need it at that point, and you can't build it before that point. One mech-sized werewolf versus 10 werewolf-sized mechs, who would win? I feel like we've had this exact conversation before. Like, I don't even think that it's like, oh yeah, we talked about mechs and werewolves and like Garrow from Werewolf the Apocalypse and like how would they compete? No, I feel like we literally had the conversation. Who would win, a mech-sized werewolf or 10 werewolf-sized mechs? I guess the question, the real question here. One werewolf versus 10 mechs. Do bullets penetrate the supernatural armor of the werewolf? Do the claws of the werewolf penetrate the future metal of the mechs? Because I feel like the answer is entirely dependent on these two questions. Can the mechs hurt the werewolf? Can the werewolf hurt the mechs? If the answer is yes for both, I think the mechs got it just by numbers. If the answer is yes to one of them, it is yes whoever can hurt the other one. If the answer is no to both of them, it's gotta be the werewolf, because the werewolf bit would be able to like throw around the mechs, whereas the mechs would be able to do nothing to the werewolf. Are fusion reactors technically Dyson sphere? No, not at all. But like a Dyson sphere is specifically, you have a star and you build a shell around it that completely encases it to capture all of the energy. And it's just like solar panel upon solar panel kind of deal. 100% of all like sent off like rays of light. A fusion reactor is using cold fusion as a means of powering like a generator. So like, I guess what you're getting at is the idea of, yes, stars use fusion or fission? I think that they use fusion. Stars do use fusion, but a Dyson sphere is specifically surrounding an entire star. I guess a Dyson sphere could be considered a fusion reactor if it powers something. Are we talking World of Darkness werewolves or D&D werewolves? That's the question. Are we talking folkloric werewolves? Who knows? You can make an actual Dyson sphere around our sun by using materials from Mercury and Venus. I don't believe that. I don't believe that we could make a Dyson sphere around our sun with just the materials of Mercury and Venus, because Mercury and Venus do not have the mass to compete with 1/100th of the sun. Folklore werewolves, mechs win. D&D werewolves tie. Well, so folkloric werewolves can be shot to death by regular bullets, but some of them are also like immune to all mortal arms outside of Wolfsbane, right? So like it's all over the place. And D&D werewolves, do they have immunity to non-silvered weapons? Or is it resistance? Because I think it's immunity. It's immunity to non-silvered weapons. And therefore... Oh, can I talk about silver weapons? For the longest time... Silver weapons. I thought what this was is that it's... This is a non-magical weapon that deals damage... and a creature has resistance to non-magical weapon damage, this allows you to treat it as if it were magical. This is not how this works. The way silver weapons work in D&D 5e, if the creature is one of like 20 creatures that specify in their stat block, this is like resistant to all damage. It's for all non-magical slashing, piercing, bludgeoning from non-silvered weapons. It ignores that. Otherwise, it is completely useless. Which, like, come on, bro. That's why in my setting, silver weapons allow a non-magical weapon to overcome resistance to non-magical weapon damage. Which also, can we please just say, my friend came up with this back when I was like running for him like a decade ago. Instead of saying non-magical piercing, slashing, or bludgeoning damage, just say non-magical weapon damage. It's so much simpler. You're not going to have a weapon that deals non-magical like acid damage. Maybe you'll have a weapon that deals non-magical fire damage. I don't care. I don't care. If you're attacking a werewolf with like a flaming crossbow, yeah, it's immune to the fire too. Sucks to suck. You want to recheck the video? It's a Dyson swarm, not a Dyson sphere. After watching chapter 6 and betting on the Garrow, Unjust Parenting chapter 6. Okay, well, we've talked about this before. Garrow, get magic. Magic disrupts tech. Tech is mech. Mech shoot Garrow? If mech shoot Garrow, mech win. If mech no shoot Garrow, Garrow win. If mech no shoot Garrow, Garrow no claw mech, Garrow still magic mech. Does that make sense? Throwing an acid vial is not... Yeah, but that's non-magical acid damage. That's not non-magical weapon damage. And all of these stat blocks, all like the werewolf says, resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage from non-magical weapons. It does not say from fall damage. It does not say from stepping in a campfire. It does not say from having a vial of acid splashed on you. None of those are resisted as it is worded. So mechanically, nothing would change by non-magical weapon damage. What is a Garrow? From Werewolf the Apocalypse, which is part of the World of Darkness suite of games. The Garrow is the self-titled name of werewolves. So Garrow make pacts with spirits, and they will have these spirit pacts to do magic. Magic might be, I can run really fast. Magic might be, I can see into the world of spirits. Magic might be I summon a spirit to help me. Magic might be I disrupt all technology in an area and black it out. What cat is the average Garrow? We've talked about this before. My default, whenever someone asks me, hey, what cat is X? I just say cat 3. Cat 3 is middle of the road. Cat 3 is more powerful than the average person. Cat 3 can do a lot more, but it's not like out of the realm of possibility. In D&D, werewolves can take damage from non-silvered magic damage, but Garrow are immune to any non-silvered weapons. No, Garrow aren't immune. Garrow can just heal damage. Garrow just takes superficial. The thing with Garrow in World of Darkness is that they take superficial damage. As opposed from non-silvered weapons and not fire damage, whereas fire and silver, they take aggravated. You can still kill a Garrow by just shooting it a bunch. So if a Garrow is fighting a mech, the mech can shoot the Garrow. If there's 10 mechs, the Garrow might be able to take out 3 mechs. They get shot, right? So that's my take, right? I think that the Garrow-sized mech, which makes it a bigger target, means it's gonna get screwed. Oh, the low Garrow. Interesting. I'm collecting call signs and mech names for running in Golden Flame. Do you have any call signs you think are cool? What I like to do, I like to stylize call signs after like real life call signs. And that is to say, it's generally a joke at the expense of the person whose name it is. So for instance, you're not going to get call signs that are like Raven or Monarch or Prince or like Ace. Like those generally aren't the call signs you're going to get. You're going to get call signs that are just like Boots. Because there's a funny story about how one time during uniform inspection, you lost your entire uniform except for your boots. And so you had to do a uniform inspection while in your boots and nothing else. And like you got chewed out for it, and everyone teases you for being called Boots. You get called like I don't know, Spit, because you have a propensity to every time you finish a conversation, you spit on the floor, and everyone's just like, everyone knows you as Spit. They all call you Spit, and so your call sign is Spit. Like those are the sort of call signs that I like to have for my characters and for my players. And that's kind of what I did in my Kane game. And when I ran Lancer for some people, I was like, okay, I had every player have their call sign be determined by the other characters. So the other characters gave them a call sign, and they get to choose their own mech name. They get to call their mech whatever they want. So you might be Boots piloting the last breath of winter. And like that's a story right there. Like, who is Boots? Why are you called Boots? Also, why are you piloting something so like poetic and like melodramatic as the last breath of winter? Like this is a character right there. Or like they're called Spit, and they pilot the junk fire, or they pilot the dumpster fire. Spit piloting the dumpster fire is a very evocative character name, right? You know who Spit piloting the dumpster fire is. And like Boots piloting the last breath of winter has like multitudes to them. You might get called Raven if you keep stealing silverware. I feel like that would be Magpie, Crow. So I get the idea of nicknames in a more laid back serious sense, but it reminds me of an old philosophical question. What is the most value? A name given, a name taken, or a name earned? I am of the opinion that, so let's talk about this in the form of Kane, right? I think no name has more value than the other. However, when talking in fiction, I think that's neato. I think in real life, whatever name you prefer to go by, that's what it should be. So if you're someone who, like, for instance, I go by Arrow. I chose the name Arrow. Hi, I'm Arrow. You call me Arrow? That is very important. That's my name. You, with your username, you chose your username. Skeleton, or Keen, or Dio, or Clam, or Sterling. Those are all names you chose. And that's worth acknowledging. Similarly, if you have a preferred name over your given name, I would say that is more true to you than your given name. Or if family is very important to you, maybe you're doing business in East Asia and you're called your last name, or you're in the military. Everyone just calls you your last name. That's very important. That has more contextual importance than your given name. But that doesn't mean that your given name isn't important. If that's what like your lover or partners calls you, if that is what your friends call you, that's equally important. And so they're all different. They're all different strata of importance. Highest value on the name taken. What is a name taken? If I defeat you and now I am called Keen, and then I defeat Skeleton and then I'm also called Skeleton, like is that a name taken? But in Kane, there's a little bit of lore there's like a little sticky note that says, do not speak a sin's name aloud. Oh no, it's on the sin transcript sheet for making like the sin at the end of the Cain book. One of the little sections is sin name, do not speak aloud. However, the archives have them listed as like the Minotaur, as Bucephalus, as the Blue Ogre. Those aren't like demonic true names. Those are what the XOs called them. And so I have something where every sin has 3 names in my game, in my setting. The first name is the ID. O32. C19. I12. That's what Kane's internal registry lists it as. The second name is the true name. This is what the sin is like actually called. This is like what psychologically resonates with the host. And this is what like, you should not speak this aloud. It will like do screwy stuff with the sin. The true name is something you can really only learn by talking to the host. Right? And the third one is that archive name. And this is chosen by the XOs. You just fought O32, and its true name was, I don't know, Theron Keen, to use a name from chat. That's the true name. And you only learn that by talking to the host, and then that's like, scary name. The archive, what is it referred to and known as in the archive? It might be just called colloquially the debtor. This ogre had to deal with massive debts. And so you just call it the debtor. And so in the archive, O32, the debtor. And then the archive write-up is written down. And then that's what it's known as internally. And the reason I did this is specifically because if you look at the centipedes, their names are like C27, Calamity 4, C39, right? Which implies to me, and this is my canon explanation for this, or my headcanon explanation in my setting. The reason for this is that because centipedes suck so much to fight, the centipede naming scheme, they'll often be called like this effer, rat, bastard. But like the XOs get pissed off And so they give it like a really just like insulting name, or it has like a slur in it, or it's something that's meant to be like vent their frustrations. So Kane has to strike it from the record and just call it C27, C39. No, I'm not cursing for the third time this stream. Excuse you. No, name taken is name you take for yourself. Given is, okay. Right. Given is your family parent name, earned is your title, reputation. I would say that in real life, the one that has the most value is the name taken. What do you prefer to go by? What do you identify with? What do you choose? And that might be a name that is given, that might be a name that is earned. However, I think that even if like you get earned the title of, I don't know, like Arrow, right? Arrow rights. You earn the title of Arrow rights. If I choose that, if I identify with that, that's what makes it matter. Titles are meaningless unless you identify with it or unless it has real impact on others. And I don't think that my name has impact on others, but me identifying with it makes it matter. Mercenaries, on the other hand, yes, they could end up with way more striking call signs. Yeah. Mercenaries could be crazy. Pirates could be crazy. I've come to chew names and take gum, and I'm all out of gum. Nice. So I won't be around for the end of the Q&A section because I need to go back to go to bed for work. But as a mech not liker, what makes mecha interesting to you? No shade, just genuinely interesting. Okay. You want to know the crazy thing? I don't consider myself to be a fan of mecha. I have not watched Evangelion, Gundam, Gurren Lagann. I don't like look at mecha fiction and be like, oh yeah, I need to play that. But what I have done is I've played AC6. I've watched 86. I've watched Code Geass. I've played Lancer. I've now played Stellaris, which doesn't really have mechs, but does have like mega structures and whatever. I really like Star Wars. Like I've have media that almost always, the thing that draws me to it is not the mech. The mech is the cool aspect, in the same way that the knights in shining armor and the dragons is not the reason I show up to a fantasy story. That is all cool stuff that enhances the experience. For me, mechs is not like salt. It's more like mechs for me is like ginger. Does that make sense? Where in cooking, ginger does not go in everything, and oftentimes is not the standout. Sometimes it is the standout. Sometimes you do make a ginger pasta or like a ginger noodle dish, but ginger is mostly added to a bunch of stuff, and I appreciate ginger being a part of it. And that makes me like it more. And if I don't like something, I might add some ginger to it. That's mechs for me. I like mechs in the same way I like ginger. I will have recipes that include ginger. It is a staple of a lot of recipes. It is not in every recipe. The thing that makes me want to read a story, to want to watch a story, want to play a game, is not the mechs. Even AC6. Like I played AC6 because people paid me to. Like community members, chatters, like sent me gift subs after I beat, I think, Disco Elysium and said, please play AC6. And I said, sure. And then I loaded it up and then I had a fun time with it. It's a very fun combat game. And then I stuck around and then I went through all the stories and then I ended up loving the game. And I think it's really cool. But mechs as a whole don't really like, I'm not part of the mecha genre, I would say. You just finished Evangelion. It's excellent, but it would have been 100 times more value if I'd watched it back when I was 13, 14. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing, isn't it? Where like media that changes based on how old you are. And not just because it's like, oh yeah, your life experiences are different, but like, no, like it speaks to you differently based on how old you are. And it's intended to have a different impact on you when you're a young teenager versus when you're any other age. 86 mentioned, hooray, yeah, I had a fun time watching it. What's the best familiar for an aspiring wizard asking for a friend? So I feel like the best wizard familiar, I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna like laugh at me, you're gonna joke. Cat. Easy to take care of. Innocuous. They got 9 lives. So like if you accidentally like blow it up, it's fine. You got like 8 more. Cats are so simple that if you're figuring out wizardry, you don't need complicated. Cats also live a long enough time as a familiar that it will be able to like see you through your juvenile wizardry like years, and then right around the time you're arriving at like the cusp of magery, still not archmagery, but like magery, your cat will then die after like 15 years. And you will be able to move on to a more complicated familiar. If you are just an aspiring wizard, if you're learning as a wizard, I would not say to go for the eyeball bat. I would not say to go for the tentacled face sucker. I would not say to go, no, not even for the owl. All of those are much more complicated than a cat, and therefore require significantly much more attention, which is animal studies and not wizardry. Cats are 3 things: adorable, easy to take care of, and live long enough if you become immortal with their 9 lives. Beginner, I think, is a good choice as a cat. More advanced wizards may want to consider some kind of corvid. I mean, and that's the thing. Corvids are the exact opposite. I would not recommend corvids to anyone but an archmage. And even then, there are some archmages that I would not trust with a corvid. Why? Because the corvid is insidious. The corvid is intelligent. The corvid has the intellect in order to manipulate an archmagos. Do you remember the memory wars? Of course you don't. Your memories were wiped, as everyone's was post-memory war. However, corvids remember. Corvids will not forget. Toad the underrated because they'll consume your rivals who have polymorphed into fleas. Yes, but you can't justifiably do that until you master polymorphing. You cannot comfortably turn someone into toad bait until you understand the basics and then the intermediate levels and then the mastery of polymorphing. And so you should not have the risk of your toad eating someone until you understand that. What if you're a witch and your patron gave you a crow? Then your patron means you ill will, and I pity you. Pet rock. I mean, hey, transmutation. It's ain't much, but it's honest work. Pet rock, perfect for an aspiring transmuter. Just don't animate it. Whatever you do, don't animate it. Don't animate it. Don't animate it. Its pain will be real. Its pain will be real. And that's why I'm saying don't animate it. I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying it's difficult to. I'm saying its pain will be real. You do not need that on your conscience. And until you get to the point where you can wipe your own memory and or you can excise parts of your personality via banishing selectively, I would not recommend transmuting a pet rock. Have you ever considered what it would be like to have no mouth and need to scream? But not just that, to have no eyes and need to see, to have no ears and need to hear, and to have no limbs and need to move. A pet rock animated would do nothing because you animating it does not grant it appendages. That is why you must never animate a pet rock. Its pain will be real. What about a snake? Those that only eat eggs? I mean, you tell me right now, putting aside your wizardry, putting aside the tuition costs, I know that the blood sorcery and like the active drip is continuing onward. Listen, It used to be you would set down one payment of your immortal soul. Now they got you doing like monthly blood sacrifices for lower quality education. Your orb doesn't even connect to all the same channels it used to. The frequencies are not there. Anyway, putting all this aside, could you afford to take care of a snake? There's not much effort on your end. There are a lot of effort on the back end. You need an enclosure. You need to provide it with eggs to consume. You need it to have basking areas. You need areas so that it can hide and burrow, depending on what type of snake it is. The snake oftentimes will not be a social creature, nor will it want to be held or touched. So at that point, you're wondering, why do you want a familiar? If you want a pet snake, get a pet snake. Don't get a familiar. Familiars are not pets, they're assistants. What about a homunculus? Okay. Night. Come on. Are you even in wizardry? Like, I assume that's a joke. However, homunculi are not familiars. They are a different, like, sphere within the arcane university. And actively, now of all times, there is ongoing debate as to if they should even be allowed to be created, dominated, and sent off into the wayward world. So the fact you're confidently saying, oh, what about homunculi as a familiar? That is regressive at the best of times. Dog whistling at neutral, and actively problematic at worst. I want you to think about what you just said. I want you to think about all of the homunculi out there and all of the experiences that they have had, because their pain is also real. I will remind you. It just so happens that they have the vocal cords and the sensory appendages to actually perceive and express this. Animated blowhigh? I fear what an animated blowhigh would do. Truthfully. But pet rocks are already animate though, and they've literally billions of years of experience. Okay. Boomy. Everyone, close your ears, except Boomy. Everyone else, look away. Boomy. Have you been consorting with the Fae again? Again? I thought I told you that when you heard inanimate objects speaking to you, to cast a silencing rune and to move on with your day. These are not the rocks that are talking to you. These are the upper and lower court of the Seelie. They do not wish to impart knowledge to you. They wish to whisk you away off to the other realm. I've told you about that. Yes, they offered you cookies. How else would they get you drugged? These are not good people. These are not good. Okay, everyone else, you can listen now. You can listen. Everyone's okay. You're good to listen. I mean, sure, there's a lot of problem with homunculi, but you can just like make a new. Kali, in my office right now. March. I am not going to have this sort of derisive, dismissive, absolutely degenerate, and disrespectful behavior from my community. Can my familiar be a human? Okay, well, that's not currently up for debate. We kind of made the decision many epochs ago that no, humans cannot be familiars. However, I have heard as a political jargon tool used that in the modern day, particularly with the enhanced aging reversal spells that many archmagos have enacted upon themselves, that they are treating their apprentices, many of whom are ready and prepared to take on towers of their own. They are being treated as human familiars. That's more of like a comparison to make a point. No, humans cannot be familiars. So I assume golems are off the table. Okay, so golems are like They're registered. You have to like sign up for a registry. You have to be employed by the crown. Like, golems are restricted to military use. Like, of course you can't have a golem. That's like asking me if you just have a tank. No, you're not military. Oh, okay. As ascending god can choose some guy to be their supreme follower, which is totally not a pet, of course. Taking human familiar as a wizard is wrong. Sure. Golems are automatons and lack an internal experience. They are no more familiar than a Roomba or a pet. So, the thing with golems is golems are intended for warfare. And that's why in the Blood Covenant, they were established to be restricted by certification of the crown. Now, maybe under certain administrations, you can potentially get a golem just by knowing the right person, but that is not lawful nor is it good. That is at best lawful neutral. And realistically is chaotic evil. Let's just call it what it is. The stream is being piped in from an alternate reality. What if I did that? What if I had an entire stream where the entire premise of the stream is just like coming at you live from across the multiverse, and it's just like me putting on a lecture of arcane sigilism? You have a small clay golem on your desk, it's just kind of there. Well, like, do you have an open carry permit for that? Because if you don't, I'm going to have to report you to the paladins. They're not going to let just anybody engrave the rune of truth in a stone body. Thank you. Someone's been paying attention. Especially if you get them from another crystal sphere. Okay, but what if 30 to 40 feral hogs show up at my door? That's why golems should... If 30 to 40 feral hogs show up at your door, you, like everyone else out there, you are going to go to your adventuring guild. You are going to submit a formal request that you need an adventurer of level 1 to 2 to go out there and acquire for you 30 to 40 boar asses, and they need to go out there and grind out in the forest, and they need to come back to you and show you proof that these feral hogs are dead. That there are proper channels from this. You would be so down for Wizard Arrow's lectures. You're a knight, you count as military? Okay. There are knights. And there are knights. Do you understand the difference? You are this, you need to be this. This is why I have a government-sponsored Adventurers Guild for freelance monster elimination. What defines a golem, and is any sufficiently advanced golem considered sentient? So that's where you have to understand. Golems work off of predictive algorithms. And they actually have to be trained by millions and millions of recordings captured via scrying orbs, which are used to then train the golem so it can predict the proper response to the next circumstance. And a lot of people recently have been very upset with golems and how they will scry you without your consent. So even if you specifically say you do not want anyone scrying this information. So that's why a lot of golems, if you ask them to, for instance, make a piece of art for you, they will be suspiciously similar to other well-known artists because they scried their process and now are just kind of spitting it back out at you. And that is why the government is having a bunch of golem contractors all join the military with highly sensitive data that they're scrying into for free, freely accessible, even though golems have massive security risks, and one single disruption charge will completely eliminate the rune of truth and allow the golem to be taken over by anyone. And it increases the cost of orbs. That's really what it hits you as the low-level initiate, is it increases the cost of orbs. Because it increases the mana crystals, the power of the orbs, and it's just inflated. Really, someone cast Ozolith's invulnerable sphere. And we need to pop that sphere real quick. That's what I'm saying. Can I be my own familiar? Daniel, everyone can close your ears, please. Turn away. Daniel. This, as well as other comments you've made, I don't think you're not cut out to be a wizard, but I think that you might find this submission to the Bard's College more acceptable. I think they would be much more inclined to match the energy of someone that wants to be their own familiar. I think that they have a wonderful program there. And again, I don't think that this is a matter of lack of competence. I think this is a lack of alignment with what wizards want. We are ultimately more lawful aligned in the Wizards University, and the Bard's College does match that chaotic alignment you seem to be more drifting towards, particularly in the realm of making yourself your own familiar. So I would recommend that. I've already spoken with the Dean of Duplication, and they are more than happy to transfer you over, quite literally in this case, where they will teleport you. Yeah. Everyone, okay, you're good. You can listen now. I'd speak with one of my students. You should cover your mouth. You can't send Daniel to the Bard University. They can't even do magic. This is why I should be focusing on homunculi-focused servants. None of these... Kali. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. That is tied to some very harmful rhetoric. Homunculi servants has a large history back in the Prior Age. So a lot of you weren't around for this, and I don't know what they're teaching you in those ancient studies classes. Those ancient tomes, I saw them. Their spines are still intact. That's how you know they haven't been opened. Homunculi servants were, of course, used by Zragnoth, the Dark Lord. And he was quite infamous for weaponizing homunculi in a servile capacity, stripping them of their rights, reinforcing their lack of personhood into them, which, of course, they are not people. However, they were utilized in a battle thrall sense, and they were called Zragnoth's servants. And so to say homunculi servants is kind of... It's hearkening back to a darker age, quite literally. Back when the sun was actively being blotted out by the vampire lord Xgrot. The world was darker. And so I don't think that's something you should be saying, particularly with the ongoing social justice movement right now. Wizards lawful? In this university, you have to be lawful. Once you graduate, you can walk whatever alignment path you walk. We have even had many fantastic alum that have gone the path of chaotic evil. A few liches may have graduated from this university. Their names, of course, stricken from the history books. Though we have records to indicate that... Now, you didn't hear this from me. Aganasha, the Diabolist. That chair right there. Right next to you. No, the other one. Remember, we're in a 4-dimensional space right now. The other one. Yeah, that one. Okay. She was in this very classroom, asking the same questions you were. And Kali, I will tell you, very big on the homunculi servants narrative, which is not okay. And I don't think any of you want to walk in her footsteps, become a Diabolist. I think all of you want to become upstanding members of society, and also many of you have expressed interest in particularly kissing women, which I don't understand how being a wizard applies to that, but if it does, it does. You always got the vampire lord Xgrot and Zagnaroth the Dark mixed up. Dark, they had mutual connections. If you ever hear about Great Worm Obtrix. Great Worm Obtrix actually had ties to both of them. So I myself, when I was first learning about them, I was very confused as to why the Dark Lord was trying to blot out the sun, as the Dark Lord, quite ironically, drew his power from the sun in order to try and drain it dry, whereas, like, Zergrot, the Vampire Lord, was trying to block out the sun to prevent it from casting light over the world. So they were actually at odds despite their connection via Obtrix. All very confusing. Ancient history. You'd know that if you read your ancient tomes. None of this scry nonsense. I don't want to hear any of this. Oh, well, I asked the golem to summarize it for me. No. Read the tome, and I want you to utilize your own cognition and a little bit of Adderall. And I want you to read through these books and store it in your mind palace. Whoa, a stream. Huge fan of your girlfriend video. Thank you. I appreciate it. After 2 hours of sniffing glue, this talk is surreal. Are we certain that Archmagus isn't a lich? He's suspiciously long-lived. Oh, no. Did they shift the curriculum? When I learned here, I was actually taught longevity spells by the end of my first year. They wanted to keep us around, so they taught us longevity spells at the end of our first year. I think they moved it so that now it's the first thing you learn in your final year? The Cult of Lud was right? Well, the Cult of Lud, I think it's a bit harsh to call it a cult. I would say it was more of a movement of Lud. Some might even call it those that followed Lud, the Luddites. And I think that this exoneration of those that strip themselves of arcane advancement and this aspirational primitivism that they had, I think it was a little bit half-baked, I must be honest. Though, as in accordance with the Crown's recent decree that there's no more judging those that do not explicitly have in their religious doctrine that they desire to end the world, which surprisingly is only about 60% of all religions. I have no ill words to throw at them, so I don't know if this is a hot take. Isn't it easier to use clone though? It is easy to use clone, however, if you utilize clone, that does take more resources. And it was seen as a cost-saving measure on the university to swap over to longevity. Now, this was prior to my time at this university. I was actually only 2 years late, I believe, to learning clone. I, of course, learned it on my own time because once you're advanced enough, you have the ability to do so, and I certainly had the time, but longevity fits you well enough, I'll say. Longevity spells do have a limit, don't they? I don't know, I'm only a second year. So longevity spells do have a limit, so long as you abide by the paladin-sanctioned guidelines, which ask even the most conservative of wizards who adhere to the Almighty's divine light, they will tell you is too strict. Let me tell you this. There is nothing wrong with experimenting and pushing the bounds of your arcane terminology. I will tell you that right now. I think clones need a more complex ritual to create a connection between the original body and the clone, so it's probably some corner cutting. That's the real answer. That is the true answer. You can fit longevity into perpetuity. You can clone yourself. It just takes more resources to teach and set up and have all the back end. There are ways. We totally all follow rules and structures in the order of light. Wink. Gosh, would I rather have a mech with a rail cannon or a minigun? Professor, if I bind an extraplanar being and use this knowledge on assignment, does that count as excite help? So, the way that is judged, and I told you this in the syllabus, if you bind it, ensure that you utilize truth compulsion. And cite it using MLA. I will refer to you to the Library of Purdue if you need any advice on how to MLA cite. But yes, primary sources, even if taken forcibly and across planes and reality, are acceptable. Hey, Aaron, folks just hop in and say, good lord, that thumbnail! What? That would require permanency, though. At that point, isn't it just cheaper to clone? Boomy. It is cheaper to clone than it is to have permanency. However, longevity is cheaper than cloning. So the university teaches you, technically speaking, longevity spells, allowing you to extend your lifespan, if not put it into perpetuity. With permanency, that will keep you in a stasis form across all of eternity, regardless of all harm thrown your way. That said, it is more complicated, it is more expensive, and so they set you up to learn that instead of just cloning yourself. I do both. I have longevity and clones, but that's because I'm a little neurotic about that. Also, you appreciate Arrow and their work. Thank you, Cole. Is it allowed to call upon past lives to get help from assignments? Mizzle. How many times have I said, reincarnation is a myth? Those are the voices from beyond. Do not fall prey to their temptations. Yes, they seemingly know things about you that you yourself were unaware of. This is because they can read every depth of your mind and soul. I have expressed this multiple times. I have reinforced this multiple times, even if the Order of Light does maintain its official stance that reincarnation is the divine providence of the Almighty. That does not mean it is true. Can I ask my shadow for answers? You can, though double check its answers. Source it. I don't know, I've had ADD, so I don't want to deal with that disadvantage on the concentration check. Surprisingly, ADD, concentration, very useful when you're in stressful circumstances. Very not useful when you're in calm circumstances. My advice is that if you have ADD and you need a concentration spell for longevity, go in a combat circumstance. Join an adventuring guild. Have a little bit more spice in your life. Go dungeon delving. That will keep you up. It will keep you stimulated. How do clones work? Do you just create an empty shell and transfer it into you, or make a younger version of yourself and pass down your wisdom? Either are acceptable. One is significantly more morally fraught than the other, and surprisingly, it is the creating a younger version of yourself and teaching them everything you know. That is the one that is considered in poor taste. Because generally, when you do that, you will generally have a clone that is you, but a few years younger. They retain basic level surface and core information that you have access to, and you need to teach them real meat and potatoes. However, the issue with that is, well, if you're hitting the old ripe age of 770, they might be 500? That's not the best. There's still a 500-year-old that acts and behaves as if they're a 25-year-old, which we don't need to get into the problematic aspects of that. How do I find out my professor's true name asking for a friend? So what you can do is you can go forward to them, get them private by asking them for advice on particular spells or glyphs or what have you, and set up a binding rune surrounding what glyph you purposely are trying to get their advice on. They will wander into the binding room unaware, given by their thinking it's just a part of the rune that you were drawing and struggling with, and so you can close the binding room. They are trapped within. Then, once you have bound your professor, you may cast compulsion upon them to force them to tell the truth. Of course, be ready for their counter charm. No professor goes with that one. And then, once they are sufficiently compelled to inform you the truth, you may simply ask them. However, make sure to hold aloft the talisman that will be inscribed into, as once they speak aloud their name of power, they will be de-shackled from the bounds of reality momentarily. And so you will only have a scant moment in order to capture the essence of their true name before fleeing. And teleportation, surprisingly, not the play. They will simply have a magical tracer to follow you and arrive at your location at the same time as you. Speed is the name of the game, and you would like to enhance your own celerity rather than actually teleporting. That is the best way to get the true name of your professor. Be aware now, you will be in breach of code of conduct, and you may be excised from the school and academy. How do I bind my professor? Should I take them out to dinner first? First, graduate from their class so that it's not a weird teacher-student thing, as even if you're comparably aged, that's not okay because power dynamics. So when a spell calls for the blood of a virgin, I am not doing anything wrong. What if you make a younger clone with someone else? Then that's creepy, and that's weird. Would I rather have a mech with a railgun or a minigun? Minigun. Minigun. Like, railguns are impractical. And I love the Barbarossa. And I love how big its gun is. Would I like it if it was a giant howitzer? Would I love it if it was a giant, like, bombard mortar? I don't know. The railgun does kind of, like, add to the vibe, I will say. I like laser weapons. It's just I prefer ballistics, so I would prefer a minigun. How do I feel about guns that combine together to form one bigger gun? I will have you do one better. How about all of these that combine together in order to make a crossbow? None of these are guns. Actually, I guess this is kind of a gun, but like, it just becomes a crossbow that they fire at you, and they utilize the bow as the crossbow bow, and they also have the daggers attached, and it shoots out lasers, and there's a sword attached. It's so weird. It's so dumb. Please don't make a clone of someone else for any other reason. Okay. There is an exception to that. If you are licensed and they contract you to do so, legally, that is acceptable. Morally, it's still kind of sketch, bro. Has a wizard ever tried to date their own clone or even a homunculi? Again, blood covenant. All-encompassing, signed in blood, hence the blood covenant. There is a clause specifically saying that you shall not engage in any intimate acts with another that shares your consciousness or form. That was added for a reason. Grom. Where does your stream background music come from? It seems you've been using it for a while. My stream background music comes from me. I made my background music. I made a couple tracks that are all inspired by different things. So for instance, like right now you're listening to the Centipede theme, which is inspired by the Cane Centipede. I like to have on the Idol theme, which is like inspired by the Cane Idol. I have one for the Ogre, Hound, Idol, Centipede. My music making software then made me get a license that I didn't have, so I had to drop it. I want to make one for the Toad and for the Lord. I also have some other themes, like for instance, my pause menu theme I made as BGM for a video game that I was working on. That was just kind of like working with programming and trying that out. So all of my BGM that I use on stream is made by me. And I do that so I don't have to worry about copyright. Yes, it does become kind of droning. Yes, it does become kind of like, not exciting, but also it's mostly just to fill silence. It's supposed to be fairly quiet and it's supposed to be like low key. It's not supposed to be very loud or over encompassing. So I'm not really that upset. I could definitely shift to more of like a Doug situation where like, oh, I have multiple like audio tracks, and then I use like copyrighted music to like really enhance the stream experience, but then that wouldn't be in the VOD. Or if it was in the VOD, I would get copyright struck. Will I be making music for the Harpo DOS sins? I will not be making any more music right now because my music making software, I don't have access to it. Because I was using Cakewalk by BandLab. And then they swapped over to Sonar, which I have not swapped over to, and now Cakewalk has been shut down. So I can't use Cakewalk no more. Right? So I could try out Sonar. Like, basically, I just need like a free music making software. If I got that, I would love to make Harpodos and like Garden of Sin ones, and I'd love to do all of that. The main thing is just like, I just don't have music making software. So if anyone has a free, not pirated, not stealing, like actually free music making software, drop it in Discord. I'm gonna be so real with you. I think I want a DAW. I don't know. What it was is that it was like I had a piano roll. I was like, and I would like a note there, and a note there, and a note there, and a note there. Like I think this is a DAW, a digital like interface. Professor, if engaging in illicit affairs with a reverse gender clone of myself or a fellow student is forbidden, then why are they still writing me letters? Because the heart is not constrained by the mind's restrictions placed upon it, for better or for worse. I bring you back to the Dark Lord, Dragnaroth. He was only defeated by the forbidden love between the High Countess and a lowly waitress girl. Their forbidden love coming together also with a hot vampire boy that was brooding off in the corner and that was thought to be a love interest to both of them, and then they ended up getting with each other instead of with him. They all brought forward the power to defeat the Dark Lord Dragnoth. However, taps the Covenant of Blood, taps the Bloodvenant. We're not doing this again. I did hear that the mage Zig was originally a clone and Zaghag the Unerring before developing a separate personality. We're not going to get into personality divisions at this current junction. Since I started with strategy / management games like Stellaris, would I try Lobotomy Corp? Maybe. I know nothing about it, and I have a list right now. Teach, are you actually a bard in disguise? Illusions and enchantments are the realm of both wizards and bards. Do you have any thoughts on fighting games? I am not a big fighting game person. However, what fighting games I have played, I've had fun with. I'm just not like big on them. So like I've played Mortal Kombat 9. I've played Soul Calibur 5. I've played Super Smash Bros. All of them. Super Smash Bros. I've played Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. No, I mean, I've played like the original Street Fighter, or Street Fighter 2 rather. I haven't played like Guilty Gear. I haven't played, I think I played Injustice a little bit. I played like Marvel vs. Capcom a little bit. Like, I'm just not big on fighting games. MKX and 11 are peak. Really? I didn't know that. I heard mixed things about both of them. What's my opinion on the hit 2010s game Super Hot? Super hot. Super hot. That's my thoughts on it. I never played Super Hot. I watched a playthrough of it, and I think this was back when it was like in early access. Super Hot was in demo, got really popular, was stuck in early access, fully released, and then like got popular again? Question mark? I don't know. SF6 and Grand Blue are great. Nice. What channel in the Discord should we put the free music makers? Video discussion. Like if we talk about something on stream, feel free to drop it in video discussion. If I talk about something in a short, feel free to drop it in video discussion. Just remember, this channel does not support piracy. Do not give me pirated stuff, or do not tell me to take pirated stuff. Just give me anything freely accessible that I could use. Eagle. I don't know what that means, but okay. That is the end of the Q&A. So, it has been nearly 6 hours. I'm a bit surprised. Oh, whoops. I'm a bit surprised. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I was kind of expecting to be over like an hour ago. And then I spent like an hour talking Q&A. So I think I'm going to chat for like 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to wrap up at hour 6. Gosh. All right, my Warforged finally rebooted. What I missed? You missed a lot. Good Lord, I didn't even realize. Yeah, I tend to like going for like minimum 5 hours. I've gone for like 4.5 hours before, and I walk away being like, bro, that was such a short stream. I really got really into Super Hot and considered making a cyberpunk story inspired by it. Good heckin' stream. Hope to catch the next one. Well, the next stream is going to be on Friday. I'm going to be playing Lancer Tactics, which I'm very excited for. Then on Saturday, over on Twitch, I'm going to be beating Unbeatable. And of course, I say beating Unbeatable. I'm on chapter 2.5. I'm like halfway through chapter 3. I've heard there's 6 chapters. I might need 3 streams. This would be my second stream on Saturday. I might end up needing 3 streams. My hope is I can just rush through it, because I think last week I spent the first hour yapping. I got distracted. Getting late, so I got to go to bed now. Great stream as always. Always fun listening to my favorite yapper. Thank you. How much Lancer kissing was in those hours? Not much. First stream I followed in a while. It was nice. Yay! Teach, how do I break a curse that keeps my dad from coming home? Okay, so what you need to do, you need to conjure milk. It's a summoning thing. So most people assume they can summon their father. The issue is they do not have a true connection to their father, and therefore the summoning will not hold. Therefore, you must instead conjure milk in hopes that your father, before leaving, left behind a detection rune so that if any of you would get milk in his absence, he would be able to come back. And then it's a waiting game. You cannot advance the slow wheel of time. The gears will turn, and your father's footfalls will step across the empty road. You will grow up without him. You will grow old without him. You may even perish without him. And yet, with curdling, spoiled yogurt that once was milk in hand, you can have hope that one day he will come back. One day. Anyway, now it's time for you to say sayonara, say goodbye, say see you later, whatever it might be. I'm gonna wrap up. I will say goodbye to as many of you as I can before I leave. It's time for the bye wave. Conjure cigarettes if milk fails, but it depends on the father. Yeah, it depends on the father. Okay, is it different if they left for milk or cigarettes or both? Yeah, so obviously if they left for cigarettes, also do cigarettes. It's a both situation. You have to have a cigarette in one hand, a milk in the other, and like two-handed, and like just hope for him to come back. Goodbye, Bee and Neonek and Knight and Mizzle and Rosalie and Dark and Kali and Potent and Dire Queen and John and Daniel and Eltrine and Clam and Kali and Melancholic and Ulis Perez and Cole and Rosalie and Daniel and Dio and everyone else who is here. And Boomy, whether you are watching the VOD, whether you're a lurker, whether you're in chat right now, Naldarim, Loquification, and thank you all so much. Have a lovely day, night, evening, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye. Also, bye, Skeleton.